Prologue. Oh hey MG yay, my life is just so good. Hey everybody, it's your girl Amaury Renako. I used to be a complete depresso meso, but then I had a totutalao up when I hit high school. Now I'm in my first year of school at Ashigaya High, where I occupy a spot in the top rank of the school's social caste. And guess what? Out of my 5 girlfriend group, 2 of them have crushes on me. What's a girl to do? No, don't fight over me, guys. Uowa omo my godoldo. I was so super duper thrown for a loop when this happened to me. Like, it legit feels like I'm dreaming. I mean, me? I'm just a total nobody. I'm nothing but a cookie-cutter copy of every other girl ever. Ooh. During break, I barricaded myself in the stiflingly hot girls' bathroom far from the classroom and put my head in my hands. How the heck did this happen? I muttered like I was casting a curse. I'm just trying to do my best and get through the day, man. But now I'm out here awakening my latent talent for being a bubbly teen. Summer vacation was over, and we'd been back at school for barely even a week at this point. Yet, all the same, I could feel myself approaching the end of my rope with every passing second. I heard the sound of several someones coming in. I mean, it was a school bathroom, so of course people would walk in. But I still flinched and held my breath. God, school is the actual worst, one of the girls outside my stall said. I wish summer break could go on forever. Actual same, said another girl's voice. I didn't know who these voices belonged to, thankfully. For a split second, I thought one of my friends might have been coming to find me. Someone was a little too full of herself there, methinks. Oh, hey, did you hear about Takuma? One of the girls said. So I heard he asked out Oduka Mai. Oh my God, did he really get out? I froze all over again when I heard them name drop my friend like that. Afterward, I only caught dribs and drabs of the rest of their conversation. Yeah, and doesn't Shindu have a thing for Koto Satsuki? Oh, is she his type? I mean, I get it. Oh yeah, and Sina's really popular too. Yeah? The guys are gaga over her. They are down so bad, girl. I know, right? Everyone loves her. I could hear them laughing and having a ball through the stall door. I guess the names of the prettiest girls at Ashigaya High could magically bring happiness to whoever spoke them. The girls carried on gabbing away for a while and then left the bathroom. Believe me, I got it. I knew perfectly well that my friends lived in a very different world from me. No one ever dropped my name into a conversation like that, and if they did, I'm pretty darn sure it was no magic word. Trust me, I'd been fully aware of that for ages now. I waited a short period of time and then left my stall. My face reflected in the bathroom mirror was utterly blank, a face free of recognizable emotion. When I walked into class, I set off from my seat on autopilot, trying to blend into the background as was my habit, when someone waved and called, "Hey!" Ajisai-san, the girl who sat in front of me in class, grinned nonchalantly. "Welcome back, Reina-chan." "Oh, hey, I guess." It hit me just then, as I nodded to her blankly, that this wasn't right. I was a cheerful, outgoing sort, one of the most popular kids in the class, and the love interest for several of the most beautiful girls in school to boot. I cut an impressive figure. I threw a body blow at the inner me and gave Ajisai-san a sunny smile. "Hey, thanks," I chirped. "You want to hear something wild?" The bathroom was so crowded, it was like a 45-minute line for a theme park ride. I'm going to have to get myself a fast pass for next time. What are you talking about? Ajisai-san giggled. I'm sure her smile must have looked as cute as ever, but I didn't dare look. "No, I swear," I insisted. "Oh, that'd actually be a really good idea. We could each get 1 daily bathroom ticket and use it to get priority access to the bathrooms once a day or something. It could be a smartphone app. You'd use your phone to feed into a scanner in the bathroom, you know." "Huh?" she said. "That sounds hard to use." "Okay, fine, then let's just go with tickets," I prattled on with a grin. "They could pass one out to us every morning as we come in the gate. After school, we could exchange any unused tickets for a tasty snack or something. Oh, wait. But then I guess no one would want to use them." Only after I was done talking did the meaning of what I'd been saying register in my ears. I was horrified that I might have said something I shouldn't have, but I simply couldn't stop myself. Yet Ajisai-san just laughed again. Thankfully, she seemed to be enjoying my nonsense. Lord only knows why. I relaxed, and for that one brief moment where I felt like I'd hit upon the right thing to say, actually felt alive. Just then the teacher came in. Later, Ajisai-san said as she turned around to face forward. The tumultuous roar of the class faded away, and it was time for math. Sena Ajisai was my classmate, and if you'll permit me the use of a metaphor, an angelic being. She looked both gentle and brilliant, and her voice was soft and sweet. Not only was she kind, but she had a core of steel, and she was skilled enough to carry on a conversation with me for ages without us getting bored. Ajisai-san was out of this world. She was like if everyone on earth put together their ideas about an ideal girl, mixed them up, and cooked them into a pancake. And this very same girl had asked me out over summer break. "Reina-chan, I really like you. Would you go out with me?" In those exact words. It was such a perfect, classical way to ask someone out, the words anyone would have loved to hear. Sure, it may have been a little unorthodox for both parties to be girls, but all the same, that offer should have made me feel like I was ascending straight to heaven. From then on out, my days should have been bright and rosy and happy forever, right? But that's not exactly how it turned out. As I stared off into space at the blackboard, I thought back to how it all went down. It was evening in the park, and Ajisai-san stood in front of me, having just mustered up the courage to tell me she liked me. "Sure," I said. Then a few seconds later, I had a light bulb moment. "Wait, hold on," I said. A chill traveled down my spine as I realized what I'd just said. "That's not what I meant." Half in a state of panic at this point, I yelled, "Like, I'm really grateful you feel that way about me. I mean, I had no idea you thought about me like that. It's, really nice to hear. It's super, super nice, but, I just, like I was an empty tombola, no words would come out no matter how much I spun my wheels. As I got more and more frantic, I felt my peripheral vision starting to go. Ajisai-san breathed a long sigh. She gripped her chest, like time had been stopped up until this one moment. "Whew," she said. That made me such a ball of nerves. Then she beamed. "I probably gave you the shock of your life saying that out of the blue, huh?" "Oh no, I mean, I'm really glad to hear it. I swear, I swear." "It's okay. I just wanted to be selfish and get it off my chest. Thanks for hearing me out." As she smiled at me, I desperately tried to break down what she'd just said. So this meant what exactly? I mean, this was Ajisai-san we were talking about, so I doubted it was a prank or anything like that. But then the question begged, why did she say she liked me? And, wanted to go out with me and all? I stood stock still, helplessly. I didn't have the faintest clue what I was supposed to be doing, like I'd been dragged along on a trip to the bank with my parents. I felt so at a loss that I looked to Mai for rescue. Seriously, what the heck was going on? Mai had only been watching us the whole time without any sort of reaction, but now she cleared her throat and stepped in. Pardon me, but does this mean you two are now a couple?" Ajisai-san giggled. "Maybe." Her voice sounded so disconnected from reality that it was like her feet weren't touching the ground. Oddly similar to the kind of shrieking I produced whenever I lost my mind. "Well, this development certainly gave me quite the shock," Mai said. "Did I get you too?" "You did, but you're a lovely person, Ajisai, so that explains why she said yes. I must say I'm rather proud that your charm was able to get through to her." "That's all thanks to you, Mai-chan," said Ajisai-san. I didn't have the faintest clue what the two of them were talking about. Since when had they been so buddy-buddy anyway? And how come Mai was so calm? I mean, considering how much Mai liked me, it would only have been natural for her to raise objections if I'd unintentionally said yes. Maybe she didn't like me anymore then. No, that didn't make sense. At any rate, I had Ajisai-san to worry about first. I said. "Dating's a BB.uch. Even if you reached out to try and grab it, you could never take anything back once it had been spoken out loud. That's the exact reason why people have been at war for millennia." Sweat dripped down my back, my ears rang. I said. It was ingrained in me to shoot down this kind of offer straight up whenever anyone suggested it to me. Besides, since I'd been keeping Mai on hold this whole time, there was no way I could make an exception for Ajisai-san. That would have been way too self-serving. There was no freaking way I could go out with her, but I wanted us to be friends. I'd said that once to Mai already, but could I really say the same thing to Ajisai-san now? Really? Considering how lowly I was and everything? I began. Could I what? She prompted. Ajisai-san stared at me, making me want to vanish on the spot. I sounded like I was about to die as I asked, could you give me a little tea time? Time? Yeah, a little time to think before. Give you my answer. Ajisai-san gave me a serious look and nodded. Okay, yeah, tea thanks. How long are we talking? She asked. Huh? It was just a normal question, but I still felt like a sinner dragged to stand before God. My mouth moved on its own and shot for the upper limit. Like 3 years, maybe? Huh? Her eyes widened. Wait, no. No, 1 month, I said. How does that sound? I felt like a month was a pretty long time to wait for an answer to a confession. However, she very considerately went, Sure, okay, sounds good to me, Rina-chan. I was a constant putter-offer of problems, but if. I'm going to be real, I couldn't wrap my head around why she was asking me out, to the point where I felt like I was going to stop breathing any minute. If Ajisai-san kept looking at me like that for much longer, I was going to asphyxiate and die. She put her hand out and I squeaked. Then she took my index finger and squeezed it. Her hand felt very warm. You know I really meant it, right, Rina-chan? She said. This is legit how I feel about you. I could feel that. I could feel exactly how she felt. Yeah, I understood. Ajisai-san was always so earnest, so resolute, so admirable, but I just couldn't fully accept it. She grinned. You really don't need to force yourself to say yes, but I'll be waiting for your response, Kay? Oh, sure. I couldn't say anything else. Ajisai-san left, followed by Mai, who still looked as if she had something she wanted to say. I was then left all alone. I looked down at my hand and whispered to myself, but why Ajisai-san? I was damned now that I'd put Ajisai-san on hold after she'd confessed such. Precious feelings to me. Now that her light had shone upon me, it was time for me to face my own internal darkness. A week later, school began. There were 4 weeks left in the countdown until my response, and yet I could still hardly breathe. I sighed. I dangled over the fence on the deserted rooftop, transforming into a quilt in the process. As I blew in the wind, I felt like I was becoming one with the earth below. From where I stood, a human life was such a very trivial thing. I could feel all my troubles blowing away, except they didn't. The noise of lunch break reminded me that, whether I liked it or not, I was a member of society. Right, I was a person, not a quilt. The metal door squeaked open behind me. Aha, there you are, said a voice. I didn't have to turn around to know who it was, because I could tell Oduka Mai was here. She came up and stood next to me. With her ridiculously impressive proportions and her long, beautiful blonde hair, you couldn't mistake her for anything but a model in the prime of her career. Mai had brilliant grades, fantastic athletic ability, a jaw-dropping appearance, and an incredible professional reputation to boot. She'd basically been gifted godly talent, making her the most well-loved girl in school. We'd given her the nickname of Super Darling, or Supadari for short. Sure, she had her bossy moments, but I was positive that anyone who dated Mai would turn out to be one heck of a happy camper, hands down. If someone got asked out by her and turned her down, either because they had bogus taste or a horribly whack personality, said someone was probably better off dead. Like me, for instance. This reminds me of the time when you and I first got to know each other, Mai said. Her voice was always as well-tuned as an electric piano. Yeah, I said, for real. As Mai grinned and leaned against the fence, the vision of loveliness that she presented made my heart accidentally skip a beat. I really wasn't cut out to be around her, and yet, here she was. I looked down. Hey, I'm sorry, Mai, I said. I stared at the concrete. The words spilled out of my mouth and hit the pavement below like tears. About that whole thing. That whole thing encompassed the non-exhaustive list of Ajisai-san's confession, my half-assed answer to her, and the happiness I'd shown despite my being there. But all of that was too stupid to say outright, so the best I could do was dance around the topic. That whole thing, you say? Mai chuckled with a little puff of breath, like an exhale. Well, I hadn't expected that outcome, but I feel as if at least part of the responsibility is mine. My head rocketed up. No, it's not, I yelled. That made Mai jump. I looked away, feeling awkward. Oh, never mind. It's just, I know that when it all comes down to it, I shouldn't be so wishy-washy. I felt bad that I couldn't even look Mai in the eyes, but I squatted down to my knees. After you already told me you had feelings for me, it was really wrong of me to say yes to Ajisai-san, even if I was just on autopilot. I'm awful. Considering my position, I think it'd be rather odd for me to side with you. However, Mai looked up at the overcast sky. I couldn't tell what was going through her mind right now. Yes, I think it would be awfully cruel for you to move on and date Ajisai-san after you let me woo you. However, you and I aren't exactly girlfriends yet, are we? In that case, I don't suppose you're under any obligation per se to stay with me. I mean, the fact that Mai was so sympathetic now, of all times, threw me for a loop. We were just friends with benefits, that was all. Sure, that meant that we cherished each other and had decided to spend our 3 years of high school together. And yeah, maybe we kiss now and then, but like Mai had just said, that didn't make us girlfriends. Still, I mean. No, I can't, I said. I gripped the fence hard. I mean, too, come on, Mai. I said I'd really give it some thought about being with you. There was a beat, and then Mai said, well, what if you gave it some thought, and this was the result? But I'm really not done thinking about it, like at all. I shook my head. God, I felt awful. I opened my mouth like I was about to vomit up some foreign substance and said, I can't date her, not before I give you a proper response. My voice sounded way too stubborn and hostile to my own ears. It wasn't the right sort of tone to use on Mai, not when she was so concerned for me. She let out another breathy sigh. Whom do you like better, Ajisai or me? Isn't that all it comes down to? I held my head in my hands. I don't know, that's the thing. I don't know what the heck this wool.iking people business is about. How come Mai liked me? How come Ajisai-san liked me? None of it made any sense. I mean, I don't even like myself, I groaned. I could never have said that in front of Ajisai-san, not in a million years, because if I tried to put myself down, I'd be putting her down too. I couldn't just be like, the person you say you want to date sucks. I hate her. You can't just say that to someone. But it came out so easily around Mai, even though Mai should have been in the same boat as Ajisai-san. Not even that, really. If anything, Mai was the first person to see the good in me. Oh, Mai said. When I looked up, I saw her silently smiling down at me. She placed her hand on my shoulder. You know, she told me, I like you. I didn't say anything. Why, oh why was Mai so nice to me? And then, in spite of all her kindness, I just couldn't fall for her. Not even that, it was more that. When she cast her light on me, it only made my dark shadows stretch ever longer. It was all very weird to begin with. When Ajisai-san had asked me out, my first reaction should have been, oh my God, I'm so happy. Right? Right, exactly. Or, if we're talking about when it really sinks in later, most people would have realized how lucky they were, you know? But throughout all of this, the only thing running through my mind was the desire to run away. You know, I began. And then it hit me. I finally got it. It wasn't that I wanted people to like me after all. All those big dreams I had, I want to be someone special someone. I want to be your best friend. I want to be number one in your heart, were nothing but lies. I want to tag along when you guys go somewhere. I want to be allowed to fit in. I want everyone to listen to me when I talk. I want you all to react to the things I do. It all came down to one single thing. I just didn't want people to hate me. So maybe the reason I didn't want to date anyone was because if they saw who I really was deep inside, they would hate me. Well, no, nix the maybe. That was absolutely the reason. I mean, I knew myself better than anyone else, and I loathed my guts. That's why I forced myself to keep my distance, no matter how many times Mai came after me. If I kept everyone at arm's length, then maybe people could look at me even and think, She's not too bad after all. I could carry on hiding my real self, pretending I wasn't depressed, and keep my friendships that way. I could manage to maintain my relationships without anyone ever finding out how shallow my personality was. And yet, whenever someone tried to move away, I clung to them. I seemed to want them close to show them off. All this business about wanting a real friend was bullshit. I know I'd said that I wanted a relationship where we could show each other our shortcomings, but wasn't I just seeking proof that someone could look at me and not hate me? It was all about me, me. Just then, Mai stroked my cheek. Huh? I said. I looked up, and there she was, her beautiful face right next to mine. We looked at each other for a few seconds, and in that short moment, all the thoughts in my screwed-up mind stopped. I wondered if she was about to kiss me. Maybe if she forced me to ask her, I could forget my own lack of self-esteem for a moment. You see that all the time in manga and stuff when one character's like, please help me forget about everything. But Mai didn't move in any further and instead removed her hand. I think that's enough for today, she said. Mai. It wasn't that I wanted to kiss her, nor did I really want her to kiss me. But when she didn't, an unease set in that maybe I'd blown my last chance and she hated me. And now there was nothing to be done about it. There was sadness in Mai's eyes, and she was now walking away from me. We'd been such good friends, but I could no longer remember the times we used to smile together. The rooftop door closed behind her with a thud. I sank to the ground and cradled my knees. Tears of self-loathing trickled down my cheeks, and I began to sob. My junior high self looked down on me with eyes full of scorn. Did you see that? She whispered. Quit being a little baby. You know that this whole goal of yours to be social was doomed from the start. And she was right. It's not like people called me rude names or beat me up. They didn't even really shun me. Honestly, everyone was super nice. No one was mad at me at all. But here I was, overwhelmed and anguished, a complete emotional wreck and a total piece of shit. Oh my, and Ajisai-san, I thought, I'm really sorry. If only I could have been as dazzling, as powerful, as proactive as they thought I was. Failing that, it had been just as good to have the resolution and power to fool them all forever. It would have been nice not to be such a miserable sack of crap who only cared about what other people thought and was constantly going out of her way just to ensure other people wouldn't hate her. I'm really, really sorry. I'm really sorry I misled you both. I want to die, I admitted. The bell rang for the end of lunch, but I didn't go back to the classroom. Instead, I skipped class for the first time ever in high school. I ditched all my afternoon classes and only went back to the classroom when everyone already seemed to have gone home. Oh great, playing hooky, huh? I guess I'd finally wound up a delinquent. I felt ill at ease at school at the best of times, but now that I'd skipped class, the thought of people's watching eyes set me more on edge than normal. But come on. Anxiety was no reason to skip school, right? I had to go back to class, even if I felt like a wanted criminal the whole way there. The classroom was deserted when I arrived. I breathed a blatant sigh of relief. Had I bumped into Ajisai-san, I would have had to add another lie to the mix, something like, oh yeah, I'm not feeling all that great. Ajisai-san, I mumbled to myself. I looked at her desk as I packed up my things to go home. Why me, Ajisai-san? But I knew there was no point in ruminating on it. I mean, I'd asked Mai 1,000,000 times, why me? And even though she always responded, I had never once accepted her answers as fact. Unfortunately, I had the software bug where I wasn't able to change my own settings by going, okay, no more thinking or something. I really wished humanity could hurry up and get that patched already. I sighed and hoisted my backpack. I better get home, I told myself. Then I left, fleeing the scene with my guilt in tow. I was nervous that the school might have contacted my parents to inform them of my absence, but fortunately, my fears turned out to be ungrounded. Scarfed down my dinner without saying a word. And once I was finished eating, I hid in my room. My sister might have said something to me, but it all fell on deaf ears. Screw taking a bath. I just crawled under the blankets. Even though I was exhausted, I had so many bad thoughts running through my head that I had a hard time falling asleep. I knew getting a good night's rest would make everything look better, though, so I forced myself to close my eyes. But when I woke up the next day, I didn't feel better. Far from it. Instead, it felt like everything had come to a head. Hey, Mom, I said when I came into the living room in my pajamas. I don't feel so good today. Oh, really? She said. Are you up to going to school? Could I stay home for the day? I mumbled, looking away. I couldn't meet her eyes. When I stole a peek at her, I saw a slight worry in her eyes, but she still smiled at me like everything was A-okay. I suppose, she said. You've really been giving high school your best effort. All right, yes, you may. But don't spend the whole day playing video games, you hear? Make sure you get some good rest. Yeah, I know. I nodded slightly and then trudged back to my bedroom. My sister passed me on the way and tilted her head. Wait, are you not going to school today, Wonichin? She asked. I didn't say anything and instead went back to my room. Behind me, I could hear my mom and sister talking. Hey, is Wonichin going through another one of her truancy phases? My sister asked. My heart immediately lurched and I gritted my teeth. I really didn't feel all that well, I swear. But I couldn't yell that at her now, so I just went to my room and got back into my still warm bed. I almost reached out for my phone before I drew my hand back. Sure, people might have sent me messages, but I felt so awkward about skipping class yesterday that I didn't want to so much as peep at the screen. As I lay there in bed, all the sounds from the other side of the door washed over me. The front door opening, my little sister calling, "Heading out now," my dad leaving for work, and my mom going about her household chores. Ah, I groaned. It felt like I'd been unwinding a ball of thread as I carefully tiptoed through a labyrinth, but my string had snapped somewhere along the way, and now I didn't know where to go next. Nah, that's not right, a voice inside me bluffed. I'm just tired. I'll take the day off today and then be as right as rain tomorrow. Just you wait. I'll be back in school with a smile on my face. I was just making a mountain out of a molehill. Sure, I trembled with anxiety over the thought of what people might say to me, but let's be real. No one cared that I skipped class, and besides, I really did feel sick today. Like my mom said, I was just tired from working so hard all the time. I'd be back on my feet tomorrow. Yeah, right. Yeah, I repeated out loud. The curtain blocked the sunlight from coming into my room, but I put the blanket over my head anyway. The thing was, I knew what was up. Back when I stopped going to school in junior high, it had all started out like this. A single day of ditching, aka me not wanting to go to school because I felt awkward for some reason or another. Then it had just kept dragging itself out. I must have fallen asleep at some point, and when I woke up, it was already evening outside. I rubbed the sleep from my eyes and got up from bed. I feel like a zombie, I said. I hadn't even dreamed. It always seems like there's a million things going on in a school day, so how? Come that same time passes by in the blink of an eye when you're resting at home. I think that must be what they call the theory of relativity. Maybe? At any rate, I washed my face, had a shower, and then waited at the dining table for dinner in a daze. Without my phone, I had nothing better to do than watch the evening educational specials on TV. All the young boys and girls with such bright futures ahead of them looked like they were having the times of their lives. I wondered if any of them would still be on TV next year, or the year after that. Great, see how naturally I went down those depressing rabbit holes? My mom kept trying to talk to me. How are you feeling? She'd say. Or, do you think you'll be up for going to school tomorrow? Or even, maybe you should go see a doctor. I kept giving her non-committal responses. Then my sister came home. I'm back, she called. Whoa, you look like a corpse. When I didn't say anything back, my sister harumphed and then went to her room. I guess I really should have stayed in my room until it was time for dinner. Being around my sister and her cheery attitude forced me to think about everyone from Ashigaya. She came back from her room after having changed out of her uniform and sat down at the table, messing around on her phone. Hey, Wonichin, she said. What now? Oh, never mind. It's nothing. I was just surprised at how ugly you look when you frown like Tat. Excuse me? I glared at her. I was sick right now, okay? What did I do to deserve this treatment? Still, with that rotten attitude of hers, my sister switched the topic. Oh, by the way, she said. Do you remember the girls who came over during summer break? For some reason, they said they wanted to take a look at your baby pictures. Where do you think they're at? Dad's room? What the heck? I said. Absolutely no. Nah. I'm sure I can hunt down one where you look halfway decent. It doesn't matter if it's a really old one from back when you were in preschool or when you were an infant or something." I said, "No." I smacked the table with my hand, producing a louder, more ringing bang than I had expected. In the subsequent silence, the bright, peppy voices on the living room TV stood out especially loud. My sister glared at me with cold eyes, not in the least bit cowed. My blood felt like it was turning to ice. "That was way too loud," she said. "If you don't want me to look, then just say so. Don't go slapping the table." "Okay." I pulled my hand back, but I couldn't even apologize. The best I could do was brush past my mom when she came in to see what all the ruckus was about. If my sister hadn't brought up the album thing that day, I doubt I would ever have noticed. Maybe, if not for that, it would have taken me years to reintegrate into society. Still, I didn't want to chalk it all up to my sister. I went to head her off at the pass and got my album out of my dad's room, whereupon I threw it open on my desk. I sat in my desk chair, hugging my knees to myself as I flipped through it. "But I'm always telling her I don't want her to look, right?" I said to myself. "Haruna's just being insensitive, that's all." I continued to re-argue the point with her in my head in a completely worthless use of my time. How come it's so simple for her to steamroller my boundaries like that? I wish she would quit it. She should just leave me alone. It's not like she cares about me. Ugh. I took a photo out of my desk drawer, the one that had been taken of all three of us in that photography studio over summer vacation. Ajisai-san had given it to me. In the photograph, my smile was awkward, but I seemed happy enough with both Mai and Ajisai-san standing next to me. We squeezed in together like we'd all been best friends for years. I wish that the three of us could have stayed like that forever, never changing. But both Mai and Ajisai-san were strong, so I knew that no matter how much they changed, they could still accept themselves. I, in all my cowardice, was the only one who couldn't change. I was still stuck in that summer day, and now I was left behind in the dust. I rubbed my fingers over the photo. Their tips prickled with heat. Just then, there was a knock on the door. "I'm coming in, Wanichin," my sister said. "Wait, huh?" I scrambled to shove the photograph underneath the album as my sister barged in like a home invader. "Don't just march in here," I screamed. "Do you really think you're welcome after what just happened? Do you have the memory of a goldfish or what?" "Whatever," she said. "The album wasn't in Dad's room, so I figured you must have walked off with it." I clutched the album to my chest like it was my own baby. "I already told you no. How many times do I have to keep saying that? Come on, but you have to look decent in some of them, right? You're only saying no because you don't want anyone to see how weird and depressed you are. Here, let me try looking for one." "No, they all suck," I insisted. "I've sucked from the minute I was born." My sister's voice dropped. "Really?" she said, her voice dripping with disgust. "Eep. I thought you only sucked in junior high." "Don't insult me," I snapped. "But you said it yourself." Haruna snatched the album from my hands. "Here," she said. "Enough whining. Let me have it." Hey, I knew that if we were really going to fight for it, she'd overpower me easily, so I clung pitifully to her sleeve. "Elle, listen, I have to sign off on it first. If you can't find a good photo, then give UOP. That's my one sick condition. If you don't agree to that, then I'll light this whole album on fire right now." "Are you really that upset about it?" she asked. Fine, whatever you say." Haruna sat down on my bed and flipped through the album. Most of the Amauri family photos were from that period when my dad was totally gaga over his camera. Beyond that, the rest were various pictures of our friends and whatnot, from the times when Haruna and I had borrowed the camera before we had phones of our own. "Oh, how about this one?" my sister suggested. "No," I cried. "I look stupid in that one." "Okay, then how's this one?" "I have such a weird haircut there." "You're so picky," she sighed. "Nuh-uh," I insisted. "You're just being evil, the way you pick these out." I flipped through the album with bloodshot eyes. Were there really no good ones? Not even one. Was there really no photograph where I looked like the prime example of a normal, extroverted person? Not one shot where, by a miracle, I looked picture perfect? "Hey, Wonichin," my sister said. "What?" I demanded. "You skipped school today, didn't you?" "Huh?" I whipped my head up like a jack-in-the-box. Oh, me? Nah, my stomach wasn't feeling too great, so I figured I'd stay home. Better safe than sorry, you know. That's all it was. My sister gave me a look that told me she'd seen through my barefaced lie. Gah, why oh why was I so easy to read? I don't care what happened, she said. You can skip all the school you want. It won't affect me in any way, shape, or form, so you can do absolutely whatever you want. Hey, that was going too far. But I have to say, she went on, as surprising as it is, you having so many outgoing friends is bringing me some perks, too. What are you going on about? I peered at Haruna. From the blank look on her face, I couldn't tell what sort of emotional tone she was going for. No fair, she was my sister, for crying out loud. Come on, show some emotion on your face already. I didn't turn my life around in high school for your sake, you know, I told her. Yeah, I get that. But I was the one who guided you through all that training, remember? Can't I at least get a little something in return? You know, like getting a leg up in life, that kind of thing. I guess, I relented. I had to admit she had given me a lot of help. I took you to the beauty parlor when you couldn't go on your own and you were too embarrassed to go with Mom. And then I picked out all your clothes and makeup for you. Looking back on it now, I have to say, wow, asking your little sister for help? I was barely out of elementary and everything. Yeah, fair. And there were plenty of other little examples too. The whole reason Haruna was always getting on my case for everything was because I'd asked her to tell me whenever I went out of line. Thanks to her, I'd learned to talk slower and fixed my habit of rambling on forever about topics the other person had zero interest in, so it wasn't all bad. As embarrassing as it was to admit, I really did feel grateful to her more or less for all the hand-holding she'd done in this process. But the thing I was most grateful for was, my sister went on, if you become a shut-in again, that'd be a loss on my end, you know? I sunk a lot of time into you as an investment. That's why you'd better go back to school tomorrow, you hear? I swear I wasn't trying to ditch, I insisted. And I'll go back once I feel better. I was planning on going to school tomorrow anyway. Then, for some reason, my sister picked up my phone. Hey, give it back, I cried. I'd left it unlocked. Holy cow, she said. You have a gazillion messages. See, my senpai and Ajisai senpai are worried about you. Here, I'll tell them not to be concerned since you'll be back tomorrow. Excuse you? Who gave you the right? Hey, stop! She tossed my phone back, but when I looked at it, it was too late. Oh my God. She had seriously already replied to them. This is really crossing a line, I told her. Online, no less. You could at least try to be a little grateful, she said. I did you a favor by doing something you couldn't manage yourself. And now you're acting like I owe you for it? You're freaky is what you are. Who raised you? Mai, Ajisai-san, and even Kaho-chan had messaged me checking in. I started getting all emotional, just looking at my classmates' names. God, they really were so nice. I wished I could return the favor, but I just couldn't pull it off. Still, that sentiment was real. And with this, Haruna said, putting her hands on her hips smugly, you have no choice but to go back to school tomorrow. I'm not sure such smugness was warranted when she'd driven me into a corner, but whatever. You're freaking harsh, I told her. Nah, not at all. I'm way tougher on the kuheis in my club. This is me being nice. But you can handle it, right? We're built from the same stuff, after all. This girl never gave me a break. She pushed me into situations where all my paths of retreat were blocked, and I had no way to go but forward. She drove me to such desperation that I felt like I had no other choice but to bite the bullet and do the thing. I would never say it, mind you, but that's the thing I was most grateful to her for. But still, it wouldn't have killed her to have been a bit nicer to me. Oh, this is a good one, she said. Having been left to her own devices, Haruna had just graduated from home invader to plunderer. She'd spotted the photo I'd hidden under the album earlier, the one of Mai, Ajisai-san, and me on summer break, and picked it up off the desk. Hey, no, I said. That wasn't a baby picture. I started to reach for it, but then changed my mind. You know what? Sure, I said. You can use that one, but be careful with it. I felt like I wouldn't mind if my sister took it. It was far too pretty to stay in my own possession after all. Thanks, Wanichin, she said, in her animated, sporty way. Then she dashed out, leaving only the thank you behind her. Now that her task was done, she didn't want to hang around. Time passed faster for her than for old Hooky playing me. That freaking girl, I'm telling you. Anyway, I sat back down on my bed and idly reached out for the album. I went back to the beginning and started looking at all the pages I'd riffled through earlier during my tussle with Haruna. Man, I miss those days. I guess I'd been a decently outgoing kid back in elementary school. There were a lot of photos of the girls who were my friends at the time. Among them, some of the girls who'd made me want to turn my life around in the first place, and others whose names I could only vaguely remember. I wondered if they, like me, also had a lot of worries on their plate now. I wondered if every day was a struggle for them too. Boy, I really wished I could chat with them again. I'd have loved to reminisce over all of those happy memories. Maybe that was just an excuse to run away from the here and now, but it was my past which brought me to the here and now. There wasn't anything wrong with reflecting on it from time to time, right? I wondered if I had a way to get in touch with any of these girls. Hopefully some who wouldn't find it too weird that I was only contacting them in high school. Or maybe some who'd be nice to me and be good for my self-esteem. Ah, that was a Maori Repugnanco talking again. Just then, my eyes stopped. Wait, who's that? There was a girl facing the camera and giving it a shy peace sign. This was from one of the times when I'd brought my camera along with me to the cram school I attended back then. She was kind of hunched over and wore glasses. I remembered that she was really good-natured, sweet, and got super excited talking with me about our favorite manga and anime. Those were really fun times. We were always together in cram school, and it never once crossed my mind whether other people liked or disliked me back then. Those halcyon days flew by in the blink of an eye. I wish I could fall asleep tonight and wake up in elementary school again, I murmured to myself. Then I could have fun at school and go to cram school to talk with that girl about manga again. I remembered that we used to laugh so much we'd make our stomachs hurt, and the teachers would have to tell us, "Get serious now." We'd only pretend to feel sorry and stick our tongues out once their backs were turned. As I stared blankly at the photo, chasing the memories of the past which would never return, I suddenly felt an uncanny sense of déjà vu. Wait a second. Was it just me? Or did she look familiar? Well, no shit, Sherlock. I'd taken a photo of her, so she had to have been familiar. But that's not what I'm talking about. I felt like I'd seen her somewhere else. A message popped up on my phone as I scrutinized the photo. I said. The name on the screen was Okie dokie, Rena Chin. Read the message. It'll be waiting. See ya soon. Wait, no way. What the heck, I told myself. Because yeah, if I remembered correctly, the name of the girl at my cram school was Minaguchi, Kaho, which, weirdly enough, meant she shared the exact same name as my high school friend, Koyanagi Kaho. Chapter 1. There's no freaking way I can be buddy-buddy with Kaho. Chan, 100% without a doubt, books were the largest influential factor. In me becoming such a big video game fan, I loved reading as a kid. Back in elementary school, I was one of those kids who practically lived in the library. Above all, books with illustrations were the bomb. I ate up every kid's book and light novel I could get my hands on. Looking back on it, I guess most of those were fantasy. Then once I started getting into fantasy games, I eventually got hooked on gaming, and from there, it was a hop skip and a jump to where I was now, addicted to playing FPSCs and fighting games. Anyway, returning to the topic at hand back then, Minaguchi-san was my closest friend. She and I could talk about manga for ages, even if no one at school was into it. Which characters we liked best, what scenes were coolest, you name it. Or we'd sometimes each read the same manga magazine and speculate over what would happen in the next chapter. Come to think of it, she was really the only person I'd met in my whole 16 years of life who I could talk about my interests with. She'd been just as introverted as I was, so I hadn't felt nervous talking to her at all. I was originally supposed to go to cram school as just a summer thing, but I'd wanted to see her so badly that I carried on with it for a whole half a year. We'd been really good friends. So was that Minaguchi-san Kaho-chan. Did coincidences like this even happen? I timidly tiptoed into class, doing my best to remain inconspicuous with a little, "Hi, everybody," but there were so few people there at that point that I attracted attention whether I wanted it or not. Eep, people were staring at me. But then two girls walked up to me and blocked those staring eyes like a partitioning screen. They were Hasegawa-san and Hirano-san, the two who always came as a pair. "Good morning, Amori-san," Hasegawa-san said. "I was so worried when you weren't here yesterday," said Hirano-san. "Were you doing okay?" Yeah, I guess. I was so glad they'd come up to talk to me that I almost started to emit a disgusting little chuckle. I hurried to beam at them instead. "Thanks, guys," I said. "I'm feeling a lot better now." "Are you sure?" said Hasegawa-san. "Fall's almost here, you know. It's easy to fall sick at this time of year. But class is only half as exciting without you around," Hirano-san added. "So I'm glad you're feeling better." "Half as exciting?" I said. "Come on, don't exaggerate. I'm sure it's still 2/3 at least." The other girls giggled. Perfect. I could still act the part of a pretty, lovable, popular girl. Hasegawa-san and Hirano-san flattered me so much I was losing my fear of other people staring at me. "Thanks, guys." "Oh, hi, Irina-chin." I heard someone call, and then a huge weight glommed onto me from behind. "Gah!" I pitched forward and turned my head over my shoulder to look right into a pretty girl's face that smelled of bracing citrus. She was hugging the life out of me. "Hi, Kao-chan," I said. "That's me." Her pure white smile was radiant enough to power up anyone who saw it. After spending a day without being around her, it hit me all over again that this was the real dazzling power of a beautiful girl. I tried my best to put up with how much it messed with me. If I got this freaked out every time Kao-chan touched me, then I'd never be able to handle my everyday life. Hasegawa-san put her hands to her mouth and cooed. "Oh my God, a quintet interaction, right in front of my eyes. Say what now?" I said. Oh, I can't stand being in the same space with such a high concentration of beautiful girls. Take care, Amori-san and Koyanagi-san. Long life and happiness to both of you. Hands flapping the whole while, Hasegawa-san and Hirano-san scuttled away. Kao-chan waved them goodbye. "See ya," she called. Well, it looked like my time to relax was over. As Kaho-chan clung to me like a backpack, I whispered to her, "Hey, what's that quintet thing about?" "Oh, that's what people are calling us these days, you know?" I pulled out my phone and Googled it. A quintet's the continuation of the duo, trio, quartet pattern, apparently, so it meant a group of 5 people. "That's the first time I've ever heard that word," I said. "I guess it's because there's 5 people in our friend group, right?" "Yeah, and you know that my works for Queen Rose, uh-huh. Yeah, and?" "Oh, wait. I think I get it. Yeah, it was spelled quintet, but I guess you could get quintet out of that if you tried." Geez, talk about a stretch. Kaho-chan popped off my back and held a peace sign up to eye level. "Now you gotta introduce yourself by going, 'I'm the quintet's one and only Amari Renako, Q-Quintalicious.'" "I'm really not sure if I'd count," I said. The thought of her assigning me to something so out of my league filled me with horror. Kaho-chan giggled. "You know, I bet there's at least 1 or 2 peeps out there who'd stab you to free up a seat in the quintet, don't you think?" I hugged myself. "Geez, calm down, Machiavelli." More and more people started to arrive as Kaho-chanand. I talked at the back of the classroom.
"Oh, Renashan."
Ajisai-san called. "Hey there. Good morning, Amari," Satsuki-san said. "Oh, hey, Ajisai-sanan, Satsuki-san," I responded. "Ah, and hello to you too, Oduka-san." "Why, hello, Renako," said Mai. And now the aforementioned quintet was assembled. I could hear people oohing and awing somewhere off in the distance. Maybe our reputation had grown since summer break, because now even people from other grades were coming to see us. The sheer power of my friends alarmed me, and I took a step back. Ajisai-san clapped her hands with a grin. "You know, it feels like forever since the whole gang's been back together. Isn't this fun?" I could feel the question mark directed at me. It was a considerate question mark, meant to usher me back into the fold in the wake of my difficulty in reintegrating with the group after the end of break. Yeah, for real," I said with a nod. I only happened to notice it this time around, but I guess Ajisai-san was always benevolently looking out for me like this. Honestly, it wouldn't be long before this angel ascended to goddesshood. "Amari, you should copy Sina's notes later," said Satsuki-san. Yeah, you should, agreed Ajisai-san. Oh, but we don't have literature today, so I didn't bring my lit notebook. Here, you can have mine, Kaho-chan piped up. 'Cause I didn't bother taking it home. That's nothing to be proud of, Kaho, Satsuki-san told her. I laughed. Thanks, guys. You too, Satsuki-san. I put my hands together in prayer, seeing my friends work so hard for me. They really were so nice. None of them treated me like some kind of abscess because I'd been absent. My fears, then, were clearly an example of me being far too self-conscious. However, among all of them, only Mai was silent and seemed a little off. Well, I suppose it was only to be expected. I'd skipped class right after she and I talked on the roof, so that could have worried her. And since that obviously was the reason why I ditched, I couldn't try to cheer her up by being like, "Don't worry about it. It's NBD, Mai." That left an uncomfortable prickling feeling somewhere in my chest. Here, want to take a look at my notes before class starts? Ajisai-san asked. Oh, right, thanks, I said. We all use that as the cue for us to go back to our desks. Oh, yeah. Come to think of it, while I might have recovered a bit of my MP mental points during my absence, in the end, I hadn't done anything to solve my underlying problems. I knew I needed to do something about them soon, and yet, I don't know, man. Still, worrying about it too much would use up my MP too. Honestly, the issue I had was that I really didn't have enough life experience or social skills to contend with this. So if I wanted to do something about it, my two options were either to fully heal up and then charge into a do-or-die boss fight, or else grind for social skills and level up. Since I didn't have enough time for the latter option, that meant I had to choose the former. Well, at the very least, I needed to get my mental health under control. If I didn't, I was just going to end up playing hooky again like I had the day before. My sister had nipped my ditching in the bud on day one, but it'd be no shock if I stayed absent for multiple days the next time this happened. I may not have believed in myself, but I sure did believe in my own patheticness. All right, then. Time to bite the bullet. Hey, you know what, Kaho-chan? I said when she came over to bring me her literature notebook. Yeah? What's shakin', Bacon? I hesitated. Kakaho-chan tilted her head quizzically. So, if Kaho-chan actually was the Minaguchi-san he knew, then that meant, say, if she became my close friend again and gave me advice. Then I could stand a chance at facing the challenges that were too daunting for me to handle alone. Gathering party members was the staple of RPGs after all. Yeah, nice excuse me. But I mean, we didn't have to talk about deep stuff either. It'd be nice enough just to talk about old times, and above all else, the thought of being close buds with Kaho-chan made me happy. Plus, she had no idea what I was like in junior high, you know? Yup, the excuses keep piling on. Still, excuses or not, I looked right at Kaho-chan. I thought I could see a similarity in her facial features, but the girl back in elementary school had been way shyer. If nothing else, I couldn't picture her being so aware of her own cuteness that she'd tilt her head to one side and go, "Yeah, what's shakin', Bacon?" Minaguchi-san didn't bear even the faintest resemblance to Kaho-kan, the biggest extrovert who ever lived. What should I do? YOLO it? I mean, if they turned out to be different people after all I had to do was apologize. Right. What did I have to lose? Apart from a night in bed writhing in awkward agony. So, I began. I don't think I can talk about it here, but, could we chat at lunch? Sure, but what's the big deal? Kaho-chan gave me a curious look and then started to hound me for answers. Ooh, what is it? Are you going to ask me out? She leered at me. Ajisai-san whipped around with a shriek of, huh? It'd be truly rotten for me to ask out Kaho-chan when both Mai and Ajisai-san had asked me out already. Believe me, I most certainly was not going to. At lunch, Kaho-chan met me behind the school building. What's going on? She asked. Why'd you ask me to come out here? Wait, are you legit asking me out? She put her hands on her cheeks and blushed. I said no. I screamed at the top of my lungs. Great. Now I was getting too embarrassed to spit it out. Kaho-chan was the only person in our whole friend group I didn't feel anxious talking to. She always took the initiative to be the dork or the butt of everyone's jokes, and I felt like she was really good at getting people to fall in step with her. To put it another way, it was easy for me to figure out the right thing to say when I was talking to her. It was kind of like there was a standard routine for how to chat with her, like we were following a script for a comedy routine. As a result, I realized just now that going off script with her made me super anxious. Still, I was the one who was taking up Kaho-chan's precious time, which meant I had no choice but to come out and ask. Hey, Kaho-chan, you see this? I pulled the photo from my pocket and showed it to her. This is you, right? Kaho-chan was silent. There was a smile on her face, but something was off about it. It almost looked like she was wearing a mask. Wait, hold on. Before my bewildered eyes, Kaho-chan stooped and picked up a rock off the ground. Hey, Rina-chin, do you know what mankind's oldest weapon is? She asked. Hello? The rock's all over the ground, Kaho-chan continued. By throwing enough stones, we've managed to take down fierce animals much, much larger than we are. You good, Kaho-chan. Step by step, Kaho-chan drew forward. She looked a good 2 or 3 times her normal size with the weight of human history on her back. So you're finally threatening me, Rina-chin? Then it's time to fight back with the wisdom of all mankind on my side. You'll never see the light of day again. Wait, it's not like that, I protested. No more arguments, she insisted. You're done for. Kaho-chan was attacking me. I know I said I wanted to level up to defeat the boss, but this wasn't what I meant. I grabbed the wrist of her raised arm and desperately tried to resist her. Kaho-chan pushed me over and I fell to the ground on my back. She straddled me. I was being hunted. It's really not like that, I swear. I screamed for all I was worth. It was time to resort to the most primal wisdom of mankind, language. I was just trying to find the girl in the photo so I could talk to her. I howled. Kaho-chan froze in place. Because I've been having such a hard time of things lately, I went on, and then I happened to open up an old photo album and saw that picture. I just thought it'd be nice to talk with the girl in the photo again. I swear that's really all it was. Kaho-chan stared down at me for a long while. You promise? Yeah, I promise. I had no idea how much she believed me, so I prattled on for dear life. And I'm sorry. Yeah, I guess it's not very nice to bring up the past, huh? I went and overstepped your boundaries because I was only thinking about myself. I'm sorry. I really am. I mean, if someone had suddenly exposed me as an introverted loser, I would be plotting a perfect crime too. I didn't know this was such a sensitive topic for her or anyone else, but it was still really stupid of me. I'm sorry, I said. I won't bring it up again, I swear. And of course, I won't breathe a word of it to anyone else. Please, Kaho-chan, just forget about it. Kaho-chan let out a tiny sigh. Then she tossed her rock aside and got up off of me. Was I safe? She slapped the dirt off her palms and then extended a hand to me where I lay on the ground. You and me have a lot to talk about, she said. Kaho-chan? The corners of her mouth turned up in a grin and she looked more grown up. As she smiled. How about after school today? Oh, Kaho-chan, I grabbed her hand hard. Yeah, sure thing. Ancient human wisdom could get the better of ancient human weaponry. I felt like I'd vicariously experienced all mankind's history of wars and reconciliations. I'd just made history myself. I wasn't 100% sure what had just happened, mind you, but that seemed like a good explanation. So, to make up for 3 years' worth of lost time, Kaho-chan and I set out after school for a nearby diner. She and I sat down across from each other at one of the tables. I stared idly at her as I ruminated. Looking back on it, I'd always been one of those kids who couldn't look people straight in the face when we talked. That must have been why I hadn't recognized Kaho-chan right off the bat. Suddenly, I started feeling kind of guilty about that.
Nah, no biggie, she said.
But I gotta say, I was hecka surprised you forgot about me. I'm sorry, I said. This was entirely my fault, so I had no choice but to layer on the apologies. But I mean, Kaho-chan, you seemed like a whole different person back then. You know, with the glasses and all. I had no idea you wear contacts. What is this, some kind of corny manga? She teased, chomping on a French fry. I mean, the Minaguchi-san I remember was more, well, you know, meek and mousy and a glasses geek, Kaho-chan offered. I was going to say well-mannered and quiet, Kaho-chan laughed. She had a point, but when Minaguchi-san talked about the things she loved, her eyes used to light up behind her glasses. I had loved seeing that. Yeah, and I guess I changed my last name and all, she said. Oh yeah. Yeah, that sure is a thing. I nodded jerkily, but Keiho-chan waved my concern away with a NBD kind of gesture. Her parents divorced and her dad remarried, she told me. But that's all it was. Oh, I said in a very unhelpful response. Kaho-chan snickered. BT dubs. I totally knew who you were from the moment I first saw you. I'm sorry. But if you knew, you should have said something. I mean, it'd be kinda hard for me to bring it up when you'd completely forgotten about me, Yano. Well, she did make a fair point. At any rate, I just figured, if you didn't recognize me, who cares? She said, we're in the same friend group and all, so we'd reconnect, you feel me? I just didn't expect you to finally notice halfway through the school year. My deepest apologies. But come on, I mean really. I hung my head and forced myself to say, but Kaho-chan, you're just so, well, we're so cute now. You think, huh? Well, then I guess it makes sense. Kao-chan cleared her throat a couple of times. Great, now I was worried she didn't believe me. I might have given off a bad impression if she thought I was just paying her empty compliments, so I kept going. You're super, super cute, Kao-chan. It's not just that you've got good features, you're totally radiant. You're like an idol. Your skin and clothes and accessories are all amazing, and you're so fashionable. You know exactly what to wear, you're so good at conversation, and you have such a cute voice, too. Whoa, time out, bestie, Kaho-chan interjected. She blushed slightly. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hog the conversation, I said. Nah, that's whatever. But I mean, Kaho-chan cleared her throat again. She looked away from me, almost like she was hiding her own embarrassment, and muttered, I mean, I'm only cosplaying a popular girl. What was that? I asked. Nothing. Kaho-chan swerved to switch topics. Hey, Rena-chin, did you know that you, haven't changed one bit? Huh? I cried. Is that really true? I instinctively put a hand to my chest. Kaho-chan had metamorphosed into a lovely butterfly, but I hadn't changed since elementary. That came as a bit of a shock. No, scratch the bit part. That was horribly shocking. Kaho-chan smiled at me and said, yeah, 'cause even back then, you always told me how you were the center of class. 'Member? I about died on the spot before forcing myself to laugh. Wow, did I really say that? Uh-huh, you got all the boys and girls together and taught them a whole bunch of new games. Your school always sounded like so much fun, and I remember wishing I could go there too. What? Was she making fun of me? No, she legit believed it. She deadass thought I was an actual extrovert. Happiness and despair assaulted me by turns. Yeah, that brings me back, I said. I'm sure I don't have to tell you, but everything that Kaho-chan was talking about was all nonsense I'd made up. The me of the past was hunting current me down with the Grim Reaper's scythe in her hands. Now it was too late to go back. But wow, okay. Did that mean Kaho-chan really thought I was popular? Hey, Satsuki-san, get a load of this, I thought. I can totally pull off being a popular girl. You're just too perceptive, so there. I mean, I don't think it was just Kaho-chan's awful eyesight to blame. I vowed then and there to never, ever tell the truth to Kaho-chan, if no one else. It was for my sake more than anything. She looked almost sad as she asked me, Hey, Rena-chin, did you grow out of manga and anime and stuff? Nah, no way. I listed off the handful of manga titles I still follow to this day. Most of my allowance went into buying video games these days, so the majority of my manga reading was on manga apps. But even if I'd stopped watching anime, there was no way I could quit manga cold turkey. But I mean, you're not into that stuff at all anymore, right? I asked. Huh, why would you think that? Well, because now she was so social and had so many friends. I was about to say that, but then shut my mouth. I was probably just being biased, Plus, even Ajisai-san watched magical girl anime. Kaho-chan grinned. I'm so totally into manga and stuff. I love it. Okay, let me be real. I think I'm a way bigger fan than I used to be. Her eyes glittered with the same light they once had before. So, what you into right now? So for the stuff that's out right now, for a good while, we digressed from our reminiscing about old times and got super into talking about various pieces of media. It was a conversation I normally never got to have. I love that one scene. This character's my favorite. That line was so cool. We took turns trading comments, relating with one another the whole time. We were having so much fun we lost track of time, and I kept feeling more and more mentally fulfilled by the moment. I couldn't remember having had such pure fun since summer vacation ended. Oh man, I was getting so emotional over it that I almost felt like crying. "Thank you, Kaho-chan," I said. "Huh? What for?" I sniffled back a tear. "I've been going through a lot recently, and it's wiped me out. I'm really, really glad we were able to reconnect." "Oh, yeah, you mentioned that," she said. So, what's you up?" "It's a whole cess story." Kaho-chan patted her chest. "Come on, hit me. We're buddies, right?" She lifted her index finger in the air like she was some sort of detective. "I know it's kinda cliché, but it makes you feel better to get stuff off your chest, you know? I know I'm not the real serious type for talking about deep stuff, but I used to be your best friend, right? So come on, lay it on me. It'll be in honor of our reunion." "Oh, Kaho-chan," I said. "But I mean, I dunno. The reason why I was so reluctant, naturally, was because Kaho-chan had a crush on Mai. I was sure she'd be pissed when she heard that Mai had gone and asked me out. But when I wouldn't talk, Kaho-chan looked at me in scorn. "Fine, whatever, I guess," she said. "We're both in high school now. We're totally different from how we used to be, right? Whatever. It sucks, but I guess them's the breaks." No, that's not what I meant," I said, waving my hands in protest. Kaho-chan propped an arm up on the table and rested her chin in her hand in a total sulk. "Oh God, what now?" "I just think you might end up wishing you hadn't offered to hear me out," I told her. "Yeah, but I'm the only one who can decide that, you know?" She said. "Well, true, and by the time I realized what I was doing, I was opening up to her. Well, I began. See, this summer. Ajisai-san asked me out." "Huh?" Kaho-chan said. "But that's not all. To be real with you, before all that, Mai asked me out too." "Say, what now?" I hid my face in my hands. But how do they expect me to choose either of them? I mean, it'd be a total waste for them to end up with the likes of me. I'm just common and plain, and I barely leave an impression on anybody. They're both way out of my league. For a while there, Kaho-chan said nothing and just sat in place trembling. Was she disgusted with me and my indecisiveness? Wah. She reminded me of a volcano moments before eruption. "Yeah," I prompted. And then seconds later she went, "What the heck?" Kaho-chan dragged me out of the diner, led me to a nearby riverbank, and threw me to the ground with a smack. Why on earth was I being shoved to the ground twice in a single day? "What the heck, Kaho-chan?" I cried. Have you lost your mind? Bathed in the light of the setting sun, Kaho-chan hefted a rock the size of her first. "Say, Rina-chin, do you know of this thing we call a rock? From time immemorial." Enough of that already. The dog walkers and other passers-by kept stopping and staring at our teenage weirdness. I scrambled to my feet and looked Kaho-chan dead on. Backlit by the sun as she was, I couldn't see all that well what sort of face she was making. "You know," she said, sidling up to me, "it's not too late. You can still tell me everything you just said was a lie, and I'll let you off the hook." She terrified me. "But I shouldn't even be on the hook to begin with," I said. "And besides, it's all true. I only opened up in the first place because you said I could tell you anything." "Oh, don't give me that crap," she snarled. Kaho-chan bore down on me and yanked me forward by the collar. "Eep." "What, you want to brag just 'cause you remembered me? Is that what you're trying to say?" "Oh no, I'm just too popular. Woe is me." "Is that it? You were born with a social silver spoon in your mouth, and you know it." "No," I insisted. "You think we live in two separate worlds, huh? 'Cause you're the big cheese, is that it? Now listen here, bub, I've never been so insulted in my life." I trembled at her wrath. I couldn't recall anyone ever being so angry at me before. Now that I'd made Kaho-chan blow her lid, I was rooted to the spot with horror. But even so, I couldn't sit there silently. You can't really think I'm bragging about being popular." I shoved her away. "Believe me, I could not be more of a hater for people who do that. I'm legit having a crisis about this." Oh, sure, I just bet you are, she sneered, having a crisis over what to choose more like. You have both chocolate cake and shortcake for dessert, and you can't make up your mind, huh? And meanwhile, what do I get, sugar water? Is that it? I mean, it's not like I have a choice in the matter. They were the ones who went and caught feelings. Cicadas hummed loudly around us, a lingering sound of summer. Not to be outdone by them, I raised my voice and screamed the worst possible things. The things I really felt that I couldn't say to anyone else. Ajisai-san and Mai both said they have crushes on me. Believe me, I have no idea why either. It makes zero sense to me. I'm the last person to understand why they would feel this way. I mean, I would never want to date me, and I keep telling them that. That's why this bothers me so much. I just don't want to hurt them. I looked down and balled my hands into fists as I bit my trembling lip. I couldn't stop the tears from falling from my eyes.
Oh, Renakchan, Kaho-chan said.
Her voice sounded gentler now. I looked up at her with streaming eyes. Kaho-cha, I began to say, but then fireworks exploded in front of my vision as Kaho-chan head-butted me. I fell to the ground, clutching my forehead. Well, now I was crying for a whole different reason. Kaho-chan squatted in front of me, mirroring my pose. She screamed, "Guess what? I don't give a frick." For a moment, I could once again do nothing but flap my mouth like a goldfish. But how? I finally said. I mean, with everything I have going on. Yeah, I heard you. She said, I heard everything, trust me, everything, and I wish I was you for everything. What's your freaking problem? Just pick one. Pick whichever one you like better. But if I do, I'll make one of them sad, I protested. Then pick AA-chan. That way I'll be there to comfort Mai afterward. Boom, problem solved. I don't think that's how it works. See, that's what I'm talking about, Kaho-chan snapped. When it comes down to it, you just want to show off how popular you are, don't you? You little friggin' fraggin'. Whoa, wait, hold on a sec. She grappled with me and pushed me over again, and I landed on my butt with a smarting pain. You've always acted like you're so special, Kaho-chan screamed. 'Cause in the end, everyone loves you. Well, good for you, getting life on easy mode. Everything goes your way, and you don't even have to lift a finger. God, I wish I was you. Wah! None of that's true. This time, I pushed Kaho-chan over, and now I was on top of her. I felt like I was having an actual fight, my first one ever. Everything most certainly does not go my way, I snapped back at her. But that hasn't stopped me from working as hard as I can. That's the only reason I even ended up as who I am today. You don't know shit about me, okay? Oh, I know plenty of shit. You're always smiling for no reason, but you're just trying to show everyone your good side so that no one will ever hate you. You're freaking lame, I squeaked. My hand moved on instinct and raised itself to strike. What's so bad about not wanting people to hate me, huh? I yelled back. I mean, I've never said a single word about wanting to date or anything, but that didn't stop them from asking me out, now did it? All I want is for us to keep hanging out and having fun together. Kaho-chan squeezed her eyes shut, but I couldn't bring my hand down to slap. Then she glared up at me from below. You're freaking lame, she said. I didn't say anything, but just sat there, eyes downcast. Kaho-chan pushed me off of her like I was a piece of junk. Once she got to her feet, she turned her, nose up at me, and humph. Whatever, she said. I'm going home. Then she grabbed her bag and left. I sat there on the ground for a while, even after she was gone. The evening breeze felt cool on my burning body. Summer, I could feel, was at an end. It startled my mom like nobody's business when I came home covered in mud. But even though my face was lined with tear streaks, I stuck to my story. I fell. I didn't want to go to school the next day so badly that I would rather have died. It had gone way past the point of being awkward, less crossing the line and more taking several running leaps across it. But if I stayed home, then it'd look like I'd accepted my defeat, or basically given in to what Kaho-chan had said. And the thought of that was too frustrating to bear. So I went to school even though I felt like I was dragging myself along the whole way. I was getting ready for class in a depressed funk when Kaho-chan barged in late. Hiya, she called, all chipper. There was a huge bandage on her forehead which our classmates grilled her about, but she just laughed off all their questions. Man, I really couldn't see any sign of my old friend Minaguchi-san in her. If I had to guess, I figured it must have been a ton of work to make Kaho-chan. She'd changed her appearance and the whole way she talked. I mean, now she was worlds better at communicating than I was. Considering how long she'd labored to get on the straight and narrow, she'd probably just inadvertently snapped when I showed up, still wet behind the ears, and told her all that stuff about Mai and Ajisai-san. Great. And just when I thought I'd made a friend I could talk to anything about. Okay, but you know what? This was the one time I was not going to apologize. After all, this was all her fault. It was completely one-sided, and she knew Jack, about me. I mean, sure, I probably could have been more careful about my word choice, but still. Ugh. I spent the whole day stewing over this. Kaho-chan and I wouldn't even look at each other over lunch as we ate. Every so often, we'd both try to speak at the same time, and then go, humph, and turn the other way. Given my will of steel, any reconciliation between us wasn't about to come from me, no ma'am. We weren't going to make up until I got an apology from her, and that was final. I refused to budge, not even when Ajisai-san tugged on my sleeve after lunch and worriedly asked, "Arina-chan, did something happen between you and Kaho-chan?" I had a will of steel, baby, and I didn't give a frick about Kaho-chan either, so there. But even though I thought that, what came out was, it's a long story. Then I laughed it off. Look, now it was time for me to be angry, Kaho-chan. After several days of this, I decided after school to try and talk to Kaho-chan to get my MP back, but if anything, the daily awkwardness had made my mental state sink even further down the drain. I felt like someone frantically attempting to pay back interest on a loan. At this rate, no matter how many times I rested at the inn, my MP would never recover in full. Then, as I trudged over to the shoe lockers, I happened to walk right into an incredible scene, namely, Kaho-chan screaming at the top of her lungs. "Fine, be that way. Frick you, Sa-chan." Kaho-chan wore her heart on her sleeve. But even when she was upset, it rarely felt like she actually meant it, that is, except for our recent tiff. And to be mad at Satsuki-san besides, I felt like I'd just witnessed a scandal, and I automatically hid in the corner of the hallway. "Fine," Satsuki-san sniffed. "Then if we're done here, I'm leaving." "You big cheapo," Kaho-chan yelled after her. I hardly think that's an appropriate thing for my employer to say. I peeked out of my hiding place and saw Kaho-chan and Satsuki-san squaring off in front of the shoe lockers. Even when facing a furious Kaho-chan, Satsuki-san was her usual unruffled self, probably thinking no more than, there's a rather strong breeze today. Classic Satsuki-san. Wait, oh crap. Satsuki-san had just noticed me. "Amaori," she called. I giggled awkwardly. "Hey there." Of all the places I did not want to be, in the middle of a fight between friends when I had no idea what was going on ranked right at the top of the list. Even as I stepped out, I wished with all my might to turn invisible on the spot. As casually as if nothing had happened, Satsuki-san said, "I know. Why don't you ask Amari?" "What?" Kaho-chan howled. I felt like copying her. I mean, Satsuki-san had to have noticed we were in the middle of a Cold War right now. So why didn't she seem to care? I was trying my best to stay out of her and Kaho-chan's fight and everything. "I really don't have a clue what's happening," I said, "but I'm sure there's no way I can stand in for Satsuki-san, whatever this is." "Well, you're not wrong," Satsuki-san said. "You knew I wasn't cut out for this, but you suggested me anyway." While Satsuki-san may have had the looks to rival Oduka Mai and showed unbelievable talent and charm 24/7, she unfortunately put in nowhere near as much effort as Mai did into her interpersonal interactions. She also spent a comparatively large chunk of her time alone. Satsuki-san may have had a lot going for her, but she used all of it for herself. Honestly, her determination to stick to this principle of hers couldn't be called anything but cool. "Very well," Satsuki-san said. "I'll let you handle this now, Amari." "Wait, hold on," I said. "Please don't leave the two of us alone." I made to change my shoes like the wind and book it out of there, but Kaho-chan blocked my path.
"Renek-chan," she said.
"Oh, could you, move out of the way, Kaho-chan?" I was still new to this whole business of fighting with friends, and as I was unsure what approach to take, the best I could do was kind of whimper at her. I couldn't be like, out of my sight, or take a hike, you know? I mean, that'd be pretty rude. Still, being rude didn't matter when you were mad at someone. Kaho-chan put her hand to her chin. Reina-chin, she muttered to herself. I mean, well, maybe that's my only choice. Yeah, this late in the game. But if I use Reina-chin, maybe work out. Yeah, I think I have a fighting chance. And then Kaho-chan fell to the ground at my feet in a bow. I'm so sorry, she sobbed. Huh? I cried. It's all my fault. I'm super duper sorry. Please forgive me. I'll never say another rude word in my life. I'm so sorry. Cross my heart and hope to die. It's all my fault, I promise. She talked so fast my mind stood no chance of keeping up. I said, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Whenever I opened my mouth to interject, groveling Kaho-chan shot me down with a suppressive fire of apologies. Heck, this kind of apology could even fit the definition of violence. Wait a minute. If other students happen to see Kaho-chan kowtowing to me in front of the shoe lockers, absolutely wild rumors would start flying around. Hold the phone. It's okay, Kaho-chan, I said. Get up, come on. Does that mean you'll forgive me? She fluttered her eyelashes. I said. Well, flutter, flutter, flutter. Okay, fine, I said. I'll let you off the hook just this once. Now get up already, will you? Yahoo! Kaho-chan jumped like she belonged in Super Mario and grabbed my arm. She shoved her grinning face right up into my personal space. Oh God, she was really cute. Thanks a bunch, Reina-chin. Come on, let's go back to being besties like we used to be. We'll put that little tiff behind us, McKay. Hey now, I said. As I ground my teeth in frustration, she looked right at me with those big eyes of hers. This puppy dog eyes plus cute girl attack was strong. Are you still mad at me? She asked. I mean, Kaho-chan looked as determined as a samurai and was ready to launch herself into another bow, so I grabbed her arm and stopped her short. Stop, 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 I said. I'm not mad, okay? I'm not angry at all. Aw, you're so sweet, she said. She purred like a kitten. What are you, the cat that got the cream? I grumbled as Kaho-chan snuggled up to me. This was the first time in my life I'd ever said anything this judgmental, and I'd never once imagined that I'd be saying it to Kaho-chan, the whole school's little sister of all people. It was mind-blowing to think we'd made up just like that. Well, no, the root issue was definitely still here. All of a sudden, I felt horribly fatigued. Maybe I was too weak against pretty girls. Hey, Reina-chin, Kaho-chan said. Or what now? Still clinging to my arm with one hand, Kaho-chan brought the other up to her mouth like she was making a secret deal and whispered, There's just one little thing you gotta help me with to prove that we're buddies again. Huh? I said. What with Ajisai-san's, Mai's, and then my own issues, I already felt like I was maxed out on things to worry about. And just when I felt ready to collapse under the weight of these concerns, the words that had just come out of Kaho-chan's mouth were like a thread of spider silk tossed down to me. Was it the thread that would allow me to climb up to heaven at last, or was I just about to be trapped and eaten? From where I stood, I had no way of knowing. Thus, with zero idea of what I was getting into, I walked home with Kaho-chan. So, did you know that back in ancient Greece it was totally normal for two dudes to be in love with each other? Kaho-chan asked. It's kind of funny how the social norms change so much with the times. I said. Ever since Kaho-chan had perked up a while ago, she kept feeding me snippets of trivia. I got the impression from her that she really, really, really didn't want to bring up the topic of our fight again. I guess I was the only one who still felt weird about the whole thing. I didn't know how I was supposed to handle someone I just had a huge fight with, and I felt totally lost. With that being said, since I didn't want to be led into the dark and be regaled with any more of her vast stock of knowledge about mankind's most ancient weapons, I asked her, Hey, Kaho-chan, what is it that you want me to do? Ooh, you want to know? She gave me the cute puppy dog eyes again. Her face and whole bearing were adorable, of course, but come on. I said, I'm not going to be cool with it if you make me, take a mysterious suitcase to the train station without telling me what's going on. Kaho-chan flashed a peace sign at chin height and gave me another incredibly adorable grin. She had quite a selection of different types in her arsenal. It's okay, she said. It's not fishy at all, I promise. Oh, but maybe just like a lil fishy. Like it'll spook you how not fishy it is. Prefacing a favor with the fact that it's not fishy only makes it seem worse, I told her. I mean, you're gonna have to show a little itty-bitty bit of skin, that's all, like a millimeter's worth. Just a teensy bit. Ah, I said. I just remembered that I have plans. See you later. Huh? Kaho-chan grabbed my hand. Come on, pretty please. Her whining sounded so sincere that I stopped in my tracks. Since Sa-chan told me no, you're the only one left I can rely on. She looked at me with the eyes of an abandoned puppy. Ugh, was this the legendary begging beam of Ashigaya High's little sister? Kaho-chan was a far cry from Satsuki-san, who lorded over others through fear. I felt like a training dummy who'd just been stabbed with the spears of guilt. I was horrible at saying no to things asked of me at the best of times, and Kaho-chan had asking for favors down to a science. Come on, Rina-chin, she said. It made me so happy to meet you again in high school and everything. Erg. Like an elementary school girl too shy to tell her crush she liked them, Kaho-chan twiddled her fingers as she looked at me. I just hate how things were so tense between us. Yeah, but you were the one who went out of your way to make things tense, I pointed out. Still, if I didn't forgive her after 3 rounds of groveling in rapid succession, even if none of them had any actually heartfelt apologies, then Kaho-chan would have had no choice but to shave her head in penance. The thought of Kaho-chan coming to school with a shaved head made me want to jump out a 3rd-floor window from guilt. As a newcomer to the whole fighting with friends thing, I didn't really know the process for patching things up either. So my desire to stubbornly stick to my guns battled with the hope of making peace and letting things get back to normal ASAP. Bah. Maybe there was nothing for it but to be brave, too. Kaho-chan and I were 2 different people, and there was no way we'd see eye to eye about everything. However, figuring out how much to accept and how much to forgive was a part of social interactions, right? Kaho-chan and I were both upset, but she'd apologized. That meant we could put it behind us. Sure, maybe I didn't feel that way deep inside, but relationships were basically contracts of mutual agreements and compromise. You know, funnily enough, there was a lot more to this fighting and reconciling thing than I thought. I took a deep breath. Okay, Kaho-chan, I said. Let's put it all behind us. Yippee, she cheered. Thanks, Rina-chin, and let me know when you turn down my, okay? I still haven't made up my mind about that. Had we really patched things up, I still had to be careful of Kaho-chan's roving eyes. Anyway, I said, how about you? You're not pissed at me anymore, are you? She said. I'm a lil annoyed still, but also it felt good to get all that out in the open. For real. Anyway, this is loads more important than all that. Love ya lots, Rena-chin. This freaking girl. What was with the slow voice and the monotone declaration of love? Maybe it was time to take that slap I'd saved up and use it now. But as much as I found that idea tempting, I couldn't actually slap her. Instead, I wearily asked, okay, so what am I supposed to be doing for you? I'll tell you if you promise to do it, Kaho-chan chirped. Come on, please, Rina-chin, please. I'm not going to do anything bad to you. Don't leave me, Rina-chin. Please. I groaned. But I mean, not cut out to show skin or whatever. As I tried to avoid her eyes, Kaho-chan whipped out the last ace up her sleeve. Fine, she said. I'll pay you. If you help me out the whole way, I'll pay you in cash. How does that sound? You know what money is, right? If you have enough, you could buy anything you want, even a whole country. Money, I cried. And if you do the full job. Kaho-chan raised 3 fingers. Hey, wait a minute. What, you'll pay 3,000 yen? I asked. As I'd pretty much depleted my savings on my summer vacation trip, money was very attractive, but all the same. Sure, I could spend 3K on new games, but I don't know, man. Kaho-chan's facial expression changed. She looked like a fox who just succeeded in dragging her prey into her den. 30,000, she said. 30? My eyes blew wide open. What on earth? Now sounding perfectly businesslike, Kaho-chan said, payment will be rendered on the day of service. You'll take home the cash on the same day. Yeah, no, this was some sketchy shit. Bye, I said. I'm out. Huh? Hey, wait up. Sorry, Kaho-chan, but I wasn't about to go for the bait. I was far too much of a good citizen for whatever this was. I shook off Kaho-chan's attempt at stopping me and sprinted away. Money's important, though, she called after me. Believe me, I know. But my MP was even more important than that. Please, don't give me even more things to worry about, I pleaded. For some reason, I kept running all the way home even after I left Kaho-chan far behind. After dashing through the front door, I threw my bag down in my room and slid headlong into bed, clinging to my one true love. Ah, my lifelong companion, the only being who could lift me out of boredom and make me proclaim my love to all the world, my PS4. It's so good to be home, Forkun, I said. I held it tight, nuzzling its cold, inhuman plastic casing. People were scary. I couldn't know what they were going to do to me, or what they were thinking at any given time. But you'd never betray me, Forkun. You're the one thing that's always here for me. I nuzzled it with my cheeks. Its hard chassis protected its internal drives and circuit boards. It was a solid, dependable creature. If I was a console too, then I would never need to worry about my right to exist ever again, and instead, I'd spend my days bringing joy to many people. I lay there like that for some time until my sister came to call me in for dinner but stopped short when she got to my cracked open door. We stared at each other in silence before she left and pretended like she hadn't seen anything. Heck, I don't think she wanted to even register that the girl sobbing and hugging the game console was actually related to her. Now the only one who understood how I felt, the one there for me both in sickness and in health, was Forkun. Thank you, Forkun, I said. Oh, you're so warm because I hit the power, I did guess. I decided to go to bed tonight with him in my arms like a little girl sleeping with a stuffed animal. His hard plastic body felt alien, and if I'm going to be honest here, I wasn't a fan of how much space he took up in bed. But still, I felt safer with him around. It was like he was protecting my heart, you know? I prayed that when I woke up, I would somehow be in the world of the game, a place with neither personal relationships nor social obligations. In such a place, I could be the owner of a singular legendary sword and an unrivaled unique ability. And even if I had a lot of friends who depended on me, I wouldn't need them. I'd still be the living legend capable of smiting the final boss entirely by myself. And was that really so much to ask for? I daydreamed until sleep eventually claimed me. When I woke up the next morning, I discovered that I'd kicked the PS4 off the bed and onto the floor in my sleep. Forkun? I cried. He wouldn't turn on. He was completely busted. How? I sobbed as I cradled his broken body. What have I done to deserve this? Please, someone please save him. My sister, on her way out for morning practice, opened my door a crack and looked at me, bawling my eyes out. She sounded utterly disgusted when she groaned, What have I done to deserve you? Hey, Rina-chan, Ajisai-san said, greeting me with a sunny smile the moment she walked into class. You're here early today, huh? Yeah, I hadn't meant to make anything of it. I just ended up at school early. But I made up my mind to put on a cheerful front before Ajisai-san, so I adopted a smile as bright as hers and waved back. Hey there, Ajisai. Rena-chan, are you okay? Wait, why are your eyes so swollen and red? Welp, I'd messed that one up. Total failure. Nah, I'm fine, I croaked. I'm totally. Okay, on TD.Ori, But a sob slipped out right in the middle of me saying that. I flopped down into my chair without even taking my backpack off first. Oh, great. Now Ajisai-san was looking at me all worried. Rena-chan, she said, you've really been going through a lot these days, haven't you? Oh, she'd noticed? I mean, yes, I had skipped school the other day, got super depressed, fought with Kaho-chan, and now this latest incident was the icing on the cake. I was trying to recover my MP, but I just kept on losing more and more of it. When would I ever catch a break? Do you want to talk about it? She asked. I mean, it's really not all that big of a deal, I said. I just broke my PlayStation, and now it won't start. Once I actually said it out loud, I realized it wasn't all that serious after all. Who cries over a broken game console anyway? What was I, an elementary school boy? The fact that this was the most upsetting thing, over all the other crap I had going on. Well, let's just say you could call me Beyonce, what with the way love had me looking so crazy right now. I expected Ajisai-san to burst into laughter and give me a scornful look. What? Are you for real? Punctuated with laughter. How stupid are you? Cue more laughter, but instead she looked just as downcast as I was. Oh, she said, that really sucks. Ugh, I felt bad for making her upset. I folded in on myself. Then Ajisai-san's hand moved, and she started to gently rub me on the head. Huh? I cried. Oh. I was so loud that she pulled her hand back and turned away. Her ears turned bright red. I'm sorry, she said. I wasn't thinking. Oh, okay. It startled me that she tried to pet my head right here in the classroom. Well, I mean, not like there was anything wrong with patting a friend on the head to cheer them up, right? But no, Ajisai-san had a crush on me. That meant that she was patting me because she liked me. Wait, she liked me? Ajisai-san liked me? Oh God, oh Lord, oh heck. I looked down and fell silent. Hey, Ajisai-san said, do you want to come over to my house again sometime? I mean, Ajisai-san blushed and laced her fingers together over her chest. Oh no, I didn't mean that in a weird way. It's just like, you still have the game disc, right? So why don't you bring it over and play it at my place? That's where I was going with that. Oh, I get what you mean, I said. But I still have a couple dozen hours to go before I beat the game, so I'd feel kind of bad holing up in your house the whole time. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, I'm sure it'd be a pain to come over that often, sorry. Nah, don't worry about it, I said. Honestly, having such a legitimate excuse to go over to Ajisai-san's house was a dangerous thing. I might start hanging out there regularly, and then it'd be like we were dating already. I appreciate the offer, I said, and I would like to hang out over at your place again and all. I really and truly meant that too. Ajisai-san looked away, embarrassed, and said, Okay, what was going on? This whole scenario left a weird, bittersweet taste in my mouth. Ajisai-san turned forward and, staring off into space, said, You know, I'm actually kind of glad. About what? I asked. Oh, well, your console breaking's awful, of course, but I mean... Oh, never mind. She waved that thought away and then pressed her hands over her chest. I meant that you always try to act cheerful in front of me. I'm glad that we got to be more real with each other again today, that's all. Oh. I hesitated to go on. Ajisai-san saw right through me. Yeah, I guess I really had been forcing myself because I was so scared she was going to clue into how awful I was. I'd been trying to make myself look better than I really was, and I thought I'd been doing just fine, but maybe I hadn't. Maybe I just looked like a pitiful mess in front of her. I have no choice but to die, I said. Huh? All the blood drained from Ajisai-san's face. Oh shoot, had I actually said that out loud? Wait, no, that's not what I meant. I had to live. Wait, I said. Do I really look that, off? Oh, no, you don't, she said, shaking her head. I was just thinking that you must be working really hard, that's all. You don't look weird or anything, I promise. As I wasn't good at picking up other people's emotions and whatnot, I was always entirely unprompted, imagining hidden nuance in people's words, working really hard, equal to biting off more than you can chew. I was just thinking equal to everyone else has picked up on it too. You don't look weird or anything equal to girl, you look so freaking weird. Blah. Pressing a hand to the beginning of a stomachache, I looked at Ajisai-san and tried to guess what she was thinking. Ajisai-san, I whimpered. If you had to pick, would you say you like the current me more or the past me? Huh? I have to pick? Well, I think I like whoever you want to be the best. I mean, it's probably all my fault you were forcing yourself to act happy, huh? Ajisai-san smiled in self-deprecation. I mean, I didn't have a good enough excuse, so I lapsed into silence. Sorry for springing that on you out of the blue, she said. I really startled you when I said that, huh? You know what I'm talking about. Ajisai-san blushed prettily, even though it was early enough that there weren't many other classmates here yet. And even I, as dense as cadmium, knew what she was referring to, the time she'd asked me out. I shook my head. No, don't worry about it. I mean, It made me happy, I think. Ajisai-san giggled. Thanks. I really had to work up the courage to ask, so hearing you say that's a big relief. Hey, I said, looking at Ajisai-san out of the corner of my eye. Can I ask, why me? Huh? She said. Oh, why did you? Me? Why, ma'am? I looked down at my lap. The reason I explicitly asked her was my own lack of self-confidence. But even if she told me the reason why, I wasn't going to believe her, I really hated that I was like this. Yet Ajisai-san gave the question some serious thought anyway. I think it's because people's personalities are like Legos, she said. What? She used the index fingers of her 2 hands to trace a couple of rectangular blocks in the air. See, Legos come in lots of different shapes and sizes, right? Some fit together perfectly and some don't. I think I was made to fit with a lot of people's blocks, but all that means is that I'm a pretty common shape. I was mesmerized as I sat there listening to Ajisai-san take her time to get the words out. Your Lego is just shaped a little differently, so maybe you wouldn't fit together with a lot of people. But yours is the best shape for me. So you mean, like, we're compatible? I asked. Yeah, so it's not about who's better and who's worse or whatever, because I like your shape. I was at a loss for words. I'm sure Ajisai-san really believed that, but in my world, it definitely did boil down to who was better and who was worse. Honestly, if I was still a loner, I'd have never met Ajisai-san for one simple reason, because she was better and I was most definitely worse. Anyone could see that, clear as day. Therefore, it was only common sense that I had to try and get on her level. Great. Now my head was a mess again. Hey, Ajisai-san, I said. I wanted us to stay friends because I didn't want to disappoint her. And I almost started to say that too, but in the end, the words wouldn't come out. Maybe they should have, though. Then I would have told her she was wrong about us being compatible, and this would have ended without me hurting her. Thanks, I said quietly. Yeah, no problem. Ajisai beamed at me as prettily as a flower blooming on the side of the road on the way to school. Yeah. When it came down to it, I really liked her. And now that I knew about her feelings for me, I couldn't be as thoughtless as I used to be and spout the OMG, I like you so much, and I'm such a fan comments I once did. Sure, it was a matter of course that I'd like Ajisai-san when she was so kind and deeply, deeply considerate. But here's the thing. I liked Mai and Satsuki-san too. Oh, and of course, Kaho-chan. Well, did I? Okay, yeah, I'll throw her on the list. At any rate, I didn't know if there was a difference in the way I liked any of them. I had no idea. And yet I had to pick between Mai and Ajisai-san. And then, well, I had to hurt one of them. None of this was anyone's fault, but what had I done to deserve this? Reina-chan, Ajisai-san said. If I kept my head down and didn't say anything, I knew I'd just make Ajisai-san worried again. That meant I had no choice but to force myself to act cheerful. Ugh, what a vicious cycle. I still felt all out of whack afterward, but Ajisai-san pretended not to notice. How pathetic of me to go and saddle her with that burden. As we were packing up to go home after school, suddenly, wild teenage boys appeared. Oh God, boys. This was a co-ed school, so I'm not sure what I expected. But Hey, what's up, Senna and Amari? One of the guys said. How's it hanging? Said the other. You two got a sec? They were none other than the handsome Shimizu-kun and Fujimura-kun, and they were speaking Jaman esse. Yeah, what's up? Ajisai-san said, answering for me as if she were my interpreter. I think she was covering for me, but playing it off like it was nothing. God, she was just too helpful. Nah, it's just... Damn, this is hard to spit out, said one of the guys. Yeah, for real, said the other. Why? What's going on? Ajisai-san asked. The boys looked at each other. Man, where should I start? Said Fujimura-kun. Oh yeah, so there's this dude named Kaidu, right? Used to be on our team back when me and Shimizu did junior soccer. Man's a crazy good defender and hella strong. Me and him were rivals, and then one day when our team went on a ski trip, we got lost and had a real close brush with death. What he's trying to say, Shimizu-kun jumped in, is that this dude who goes to another school was hoping to get a chance to talk to you, Senna. Huh, me? Ajisai-san said. She put a hand to her mouth. Wait, now I wanted to hear about that near-death experience. Yeah. You know that photo on Insta you took with us? Fujimoto-kun asked. He said you were kinda cute. You want to come join us and hang out with him sometime? Said Ajisai-san. Based on my understanding of how Ajisai-san fundamentally worked, she wouldn't say no as long as she didn't already have any other plans. Maybe they were inviting both of us, but I flatly refused to entertain the possibility. I also feel the need to inform you that I didn't feel even the slightest bit of jealousy that Ajisai-san was to go hang out with guys. From other schools. I mean, duh. Ajisai-san was a miraculous global treasure, so to have her stuck with me all the time was actually a loss for her. Ajisai-san tapped a finger to her chin and then made an apologetic gesture. Nah, actually, I'm not really in the mood today, she said. Huh, how unusual. The guys didn't seem especially fazed that she'd turned them down. Fujimura-kun just nodded and went, Sure, that's chill. Yeah, we'll tell him nah, said Shimizu-kun. Sorry for springing that on you. No, I'm sorry too, Ajisai-san said. Nah, don't worry about it. Kaido's not just built like a brick. Man's an emotional rock too. He'll be fine. And then they both left. This Kaido-kun sounded like a real good dude, actually. Ajisai-san waved goodbye and then exhaled slightly. I turned them down, huh? She said. You sure did. A certain possibility crossed my mind and made me shiver, which caused Ajisai-san to grin. Oh, this wasn't about you, Rina-chan, she said. I have things I want to get done today, too. You know, I've recently started taking baby steps toward realizing that it's okay to turn people down, even if I don't have anything going on. Really? I asked. Uh-huh. Sure, she looked cute when she stood there smiling and telling me that, but she was too radiant to my eyes. I felt like she was showing me the fundamental differences in our makeup. And that made things, well, a little hard for me. Just then, I saw a girl leaving the classroom. Oh, I said, grabbing my backpack and rising. Sorry, Ajisai-san, I need to go. See you tomorrow. Yeah, sure thing. Catch you later, Rina-chan. I scooted out of the classroom with our goodbyes barely finished and almost ran down the hall trying to catch up with the girl ahead of me. Among the whole quintet, she was the one person I felt like I could talk to without getting too flustered. When I fell into step beside her, she glanced at me and tilted her head. Do you need me for something, Amaury? She asked. Oh, nah, not really, I said. I was just, wondering if we could walk home together. Suit yourself? Satsuki-san turned around again to face forward with a bored expression. I remembered when she'd told me she'd never liked me all that much to begin with. You know, given how much I didn't want other people to hate me, I think Satsuki-san might have been the person I felt most comfortable around. She was cold to everyone, the flip side of how Ajisai-san was kind to everyone. I knew she'd be mean to me no matter what, so I didn't have to get my hopes up for anything better. We could just always stay friends forever. There was something oddly calming about the way she looked at me like I was a deplorable weed. Is Sina all right? She asked me. Eep! Well, so much for calming. I felt like she'd just headshotted me. How much do you know, Satsuki-san? Nothing major, she said. I don't particularly care, really. It's only that you're such a hopelessly dishonest sort that I've more or less gathered there's an issue. Ouch. I'm just trying to do my best to get through the day, you know? It's not like you have a choice in the matter, she said. Some people are such scum that they can be horrid nuisances merely by existing. Wait, there's legit people like that? That's horrible. Satsuki-san stabbed me with a cool look. Ow. We passed through the school gates and began walking to the train station. My shoulders slumped. Hey, I said, what do you think I should do? It's none of my business, she replied, but let me give it some thought. Satsuki-san looked like she genuinely didn't care, but she didn't let that stop her from considering my plight anyway. Oh, my good friend Satsuki-san, always coming in clutch. I think you'd be fine doing what you want, no? She said. If you choose either of them, or choose neither, that's also an option. The one or ones you didn't pick will still feel sad either way. Guh. I mean, I'd been thinking the exact same thing, but it felt so much more real when she said it flat out like that. Again, it's none of my business, she added. I don't know whatever it is you and Sena have talked about. Goodness, if it isn't one thing with you, it's another. I'm not a customer service rep, you know. Satsuki-san glared at me. Yikes. You're right, though, I admitted. I've really been half-assing my way through all of this. You have, she agreed. But if you'd chosen Mai from the start, I doubt Sena would have been able to voice her feelings. Someone's right answer is always someone else's unhappy answer. It's exactly like that three-way match of ours, because when you won, Mai and I lost. Wait, I said. But if I hadn't won, I would have ended up in major trouble. If I'd won, you also wouldn't be struggling with this issue right now, she pointed out. Huh? She said it so nonchalantly that it made my heart skip a beat. Had Satsuki-san won, not only would she and I be dating, but we'd be engaged to be married. I guess she'd be waking me up in the mornings, drilling me before exams, joining me in the tub at night, and washing me down with that sexy bod of hers. An outrageous idea, that. But I suppose I really wouldn't have been worried about Mai versus Ajisai-san if that were the case. I'm pretty sure that would have given me a whole new set of things to struggle with, I told her. Well, that's the point. She elegantly ran a hand through her hair. Life is all about decisions. We aren't omnipotent, so we don't know what the future might hold. We have no choice but to continue with the decisions we've made, even if, yes, we know we'll regret these decisions. My backpack felt all the heavier as her profound words sunk in. You're really grown up, Satsuki-san, I told her. I'm really not, she said. No more than you are. All I do is live with regret for my past actions just as you do. It's like how I knew going to school with Mai was a bad idea, but I couldn't not go. As I gazed into the depths of the enmity contained within her eyes, I decided to cut this conversation short before it went any further in that direction. First things first. Relationships are so complicated, I said. Satsuki-san pulled some writing utensils from her bag. They are, she agreed. Here, let's draw a chart of your current situation. Wait, a chart? Satsuki-san's eyebrows furrowed as she walked along taking notes. Who is this for-kun? She asked. He's my emotional support, I said. He's kind of broken at the moment, though. Ah. Satsuki-san did not pursue the matter further, which I think was her way of being kind. Oh, you made an error, I pointed out. The line going from you to me is supposed to say, absolute best friends who cherish each other deeply, right? It agonizes me to know that you never behave this shamelessly around other people, she said, as she closed her notebook with a snap. You needn't answer me right away, and it doesn't really matter a bit to me whether or not you answer to begin with. However, if you aren't planning on responding to Sena soon, why not take a detour first? Wants to be girlfriends. A wants to be best. Friends, 0 friends. Pain in the ass. Object. Worship girlfriends wants to be. Please, get. Quarreling wants her. Assistance, true, love. Me, fixed B. 4, coon, 13. What do you mean by a detour? I asked. In order to make it until the end of survival mode, don't you need to stockpile your weapons first? Sometimes, taking a detour is actually the shortest road of all. Oh, Satsuki-san, I cried. It's so nice of you to use a game analogy so that I'd actually understand what you mean. I can feel the friendship coming off you in torrents. Oh, I'm so happy. You're right. I want to keep leveling up so that someday I can face any kind of trouble and take care of you for a change. I'm sure you have more important things to worry about than me, she said. A sense of morals for one, or societal standards. Her encouragement made me perk up a little. But, a detour? What would make for a good detour? Going into the mountains and training under a waterfall was out of the question. I guess I could try a new type of makeup to make myself more feminine. Maybe? This was me we were talking about. And now, Satsuki-san continued, this wraps up our conversation. Huh? Satsuki-san pointed at a girl standing waiting for us in front of the train station. Heya, the girl called. It was Kaho-chan. Wait, hello? I leave her in your able hands, Kaho, Satsuki-san said. You got it, Kaho-chan chirped. Now come on, Reina-chan. Wait, what's going on? I said. Satsuki-san, did you just sell me out? But we swore to be friends forever. Forever, Satsuki-san, Satsuki-san. Satsuki-san walked away without so much as giving me a parting glance. Kaho-chan, meanwhile, grabbed my arm and dragged me into the station. Frick you, Satsuki-san. Kaho-chan grinned as she walked next to me. You didn't need to be so forceful, I grumbled. Thanks for agreeing to hear me out, Reina-chin, she said. Nah, it's nothing, I said. I mean, I'm just in it for the money. It was all because 4-kun was busted. At this point, I had no choice but to send him in for repairs. I'd looked it up over lunch, and it seemed like the price would vary a lot depending on whether he needed any of his parts or even his circuit board replaced. But my piddly allowance wasn't going to cut it for even the cheapest repairs, so I needed cash. Ugh. Hey, do you think maybe Kaho-chan broke 4-kun in my sleep? With like telekinesis or something? Oh, hey, by the way, I said, what's up with you and Satsuki-san? How come you two are running a whole badger game kind of thing? Are you two? Kaho-chan said. You want to know? Me and Sa-chan are just buddies. She put her hand to her mouth and giggled with a leer. Her smug attitude pissed me off. I mean, yeah, I do want to know, I said. After all, Satsuki-san was my precious friend, thank you very much. Yes, she and Kaho-chan might also have been as thick as thieves, but your point? Oh well. Guess I have to make an exception and spill the tea, huh? Kaho-chan said. See, Sa-chan helps out by working with me. It started off with me asking her on a whim, because I figured there was no harm in trying, Yano. But then she said she wanted to earn some cash, and so now it's a win-win all around. Oh, okay. So they had a business relationship. Certainly nothing worth worrying about. It wasn't like my relationship with her, where I'd shared a bath with her and even kissed her. I mean, I'd been forced into both of those situations, but still. At any rate, was this work she mentioned the same thing that she wanted me to help with? This work of yours sounded fishy as heck to me, I said. But if Satsuki-san's been involved, then that's some comfort. You wouldn't tell from looking at her. But she's a real pushover, said Kaho-chan. You think so? Well, Satsuki-san was a pretty good caregiver, all things considered. She also had a sense of trustworthiness about her, like you could ask her for help and know that she'd respond. Kaho-chan, are you sure you're not just taking advantage of her? Ouch! All I did was ask really, really sincerely. Still, she did tell me no, like 100 times before she gave in. Geez, I said, if you were any more mentally stable, they'd put horses in you. For some reason, talking with Kaho-chan always made me so flippant. Maybe you get in a fight once and then it's no holds barred afterward. At any rate, whatever Kaho-chan was going to ask me to do was bad enough that Satsuki-san had said no 100 times. Why? Oh, why? Did I say yes the first time she asked? It's 'cause Sa-chan's so pretty, you know, Kaho-chan said. She's got a cute face, a good head on her shoulders, and one rockin' bod. She's totally godlike. I'm her biggest fan. I agree 100%, I said. But I thought you were more of a my fan, right? Kaho-chan chuckled. Please, don't think I switched faves just because you were about to snatch her away. I've been into Sa-chan for ages. I felt a little nervous when she casually brought up the topic that had spawned our fight, but Kaho-chan looked like she'd already forgotten all about the business of the other day. She tugged on her black shirt with its high neckline. See what I'm wearing? She said. It's Sa-chan's color. Because it's black? I said. Isn't that kind of a stretch? I just love pretty girls like her who are so put together. Kaho-chan went on as she clasped her hands together. I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone does. I nodded along instinctively. Yeah, that's beauty for you, right? We both sighed in admiration and nodded like a couple of connoisseurs. Almost felt like this was a conversation our classmates, Hasegawa-san and Hirano-san, would have. Man, talking like this with her brought me back to old times, back when we discussed our favorite characters in cram school. Just as that thought crossed my mind, Kaho-chan broke out into a grin. Hey, remember how we used to talk like this in cram school? Huh? I said. Oh, yeah. I felt oddly bashful as those old fond memories came rushing back. Kaho-chan had become such a dazzling, adorable person, and sometimes I felt nervous just standing next to her. But even so, I felt way more relaxed than I had before, and I could grin at her so much more naturally. Maybe it was for the best that we'd had a fight and laid everything out in the open like that. This way, we had nothing to hide from each other. I guess everything in life happened for a reason. Now I was finally starting to see the silver linings in clouds, which was the secret to success in a life that was permanently overcast. Just the thought soothed my anxiety. I asked Kaho-chan, "So, where are we going today?" "Oh, my place," she said. "Wow, really?" That meant I'd have been to every one of my friends' houses. First was Mai's, then Satsuki-san's and Ajisai-san's. And now here was Kahoshin's bringing up the rear. "Come on," she said. "I know getting invited over to a girl's place can be nerve-wracking, but you don't gotta be so stiff." "I'm really not nervous is the thing," I told her. "Why not? You should be." "Okay, fine. My parents won't be home till late. Take that." "Thank God," I said. "That means I can be in and out without having to meet your parents. And we have 100 tigers free roaming the yard, so tear. That's not something to be nervous about. That's just straight up lethal." We arrived at her house still bantering. Her place looked a lot like mine, but the first thing to catch my eye in her big yard was a doghouse. "You guys have a dog?" I asked. "Yep," she said, "but we keep her indoors this time of year because it's still hot. She stays indoors in the winter too because we feel bad about her getting cold. Ever since Dad remarried, he's been all over my stepmom, so Mokeko's the only one who really cares about me in this family." "Ouch," I said. "That's some serious stuff. My family had never had a dog or cat, so I didn't know how things worked with other people's pets. The closest thing I had to pets were my Pokemon, and those didn't count." "Thanks for having me," I said. "Make yourself at home." There was an untidy heap of shoes in the entranceway. Kaho-chan had never mentioned having any brothers or sisters, but it sure didn't look like she was an only child. Maybe these belonged to her stepmom's family. "Here, this way," she said, beckoning me as I put on a pair of dog-themed house slippers and followed her up to the second floor. The place felt lived in, I decided, as I crossed the hallway and walked into her room. The sewing machine in the corner immediately drew my eye. Kaho-chan must have known how to sew. When I looked closer, I also saw colored boxes full of fabric and shelves covered with sewing items all over the room. The whole thing felt really girly. Kaho-chan sidled up to me and gave me the puppy dog eyes, her large pupils almost cat-like. "So, what you think?" she said. "See how we're alone? You get nervous yet?" Well, that gesture was a little startling, or maybe just cute. "Why are you trying so hard to make me flustered?" I asked. "'Cause that's the best mindset for you to be in if I'm going to make you do what I want." That's a lot more logical than I expected. And dirty, too. Kaho-chan giggled cheekily. Every single one of her gestures was adorable but oh so irritating. Seriously, where had she learned to act this way? Had she been training in cuteness in the hyperbolic time chamber or something? Suddenly, Kaho-chan whipped out her phone. "Oops, sorry," she said. "Could you give me a sec to respond to my messages? I get so many it takes like forever to clear them all. I've got 999 messages in my inbox right now." From a single day? That's a ton. Does she not think that's a bit much? I found it difficult just to check when I had 10 at a time, never mind responding to all of them. Kaho-chan screamed, her fingers flying with the speed of a fighting game pro. When I side-eyed her so as not to read the messages themselves, I saw her busting out texts faster than I could type at my keyboard. Then she went, "Okay, done. Calm down, speed demon," I cried. Kaho-chan flung her phone on the bed. She lived her life at a pace way too different from mine. We had to be equipped with a whole different engine. If Kaho-chan was a sports car, then I was a pullback toy car. Kaho-chan pretended to think for a second for my benefit and then wagged a finger at me. Whatever. I mean, it doesn't matter if I blow him off a bit, you know? After all, I'm here to give all my attention to you, Rina-chan. That sly fox. If you think that cute act will make it easier for you to get me to do what you want, you've got another thing coming. I snapped at her. "Oh?" Kaho-chan shimmied up to me. "Hey now," I thought. Then she pressed her ear to my chest. Oh gosh, she was so close. I could smell her hair, and it smelled nice. "What?" I said. "Why this all of a sudden? You see, Rina-chan." Kaho-chan leered at me. "Your heart's beating awfully fast." "It's not. And it wasn't beating fast when you were pulling all that other stuff either. Geez. Every living thing has a heartbeat, you know. Kao-chan continued to smirk evilly as she stared straight at me. I couldn't handle it, and so I looked away. Look, it's not that she was making my heart pound or anything, but I was too socially awkward to make eye contact. Yes, I knew it was a sorry excuse. Now that I think about it, Kaho-chan said, you did say you were fretting over Mai and Ah-chan asking you out. Does that mean, Rina-chin, are you into girls? No, God, I kept having to refuse this over and over and over. I'm not into girls, okay? None of you will believe me. Your heart skipped a beat just then, Kaho-chan pointed out. Yeah, but you'd get all flustered if Mai started pursuing you too, wouldn't you? Duh, said Kaho-chan. But I already like Mai. My heart would skip a beat because I like cute girls. She poked my cheek. And I like you too, Rena-chin. Eep! Kaho-chan gave me a teasing grin, her little fangs sticking out, and I backed away without thinking. She seemed to be having more fun by the moment. Oh ho, I see, she said. I should have skipped the money and the crying and gone for this right from the start. Look, I know I'm pathetic, okay? God, how had I ended up like this? It was all Mai's fault. Still, the fact that it hadn't let up at all made me think I'd sort of been like this right from the start. But the reason my heart rate accelerated whenever I saw a cute girl was because I longed to be one of them. My heart yearned to be in the company of those cute, outgoing girls. So, once I was recognized as one of their number, surely this little problem would fix itself. One could only hope. Mai, Satsuki-san, and Ajisai-san are one thing, I said. But I can't believe that. You could make my heart skip a beat. Not when I've known you for years. How frustrating. Maybe the reason I hadn't been able to slap Keikaho-chan during our fight was because I hadn't wanted to hurt such a pretty face. It was a loss for me. Kaho-chan cackled like the demon toying with my emotions that she was. Just you wait, I said. You'll pay for this someday, I swear. But I'm not shameless like you, Rina-chin. I don't get all hot and bothered the second I run across someone cute. You little. I cried. You said you liked me, okay? You're an evil temptress. An evil temptress? I kind of like the sound of that. Kaho-chan grinned in delight. Ooh, just you wait, I thought. You're gonna get it. Honestly, I don't mind just staying here and flirting with you the whole day. Look, if you don't need anything from me, I'll just go home. And now that you've brought it up, let's talk business. Kaho-chan ushered me out of her room toward the one next door. It'd probably be faster just to show you, she said. There was a nameplate on the door that read, "The Cursed Realm, Death and Hell await, no trespassing." This is going way overboard, I shouted. What on earth did she mean? It was faster to show me this. Now, Kaho-chan cried, I shall break the seal. She pulled a little key out of her pocket and put it in the doorknob. The time has come to free the demon locked away for 500 million years. What on earth do you have that's been shut up since the Cambrian period? I asked. The apex predator of the ancient world, the Anomalocaris. As Kaho-chan was constantly being ridiculous, she left me with no choice but to bring her back to reality. Was this also a part of her plan? Was I really this easy to read? Was it really such fun leading me along by the nose? As I screamed internally, Kaho-chan locked eyes with me and smirked. Erg. Felt like I'd never be able to get the upper hand against her, and I meant that in a different way than I did about Satsuki-san. Come on, Renako, don't give up, I told myself. She started at the same place as you back in elementary school. Now, open sesame, Kaho-chan cried and yanked open the door with a flourish to reveal. Well, not a glittering treasure trove, of course, but there were tons and tons of clothes on racks. I couldn't imagine that all of them were Kaho-chan's, but it was still impressive. Seeing this many outfits reminded me of an idol or a model's dressing room. These are all my beloved costumes, Kaho-chan said. Wait a sec, I said. These weren't just ordinary clothes. Some were dresses covered in huge bows or gothic Lolita outfits with distinct color palettes. Others were uniforms we didn't wear at Ashigaya High. There were also a couple of maid outfits with odd designs, sitting side by side with cat ear hoodies, and a row of colored wigs. This wasn't a dressing room. It was a cosplay costume room. Kaho-chan giggled in triumph. Whatcha think? She said. Pretty cool, huh? This is amazing, I breathed. Did you make all of these? That's beyond amazing. She even had swords, guns, and armor pieces nicely set up on display. I felt like I'd just walked into a costume shop. Then, with a gasp, the door to the memories that had been sealed for a good bit less than 500 million years creaked open ominously. Kaho-chan said, as I pointed a trembling finger at her. You, I said. You're Najapatine cosplayer. Oopsies. Kaho-chan touched her cheek and broke out into a bashful grin. You found out, huh? Aw, it's kinda embarrassing to hear it out loud. No one at school's ever noticed, so I guess that makes you my first. She poked the area near my collarbone, much to my annoyance, as it made me squeak. I'd accidentally stumbled upon a photo of her and Satsuki-san cosplaying while I was on that trip over summer vacation, and the account that had uploaded. It was Najapodine cosplayer. Of course, with all the makeup and editing, she seemed totally different, but there were still traces of her normal self there. Above all else, the decisive evidence was that I could see how she'd gone from Koyanagi Kaho to Nagipo. It must have been an enormous shock to find out that my friends were cosplayers. But even so, how did it slip my mind until this very moment? I guess I must have had 0 kilobytes of storage left. Kaho-chan had bookshelves in her costume room too, and these were filled with anime Blu-rays and manga volumes. Kaho-chan picked up one of the latter and hugged it to her chest. I can't draw or write stories, she said, so cosplay is my way of showing my love for the work. And once I started, I could never look back. Oh, wow, I said. Nowadays I do it because I love it, of course, but I also think it's nice to spread awareness of the series I like with my costumes. That's how I got hooked on it, and now here we are. She gestured broadly to show off the room and then rubbed the spot above her lip. Looking back on it, I guess I've come a long way. You're honestly incredible, Kaho-chan. I liked video games, sure, but I never felt the need to enter tournaments or anything. And I'd never thought about making everyone else see how fun the game was. Although, if more copies sold, the devs'd be more likely to put out a sequel, and games were always fun with more players. So maybe there was a point to this after all. Still, there was no freaking way I could do this kind of thing. That's why I thought Kaho-chan was so incredible for coming to this decision and pulling it off. Aw, stop, she said. You'll make me blush. I think this is the first time I've really looked up to you, I said. Excuse me. She whacked me. I've given you loads of things to admire. It must have taken her a ton of courage to come out to me as a cosplayer. Lord knows it certainly set me on edge to admit that I was a gamer, let alone anything like this. Well, maybe this was in return for me telling Kaho-chan about Mai and Ajisai-san or something. Kaho-chan rummaged through the clothes racks as I stood there thinking, which one'll work? She hummed. Oh, it's gotta be this one. Yeah, for sure. She drew out a bunny-maid costume complete with rabbit ears. It was from an anime that had aired a little while ago but still had a big following. I recognized it instantly because it came across my Twitter timeline so often. If Kaho-chan had really made this herself, that was awe-inspiring. Oh, are you going to put on a costume for me? I asked. The thought made me really excited. Considering how cute Kaho-chan was and how cute the costume was, how cute would the finished product be? One could only assume scarily good. But Kaho-chan shook her head. Nuh-uh, she said with a leer. This is your costume, Rina-chin. Huh? What? I cried, standing in Kaho-chan's room stripped down to my bra and undies. Wait, no, this is a bit. I tried to use my hands to ward off Kaho-chan's eyes, but she ran them all around me, checking me out as if she were sampling my entire body. Wow, she said. Your boobs are ginormous. My face immediately heated up at that presumptuous comment. Excuse me, where do you get off saying that? Kaho-chan grabbed a rope-looking thing and snapped it in front of me. What are you going to do to me with that thing? Well, what would you like me to do to you? I tried backing away, but Kaho-chan kept on coming. Stop, I said. Please spare me. Stay away. Calm down, she said, still chuckling. No! Kaho-chan's arms twined about my waist, and, a few seconds later, she stepped back with my measurements. Ugh. I groaned. I told you not to. Ho ho, she said. I see. Not half bad if I do say so myself. I groaned some more, tears trickling down my cheeks as Kaho-chan carried on with the tape measure. What kind of punishment was this? Having my smaller, cuter classmate take my measurements. She sized my hips and bust as I stood there devastated. Alas, my private information. Why are you doing this to me? I moaned. I need to measure you to tailor the dress to fit, duh, she said. Those honkers of yours would rip right through my poor costume. Can you please stop going on about my bee-boobs? I covered my bra with both hands. I normally would have been like, oopsie, sorry you had to see that, but I felt mortified when she kept drawing attention to them. We were girls going through puberty, for Pete's sake. Also, what do you mean by tailor? I asked. For you to wear, she explained. You'll be wearing that cute costume of mine. Gotcha. Really, I'd had the vague feeling she'd do this for a while now. Satsuki Senhat allowed Nagipo-chan to take a shot of them both, but I couldn't picture Moon-san willingly choosing to do cosplay of her volition. Granted, she was clearly a total stranger to me, but I was still convinced of this. If you asked Moon-san if she liked cosplay, she seemed like the type to go, about all I know is cellophane tape. That meant Mutsuki-san had been in it for the money, and since she was busy now, that role had passed to me. I was prepared for something this tough, because you didn't earn 30,000 yen easily. But it was fine. It was 1,000,000 times better than being forced to stand at a cash register and strike up conversations with strangers. Can I ask if you, chose me for this because of my boobs? I said. If she had, she'd have been better off asking Ajisai-san. Wait, but Ajisai-san couldn't be made to prance about in such skimpy clothing. Kao-chan looked serious and shook her head. Nah, she said. I just thought your whole vibe would be perfect for the character. What do you mean? I asked. Like, let's say you have a standoffish tall girl with long black hair. You can't have a flirtatious little cutie like me play her, A hypothetical situation, I was sure, and one that just so happened to describe our classmate's particular features exactly, but I got what she meant. Well, the boobage was also a perk, Kaho-chan acknowledged. 2D characters are busty by default, so these costumes look better if you have the chest for 'em. My eyes naturally traveled to Kaho-chan's chest. It was as flat as a board. Kaho-chan promptly gave me the stink eye. You're a big old perv, Rina-chin, she said. After the things you just said to me? Darn this girl. She wouldn't ignore even a single chance to take pot shots at me. Well, I can always make my own boobs, so it's not really a big deal, Kaho-chan went on. I can wear a nubra, or I can wind cloth around my chest or make something out of silicone. I'm free to have as big or as little titties as I want. Boobs are accessories in the cosplay world. Interesting. But personally, I totally wish I was as big as you, she said. Check out those knockers. Look, see. I accidentally let out a high-pitched, girlish squeal from embarrassment as Kaho-chan grabbed my chest. I was a girl, but it was just so embarrassing. Cut it out already, I cried. In retaliation, I grabbed her chest too. Kaho-chan pulled away in a very girlish pose and screamed, Eek! You're scaring me, Rina-chin! And then I gulped and pulled my hand back. I had no other choice. I was a stranger to platonic touches in the world of women. I turned bright red when Ajisai-san so much as touched my shoulder, so to fondle someone's boobs, even as a joke, was entirely out of the question. Kaho-chan put a hand to her mouth and whispered, Oh? You're going to stop there? I don't think I'm up for that today. Kaho-chan giggled. Aw, you're being a little wimp. Okay, wussy wuss. This freaking girl. One of these days, she was going to get it, I swear. Once Kaho-chan got all the messing with me out of her system, she stood up. "Kay, let's give this another shot," she said. "Hands in the air." Now she went back to taking my detailed measurements, from my biceps to my thighs and beyond. The thought of petite Kaho-chan knowing about me in such detail made me grit my teeth internally. Eventually, I put my clothes back on and sat down meekly in Kaho-chan's room. That was an ordeal and a half for sure. While Kaho-chan jotted down all my private information, She nodded in self-satisfaction. Yep, I'm gonna have to do a lot of tailoring, just like I figured. Still shouldn't take more than a week, though. I felt relieved to have the thickness of the summer uniform's fabric on my body once more. Clothes were awesome. They were a suit of protective armor. So does that mean I can wear it next week? I asked. You betcha, she said. I'll have you put it on a week from now and once more 2 weeks from now. So that's 2 times in total. That's going to be your task. I thought it over. And you'll pay me 30,000 yen for that? Well, I don't know. Kaho-chan looked away and started whistling. Wait, was that all a lie? I cried. Your reaction totally tells me you were lying. Kaho-chan quietly shook her head and then, in a tone of voice you'd use to reason with a small child, said, Okay, listen to me, Rina-chin. That wasn't a lie. It's just that I didn't tell you one very important detail. Well, hurry up and spit it out then. She lifted a finger and put it right in front of my face as if to keep my fury in check. What I'm going to have you do for me is very simple. Kaho-chan said, All it requires is putting on a costume and a bunch of makeup. With me, that is. With you? I repeated. This slim, pretty, petite girl beamed at me. Yup, and we'll have a group photo shoot of us all dressed up. A week later, she brought me to a photography studio on the outskirts of Tokyo. Huh? I said, and yet I still hadn't realized that I'd been tricked again. Because there was another photo shoot waiting in the wings, and I didn't have a clue that I'd have to wear my costume in front of a giant crowd of people. Chapter 2, There's no freaking way I can do my first cosplay. We're hella lucky here at Ashigaya, the girl next to me said as I stood at the sink washing my hands on the 3rd day of high school. They're pretty chill with phones, you know? She was speaking awfully loudly for someone talking to herself, but there was no one else around and the girls' bathroom was totally soundproof to the outside world. Pardon? I said. The girl, Koyanagi Kaho, eyed herself in the mirror as she touched up her lipstick. She was short, with brightly colored hair tied up on one side of her head. Her slender back had a pretty S shape, and her small face and slim body made her look even more petite than she was. At one of my friend's schools, see, she went on, you got to apply for permission to carry your phone with you. And then you need to, get the principal's permission too, not just your homeroom teacher's. Even with all that, you have to put it away in your locker the minute you get to school and can't take it out until after class. Isn't that cray-cray? The girl turned and looked at me. Her large eyes sparkled, reflecting the light like a cat's. Cute little fangs peeked out past her lips. The first impression I got from seeing her so up close was that she was like a house cat who'd evolved to get more attention from people. Well, I said. In class, I was fighting for dear life to fake being social, but my social anxiety reared its ugly head when she randomly started talking to me. I looked away from her. I mean, I don't really, use my phone at school all that much. Nah, that's not what you're supposed to say. The girl wagged her finger at me. Typically, when people disagreed with me, I took so much damage I resolved to never speak again for as long as I lived. I mean, I used to. I grew out of that. But for some reason, I didn't have that reaction around this girl. See, she went on in crisp tones, we all get moments when we're like, OMG, I'll die without my phone, you know? Like when you need to register a group chat, for instance. You can go a day without drinking water, but that's no reason to put up with them banning water. You feel me? I realized then that she was the kind of girl to respond with 10 words for every one of mine. Yeah, I guess you have a point, I mumbled. Right? Like it's not an issue about it being 0 or 1. It's like going from 1 to 100. Totally different. So that's why I'm super glad I go to Ashigaya. I feel bad for my poor friend stuck in electronics jail. What's electronics jail? After I left the bathroom, the girl followed me and walked with me back to classroom A. One part of my brain was screaming, wait, why is she coming with me? Even though I knew she was a part of Class A too. This girl's ability to carry on a conversation with me, even though we'd never talked before, was totally overwhelming. And even when I got back to the classroom and rejoined the group with Mai and Ajisai's son, the girl slipped right in with us completely naturally, making our conversations more animated and fun than ever. Looking back on it now, I guess that Kaho-chan must have recognized me and was trying to scope me out when I didn't react to her. I felt bad for not knowing it was her, but she'd grown so freaking cute. She was like a whole different person now. There was another memory that stuck with me, this one from cram school over summer break. It was one of those innocent moments when we sat next to each other, poring over manga magazines and chatting away before class started. "Oh, Amori-san," Minaguchi-san said. "Did you read this week's update already?" "Yeah," I said. "The whole time I kept thinking about how much I wanted to talk about it with you." Well, I was thinking the same thing," she admitted with a giggle. Minaguchi-san was just a bit taller than me, wore glasses, and had a light in her eyes that dazzled me. "I love that one character," I said. "It's kind of funny. Don't you think she's cooler than the actual protagonist?" "You really like girls like that, huh?" "That makes sense to me." I giggled self-consciously. "Do you think that's odd?" "Oh no, not at all. I feel the same way, I wish I could be like her." My heart oscillated wildly as those two memories of the past and the present came and went. It was almost like I myself had no idea which side to show to her and which side of her to talk with, the more outgoing side or the more withdrawn side. But either way. See, here's the thing. I felt really bad because Kaho-chan liked Mai, and yet Mai asked me out, and so now I couldn't be totally honest with her about how I felt. And here's the thing. Sure, I might have called Kaho-chan rude names and complained about this whole job of hers, but still, the thought that Kaho-chan and I could once again do something new together, just like we used to, well, that made me really, really happy. But alas, we couldn't just end it there on that high note. Not with this new, cunning Kaho-chan. On Saturday, Kaho-chan took me to a photography studio just a bit outside of the city center. It was a nice photogenic spot, originally for small weddings and whatnot, that could then be rented out for private photography. "Ooh," I said, "this is pretty cool. So you'd take pictures and stuff here?" "I've also gotten up super early in the morning and done guerrilla-style photography around town," she said, "but I guess in the end, I wind up coming here most often." "Cool." I kept oohing and ahhing as I looked up at the pretty exterior. It was much more dignified than I would have imagined. "You're awesome, Kaho-chan. No wonder you're such a popular cosplayer." Kaho-chan chuckled. "Oh, stop, you'll make me blush, but go on." "You're the best cosplayer in the world," I said. "The electronic fairy, and the master of photo editing. You're a sly devil with the way you flirt, and hot-headed. Plus, you keep bringing up rocks at a moment's notice. And you have a hair trigger temper. Hey, if you're going to say nice things, then don't switch gears halfway through." "Geez. Oh, whatever. Let's get down to business." "Oh, okay." What I didn't know about cosplay could fill a book, so I studied my butt off so hard even Kaho-chango freaked out. First, I watched the 2-season anime, which I finished within the span of 2 weekdays. It was really good, a cozy slice of life show with some scenes that hit me in the feels. Next, I rewatched the scenes of the girl I planned to cosplay over and over again. I practiced her catchphrases repeatedly and tried to become her, even if only in an emotional sense. I even watched my facial expressions and poses in front of the mirror. This part of the practice went by relatively easily, as it was similar to what I'd done when I was training to be a social butterfly. But I still overworked myself and went to bed every night with aching muscles. Posing really took a toll on the body. Even during the commute to school, I hunted through fanworks to deepen my understanding of the character. I spent a lot of this time reading fanfic on Pixiv, absorbing the various takes on her and working hard to bring the inner mindset of the character to life. Kaho-chan seemed a little creeped out by it. "Why are you trying so hard?" she asked. I couldn't exactly say, because I want to upstage you after you forced me into this, so there. Instead, I told her something like, "I've had a divine revelation." Even I wasn't totally sure why I was working so hard on this, but I just felt like something would transform if Kaho-chan really and truly acknowledged my hard work and told me I was doing a good job. Periodically, I fell back into depression and thought, what am I doing with myself? How dare I ignore the Mai and Ajisai-san situation? But I still had some time before my deadline. Besides, Satsuki-san, of all people, had told me that making a detour first could be the right move. Therefore, I decided to throw myself headlong into the task I'd been charged with. Wait, maybe the divinity behind the revelation was Satsuki-san. At any rate, a week passed in the blink of an eye, and now, here we were. Cosplayers are all so tiny, but you're really strong in spite of that, I said. I should mention that Kaho-chan and I were both dragging luggage carts, with mine borrowed from Kaho-chan. We had a ton of clothes, makeup, and accessories to haul. We're particular about our body types, so a lot of us are pretty muscular, she said. Are you muscular too? I asked. Kaho-chan giggled. She put her hands on her hips and confidently said, "Want to arm wrestle and find out? I think I'd just lose." Kaho-chan went up to the reception desk and told the person at the counter she had a reservation, whereupon we were taken to a waiting room-like area. It was a small, clean space with a big mirror in it, presumably where we were supposed to change our clothes and do our makeup. By the way, it turns out that there's a whole cultural phenomenon of doing group cosplays. That's because, well, say you have a rival and a protagonist in Series A. If you have two people acting as them, it makes Series A come alive so much better. Even I could see the logic there. Having Cloud alone is all fine and dandy, but Cloud standing next to Sephiroth lets you paint that much stronger of a picture. Therefore, I'd ended up acting as a character to stand next to the one Kaho-chan wanted to dress as. Still, I had one concern. "So, we're taking photos today, right?" I asked. Kaho-chan stopped short amid unpacking her costume. Yeah, your point? Who's actually taking the photos? Are we going to have it on a timer function or what? The wheel, she said. We might have a few little fairies doing it for US. She hemmed and hawed so well she could have put a tailor to shame. Hold on. I grabbed her by her thin shoulders with a desperate look. "Wait," I said. "Kaho-chan, who's taking the photos? Is someone else coming?" "That," she said, "is a great question." She whacked herself on the head with a cheeky little clunk and playfully giggled. "I mean, it's a group photo shoot and all. agroup.photo.shoot?" I broke the words down one by one. Okay, so the word group implies that it's more than just the two of us. Nah, but you still call it group work when you do it in pairs. Well, true. I nodded. I must have looked like I was losing my mind. Still not letting go of her shoulders, I looked deep into her eyes. Okay, so what's really going on? Well, this week and next week, that's 2 times in all, we're going to have a whole bunch of people come join us. She chirped. "Sorry, I just remembered I need to make an urgent appointment," I cried. As I tried to sprint away, Kaho-chan tackled me around the waist. I oofed. "Come on, you can't back out now," she said. And, of course it wouldn't be this easy. Money doesn't grow on trees. Yeah, but you never told me it'd involve all this. It's your fault for not giving me fair warning. Oh, please, it'll be fine. All you have to do is smile, and I'll handle the rest. Now come on, get changed. No freaking way, I screamed and flailed. There's literally no freaking way I'm going to have my photo taken by a whole bunch of people. But didn't you do all that practice? Kaho-chan said. That made me stop short. Ugh. I mean, yes, I did put in all that effort last week. I recalled the many days of mental torture. I was awful with photography, but I'd done my very best to find an angle I looked okay in and take a bajillion selfies. I'd even thought, oh, I don't look half bad here, and almost sent them to my friends. But I'd wound up too embarrassed to show anyone and kept them all to myself instead. There was something kind of fun about taking photos in the middle of the night, though, and I ended up getting so caught up in it I stayed up too late. Then, when I saw the photos the next morning, I felt like dying just looking at them. The memories made my limbs feel heavy. Yeah, but I wish we could have done it with only us two, Kaho-chan. Oh? Kaho-chan put a hand to her mouth and made a sweet, startled grin. I had no idea you liked me that much. I guess that means you gotta do your best for me, huh? For you, my ass, I retorted. But I understood that if I ducked out of there now, Kaho-chan would tease me for the rest of my life. And that, of course, would suck. In the end, it all really came down to that. My sheer stubbornness won out over my embarrassment. Ugh. But I mean, I feel like it'd be rude to the camera person to make them photograph me, of all people, I said. The height of insolence, if you will. What'll I do if I shatter their expensive lenses? I think that goes beyond beating yourself up and ends up in crime territory. Kaho-chan folded her arms. Okay, fine. I guess I gotta bust out the compliment strategy if I want to take advantage of you. I didn't fully get what she meant, but she knew I could totally hear her, right? You know, Reina-chin, Kaho-chan said. I have to say, you're plenty conventionally attractive, honest. You're totally a cute teen girl. Huh? I said. Really? The fact that you clearly think I'm lying to you is pissing me off all over again. I'd been aiming to be an extraordinarily average cookie-cutter copy of a high school girl, but forget being flattered. All I felt was embarrassed when someone called me cute. Well, but my sister was pretty cute, come to think of it. Since I had the same genes, couldn't that mean, theoretically speaking, that I was cute too? But no, a good 80% of a girl's attractiveness came down to her hair, her facial expressions, her gestures, her makeup, and her overall vibe. I couldn't cut it as a cute girl if I came across as an antisocial loser and was fundamentally anti-cute. But no again. I had, after all, been trying so hard to date antisocial loser myself. Plus, both Mai and Ajisai-san had called me cute. Okay, but they both belonged in the camp of people who'd squeal over weird, ugly corporate mascots, so maybe that didn't count. Ugh, I can't take it anymore, Kaho-chan yelled, yanking me out of the mental quicksand I was sinking into. She pulled a 5-yen coin from her pocket and ran a thread through it. Here, Reina-chin, look at this. Okay? Kaho-chan let out a deep breath and then, with a serious expression, began to swing the coin back and forth. You are gigiting very pretty. Oh, you're gigitin very pretty. You really need to cut it out with the ancient tricks already. I cried. Her self-taught hypnotism had zero effect on me. I mean, what else would you expect? Once we finished getting ready, we left the studio right on time and bumped into 3 people at the front desk. They were our photographers and were all women, which came as a slight relief. Okay, not really. I was still entirely on edge. Ooh, thank you all so much for coming. Kaho-chan, or Nagipo-chan rather, waved as she called to them in a bright, chipper voice, decked out in her cosplay. It's super duper great to see you, Miharu-san, Emma-san, and Permon-san. When the 3 women saw her, they squealed. Oh my God, went one. Nagipo-chan, you're adorable. You are just the cutest. I've been so excited waiting to see you unveil this new costume, another gushed. It's so good. 10 billion points for you. Oh my God, you are just too cute, the last said. Thank you so much. You are literally doing me a favor by being alive. Thank you so much. Oh God, I love you, Nagipo-san. They were really hyped. But they had a point. Nagipo-chan was as lovely as a fairy who'd stepped straight out of the world of her anime. Sure, Kaho-chan was cute on a normal basis too, but this felt fundamentally different. Today, she and I were dressed as maids from the popular show Anima Maido. It was a cutesy story featuring lots of girls who dressed up as animal maids. The costumes were super cute and had gone down amazingly with guys and girls alike all over the world. The story was, surprisingly, a real tearjerker too, which generated a lot of buzz as well. Among the main 4 characters in the show, Kaho-chan was cosplaying the cat girl who was super good at using her puppy dog eyes to get her way, and I was the flirtatious, kind of a hot mess bunny girl who thought she was the cutest in the cast. I feel like her personality could not have been more opposite to mine, but I guess out of everyone in the quintet, I was the closest to resembling her in looks. Still, I wasn't sure how well this would turn out. Wouldn't me dressing as her be sacrilege against the character? Wouldn't the photographer ladies be upset? As I fretted, Nagipo-chan introduced me. This is my partner for today's shoot, she said. She's one of my besties. I'm, Renakwala, I said, coming up with the name on the spot and then bowing with great vigor. It's nice to meet you. It was like the photographers turned into completely different people. They all bowed back and said, nice to meet you, totally politely. They gave off such a working adult vibe I couldn't handle it. Alrighty then, Nagipo-chan said. Let's not let all the money I spent booking the studio go to waste. Ready to get started? She pumped her fist in the air, and her legion of troops responded with a more subdued fist pump and an okay. According to what Nagipo-chan told me before we got started, these three were her financial whales and constant support. But beyond just being willing to shell out cash for her, they were all well-behaved and took good photos, making them perfect for my cosplay debut. Wait, but wasn't that extra reason not to do them such a disservice? I froze stiff with worry, like one of those figurines with unbendable limbs. Two of the camera women, each toting cameras with enormous lenses, started to take shots of Nagipo-chan, squealing away and generally having a grand old time. The other one turned to me. "You look so good," she said. "I'm a huge fan of Rinabun, you know. That's why I knew I had to be here when I heard a Rinabun was coming today." Rinabun, by the way, was the bunny girl I was dressed as. "Oh, no, I said. "Renaquella-san, you look exactly like Rinabun. Did you make the costume yourself?" As my tongue tied itself in knots, Nagipo-chan came to my rescue from afar. "I made that one too," she called. "Right, Renakoa?" "Right," I repeated. "Wow, that's so cool," said the photographer. I love Nagipo-chan's energy. She brings a new costume to every event, and that makes it so much fun to follow her. She giggled in an elegant way. She was so neat and tidy that she reminded me of an announcer lady, but the camera slung around her neck like a bazooka made it seem like she'd just stepped off the battlefield. It unnerved me all over again. "Do you have a social media account already, Renaquella-san?" the photographer asked. "Oh no," I said, "not yet." "Wow, then you really are a beginner, huh? That's exciting. Let's make this a good time today then, okay?" The lady smiled and then pointed her camera at me. I smiled back as stonily as if I were faced with Medusa herself. Please go easy on me," I said. I'll be fine, I told myself. I mean, just think how much I had practiced at home. How many hundreds of selfies had I taken at this point? There wasn't a huge difference between taking a selfie and having someone else take a photo of me. I'd be fine, buck up, Renaquella. Right. I was a cosplayer now, which meant I had to become the character inside and out. If Rinabun were here, she'd smile prettily, strike a pose that would melt the hearts of boys and girls alike, and chirp. "Make sure you do a super-duper good job of capturing cute Lil Me on film, McKay. You'd better treasure it, too." Right, and since I was Rinabun right now, I had to do the same. So I giggled awkwardly and asked, is this, okay? There wasn't even an inkling of confidence in my pose, and I was such a bad imitation of her that I put myself to shame. Sure, the lady was nice enough to go, "You look great. Okay, say cheese," and take my photo, but I don't know, man. I knew better than anyone that I was doing a piss-poor job. It made no difference, no matter how much she giggled and went, "You must be nervous, huh? It's okay. You can relax." The problem all came down to the fact that she was photographing me, of all people. Even when the photographer switched out and when Nagipo-chan joined me for a group shot, I continuously, perpetually, incessantly performed awfully. Nagipo-chan told me to take a break, and I went to go sit in a chair in the corner of the studio and fall headlong into a depressive slump. "It must be nerve-wracking to have your first ever shoot, huh?" the first photographer lady said. "Huh?" I said. "Oh, She handed me a plastic bottle of warm milk tea. The calendar still said it was summer, but the skimpy clothing made me feel pretty chilly, so I appreciated her thoughtfulness. I forced myself to smile in order to not make the mood any more awkward than it already was. Thanks. Are you sure you don't want to go take more photos?" Nagipo-chan was still carrying on with the photo shoot on her own. The ladies crowding around her looked like they were having the time of their lives. "I'm a little tired from lugging this camera around all the time. Mind if I sit next to you and take a break?" the photographer lady asked. "Nah, of course not. Help yourself." If Rinabun were here, I bet she would have smiled cutely and said, "Well, aren't you a lucky duck to get cute Lumialto yourself?" But the best I could do was feel apologetic that she had to keep me company. "Nagipo-san has been bringing another pretty girl along with her lately," the photographer told me. "So I keep thinking about how you two capture the cuter, friendlier side of Anamamedo so well. You mentioned a pretty girl. Is that Moon-san by any chance?" "Oh, so you know her too, huh?" Yes, I was talking about Moon-san. I don't think she's done much cosplay either, but she has a sort of presence, I guess you could say. She's so good at commanding the space. She's practically a pro. I laughed weakly. Yeah, Moon-san's incredible. If Satsuki-san were in my shoes, she probably would have jumped into this just as far as I did and then captured everyone's attention in the blink of an eye. I mean, I wouldn't have been surprised if she'd modeled with Mai before. She was that freaking gorgeous. So I'm sure there must have been plenty of demand for her as a model. Sorry you got stuck with me today instead, I said. Oh, don't be like that, said the photographer lady. You're the only one who could pull off this cosplay, aren't you? I'm happy I got to see you. I mean, I wasn't too sure about that. I felt anyone could have worn this costume. Wait, no, I was making it all weird and awkward again. I had to pick something to talk about. Hey, have you been a fan of Nagipo-san for a while? I asked. Oh ho, what a good question. That really brings me back, she said. Yes, I'm an old fan. Back then, she was tween cosplayer, and once I saw her talent, I was hooked. I've been following her ever since and never looked back. So, is Nagipo-san really that good? The lady looked like she wasn't entirely clear on where I was going with this. Yeah, I would say so, she said. I think she's incredible. She makes her own costumes, and it's obvious how much research she puts into the makeup. Plus, she's always polite to her photographers and is great at interacting with the fans. But I think my favorite part is that you can tell just how much she loves the series she cosplays. Gotcha. That makes sense. In the world of the studio, Nagipo-chan stood out like a pop star. When I considered how she used to be on my level, I couldn't help but feel the world of difference between us. But I mean, of course there was that difference. While Nagipo-chan had been working her butt off, I hadn't done anything. The photographer lady looked at her too and remarked quietly, "But you know, I get the sense that she's been brooding over something recently. From what I can tell, she only just managed in the nick of time to find a partner for this photo shoot even. But you know, we photographers wouldn't have minded doing a solo shoot like the ones she used to put on. Does that mean?" "Oh no, I'm just saying what I've noticed, that's all." The photographer lady laughed quickly. I feel like I can see what's going on inside her mind when I look through the viewfinder, you know? Wait, that must sound creepy. She laughed again. I didn't say anything. Maybe she was right. Maybe Kaho-chan really was preoccupied with something, but I doubt she'd tell me if I asked. She wouldn't talk to me, not when I couldn't even handle other people taking a darn photo of me. I had it wrong sometimes. I thought that everyone else but me was living a good life, working hard, and had nothing to worry about at all. But that wasn't true. Even Ajisai-san and Satsuki-san and, of course, Kaho-chan had issues, but they carried on making progress even while nursing their own painful feelings. Maybe the same could even be said for Mai. Hey, I said. I'm sorry about today. I know I did a really bad job this time, but... I put my hand to my heart and looked straight at the photographer. Next time, Well, I don't actually know if I'll be here next time, but I'll try really hard to do better. I promise. The photographer looked a bit startled, but then she broke out into a grin. That face you just made, she said, was perfect. I wish I'd caught it on camera. At any rate, that's how our 2-hour photo shoot ended in no time flat. Nagipo-chan was adorable and dazzling from start to finish. I'm really sorry for my performance, I told Kaho-chan. Nah, don't be. After the shoot was over, we packed up our stuff and took the train back to Keiko-chan's place. Now I prostrated myself on her bedroom floor in a deep bow. Everyone had fun seeing Renakala-chan still wet behind the ears, Kaho-chan added. But that's only because all those photographers happened to be so nice. I completely failed at all the actual photography stuff. Nah, you're just being way too serious about this. Kaho-chan sat cross-legged on her chair with her chin in her hands. I didn't think we'd actually get this far, so I guess it's kind of my fault too. I suppose we'll have to figure out some way to manage this by next week. Right. While it was all too simple to go, yeah, sorry, not happening. There's no freaking way I can have my photo taken. No, unless. This time, I'd already gotten carried away and told the camera lady I'd give it my best shot. But I mean, I can't pull off a major change by next week, I said. I've been shy as heck all 16 years I've been alive, So that's not about to change now. Not in a mere 7 days, of course, unless I developed total amnesia. I sat up properly on the carpet and looked up at Kaho-chan. How'd you end up so good in front of a camera now, anyway? Kaho-chan pulled a wry smile. Oh, me? Well, I was pretty nervous at the start, as you can probably imagine. I'd get changed at the venues without a friggin' idea of what I was doing, and then I'd just stand around with my heart going a mile a minute. And then people just took a bunch of pictures of me, you know? Huh. It was really freaky because I didn't know anyone. Still, I felt like, I'm really doing it. I'm wearing a costume in public for the first time. And I got so excited, I just kind of rode it out on that feeling. I doubt that'd work for you, though, since you're only in it for the money. Erg. I mean, sure, I had fun cosplaying too, but I guess I had bigger fundamental issues. Still, I think I have an idea about what to do, she said. Wait, really? Yeah, but I don't know if it'll work. But it can't hurt to give it a shot, you know? I nodded over and over. I didn't want a repeat of today. I felt bad that Kaho-chan pitied me for it, but I felt even worse when it started to make me hate myself even further. So I wanted to think, even mistakenly, that I had what it took to pull this off too. Sure, I said. I'll do anything I can. Anything, she says, Kaho-chan teased. Then I guess I gotta go all out and work my magic on you. Your magic? I repeated. Was Kaho-chan actually a cute little witch? I'm the kind of girl who gets things done, no matter what it takes, she said. Freaky. Nah, you'll be fine. She held her thumb and index finger a few centimeters apart. I'm just gonna break your brain a teensy bit. Freaky. I know I said anything, but I didn't actually mean anything. Anything that left lasting after effects was off the table, thank you very much. Kaho-chan cackled and gave me a glare of disdain. I dubbed this the Rina Chin Raising Project. That night, Kaho-chan sent me an audio file with an attached list of notes. Use with headphones, used before bed. Best when used in a calm, dark room while falling asleep. Yeesh, that was ominous. Oh well, I'd be fine. Even if I was total trash whose self-esteem had plummeted to the lowest point it had been since the start of high school, I was still capable of listening to a couple of audio files. After dinner and a bath, I climbed into bed and put my headphones on. The file was 20 minutes long, and I wondered what on earth it could be. Heart thundering in my chest all the while, I hit play. To my surprise, I heard a sweet, gentle voice cooing, "Ooh, Rina Chin." I automatically hit pause and jerked upright. What? What in the world was that? My heart rate galloped. The shock factor of hearing such an enchantingly endearing voice was off the charts. It's crazy how much someone could flip out just from hearing their own name. Wait, but that had sounded like Kaho-chan, right? I gulped, readied myself, and then slowly pressed play one more time. Ooh, it's okay, Rina Chin. You're so cute. You look so cute in everything you wear. You're the cutest person in the whole wide world. You make everyone's heart skip a beat just from looking at you. I love you so, so much. Oh, and I'm not the only one. Everyone, boys and girls both, is totally gaga over you. Hey, Renako, my cute, cute Renako, come on, relax. We all love you lots, Renako. We love you so, so much. We adore you. You're so, so popular, you know. Come on, take a deep breath in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. Ooh, good job, you did it. I'm so proud of you, my cute, cute Renako. You know, I love you so much. And it just kept going. I lay there in bed with headphones on in the dark, dripping sweat as my heart pounded away. She was trying to hypnotize me. When Monday rolled around 2 days later, I grabbed Kaho-chan the second she walked into class. Hey, Kaho-chan, what the heck was that all about? I demanded. Huh? You mean the audio files? What, didn't you listen to them? Oh, I did all right before bed, just like you said. Cool. Ooh, good job, you did it, Rina Chin. Gah! I clapped my hands to my ears and lurched back. What was that just now? It had felt like an electric current had just run from my ears to my brain. Kaho-chan gave me an evil, aha, I see it's working, kind of smirk. What did you do? I demanded. Also, how did you even make those things? I recorded them real quick and then did a little audio editing on them. I had a phase where I was thinking about taking up streaming, and I have a pretty decent setup from that. Geez, Kaho-chan, you can do anything. Kaho-chan patted me on the shoulder. KK, remember to listen to those every day, to and from school and before bed, you hear me? Now you're making me listen to them more? Don't worry. I'll send new ones once I come up with more ideas. What on earth she had in mind, I had no clue. But I didn't really think listening to her voice every day would have any sort of effect. Fundamentally speaking, simply listening to a handful of audio files wasn't enough to bolster a person's self-esteem. If that was all it took, wouldn't it be too easy? All this talk of breaking my brain was exaggerated nonsense. Still, it was Kaho-chan's idea, so I'd play along. All it meant was switching from the music I normally listened to over to Kaho-chan's whispering voice. I must have made a weird face because Kaho-chan gave me a thumbs up and a grin. Come on, trust me. It's not going to work unless you have faith in me, right? Here, say it back to me. Everything I say is 100% true. I'm a god, basically. Yeah, no. At that point, you're just being delusional. No freaking way. And then, before I knew it, Kaho-chan took over my daily life. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday passed one after the other. I sure am getting a lot of files, I said to myself as I lay in bed one night, wireless Bluetooth earbuds in and connected to my phone on which I scrolled through the selection of options. In the Superstar Renachin series, I was an idol and Kaho-chan was a fan giving me her zealous support. The goal? To improve my self-esteem. In the Cosplayer Renachin series, beginner cosplayer Kaho-chan, who'd only been dressing up for 1 month, sang the praises of me, a legendary cosplayer. The goal? To improve my self-esteem. I had to say, I think Kaho-chan had the makings of a scriptwriter. Then we got into the racier ones, with the beloved Pet Renachin series. In this, I was Kaho-chan's pet, who she doted on with lavish affection. Since it gave me unconditional love and praise for doing nothing but existing, this too was to raise my self-esteem. From there, Kaho-chan started going off the rails. Her piece de resistance was the emotionally unstable, abusive boyfriend, Renachin, and the girl who will never ever stop loving her, no matter how much Renachin beats her so. Please, please don't leave her series. I don't think I need to go into this one any further, but oddly enough, it also raised my self-esteem. Maybe it was because it was, telling me that there was someone out there who wouldn't leave me, no matter how shitty I was. On top of all that, I also added the standard "Ooh, I love you so much" Renachin series into the rotation and listened to these files in my spare time over the course of a week, with the effect of, well, not much, really. I was the same as ever. Good night, I mumbled to my empty room. Kaho-chan's aphrodisiacal voice still played in my earbuds. Even its nectar slowly dripping into my brain couldn't make a difference. Well, I mean, duh. I had deep-set problems, okay? Sure, any ordinary girl might fall for Kaho-chan's tactics, but Kaho-chan had misjudged the depths of my loserhood. Well, that was only to be expected. After all, I'd been faking being outgoing and happy this whole time. Honestly, I suddenly felt bad for Kaho-chan. The least I could do at this point was humor her until the end of this experiment. But man, it really would have been nice if just listening to her voice could max out my self-esteem meter and turn me into some kind of super Renako. It was Friday when I got up the next morning. I bit back a yawn as I set off for the bathroom. My sister barged in while I was still taking my sweet time fixing my hair. She always got up later than I did, but she had the knack of getting ready and leaving before me. Are you still at it, One-chan? She asked. Yeah, give me a sec, I said. This one cowlick is being a pain in the butt. Our bathroom was always a traffic jam in the morning. Haruna sighed in disgust and grabbed her toothbrush. You always take forever, every single morning. And you don't even look that different when you're done. Yeah, I guess, I said. Doesn't matter though, 'cause I'm cute no matter what. Wait, what? I subdued the last of my stubborn bedhead and clipped my bangs back with a barrette. There, that would have to do. My sister looked at me, toothbrush forgotten in her mouth, like I was a corpse that had just risen from the dead. What? I asked. Nothing? Huh? You're weird. After I ate breakfast, I called my goodbyes and then set out. Late summer was gradually giving way to fall. It was sunny today, but cool, and you know what? I felt like today was going to turn out pretty great. I happened to bump into Satsuki-san at the school gates. She was pretty easy to find, fortunately, being so beautiful. She stood out from a mile away no matter where she went. I raised a hand in greeting. "Heya, Satsuki-san, how's it hanging, bestie?" "Good morning," she said. "Are you ill by any chance?" I dashed up to walk alongside her, only to be greeted by that sudden retort for my troubles. I had no clue what would make her think that, so I opened my eyes wide and asked, "Huh? Why'd you say that?" "Ah, no reason in particular. I only thought you seemed so jovial that perhaps you were delirious with fever." "You're a weirdo, Satsuki-san," I said. "But I guess that's what I like about you, huh?" I held a hand to my mouth and giggled, and Satsuki-san knitted her brows together in alarm. "What? What in the world?" she said. "What's the matter, Amori? Did you have an exorcism? What happened to the black cloud of gloom that always follows you around?" I cocked my head in confusion at this puzzling Satsuki-ism. "I don't know what you're talking about," I said. "Oh, hey, the weather's great today, don't you think? I just have this feeling that, something awesome's gonna happen. Plus, I met my best friend Satsuki-san first thing in the morning, so that's gotta be another point for good luck." Satsuki-san looked repulsed. "You're disgusting me." "What? How?" We changed our shoes and then went to class. Satsuki-san clutched her temples like she was developing a headache. I was kind of worried for her. "Are you feeling a little under the weather, Satsuki-san?" I asked. "Yes. I mean, no, but... Oh, never mind. I'm fine. Whatever's up with you is none of my business. I'm perfectly happy living my peaceful, ordinary life, thank you very much." "I mean, yeah, peaceful and ordinary are both good things." I agreed. "They say too much stress is bad for the skin. I mean, it could even mess with me, and we all know I'm always a catch." She whacked me on the head. "What was that for?" I cried. "It was a reflex." Satsuki-san stared in surprise at her own hand. What? Had I really said something that bad? It sounded pretty normal to me. "Are you truly going to be acting like this from now on?" she demanded. "Are you sure? I would like you to consider how it might bother other people. Please, I could really do without this new, nightmarish personality." "I'm literally just being my normal self," I protested, puffing my cheeks out in a pout. To make my point, I grabbed Satsuki-san's arm. "You're being such a big meanie, Satsuki-san. Think about how much I love you." "Hey, whoa, watch it." And as we bantered back and forth like the good pals we were, I heard a huge thump from behind me. I turned around, and there was Ajisai-san with her backpack on the ground. She pointed a quivering finger at me. Why are you holding her arm?" She shrieked. "Heya, Ajisai-san," I called. I let go of Satsuki-san's arm and grabbed Ajisai-san's hand instead. She squeaked, "Oh, Hemji, you look so pretty today." "Hello to you too. What's going on?" Ajisai-san instantly turned bright red. She looked adorbs. "What's wrong, Rina-chan? Why are you so?" Huh? Come on, Ajisai-san, you're always super touchy-feely too. I mean, maybe, but..." She picked up her backpack again and looked to Satsuki-san for help, but Satsuki-san only shrugged her shoulders coolly. "Your guess is as good as mine," she said. "I think Amori might be horribly drunk." "How could you, Rena-chan?" Ajisai-san cried. "Drinking is for adults." Of course I wasn't drunk, those silly billies. I tilted my head to one side and giggled. "You guys are acting kind of cuckoo, don't you think?" Satsuki-san and Ajisai-san shouted in chorus. "No, you are. And Rena-chan, you're the cuckoo one." "I never expected it to go so well," Kaho-chan said. "My talent's a thing to be feared." The two of us sat side by side on a bench in the courtyard during lunch break, although we were both done eating. She looked down at the palm of her hand, like a cyborg that had just killed a human being on accident. What are you talking about?" I asked. "The tactics to boost your self-esteem, duh, but I don't feel any different." "That's okay, Rina-chan," she said. "That's what everyone says when they've had their brain be broken." I'm terrified to consider how you would know that. See? I could still retort appropriately whenever anyone brought up something weird, and I could carry on an ordinary conversation perfectly. My brain most certainly wasn't broken. Just curious, Kaho-chan said. How cute do you think you are, Rina-chan? Huh? I mean, actually saying it out loud was embarrassing as heck. And this sounded like a good way to ruin our relationship, you know? About the same as anyone else, I guess, I said. About the same, huh? Interesting. A very modest response. Okay, let's change the question up a bit. If you were going to rank everyone in the class, where do you think you'd fall? Okay, this is even more likely to ruin our relationship. Kaho-chan nodded to herself. Gotcha. So your reasoning's still operational, huh? Well, no biggie. That'll actually make you easier to deal with. Believe me, I'm not trying to make a peppy, perky monster over here. What in the world are you going on about? I asked. Nothing, just talking to myself. Kay, let's nail down our plans for tomorrow. And here it was, the photography shoot round 2. My last failure replayed in my mind. I looked down, not feeling all that confident. I hope I can be helpful this time around, but I haven't done anything different this past week. Sure, I've been listening to your audio files every day, but that's basically nothing. Don't worry about it. Kaho-chan made a fist with great vigor. You're cute enough to pull it off as is. You're cute enough to pull IT off. You're cute enough to pull it off. You're cute enough to pull it off. As the words echoed in my ears, I felt a heavy shock run through my body like something had crashed into my skull. Oh God, my head. Was she right? Was I cute? Even as Kaho-chan sat right in front of me, another Kaho-chan leered at me and whispered, "That's right. Reina-chan, you're super-duper cute." The protruding fang from her mouth made her seem almost like a young, sexy vampire come to suck my blood and make me her fawning victim. Of course, everyone will love you, she said. After all, they get to take photos of such a cute girl. Come on, use your head. That's a total win for the camera crew, right? Well, true, I said, since I am so cute after all. I was starting to very gradually feel more positive about this. Yeah, of course people would love to get a chance to see me in all my cuteness. Plus, given how cute I was on a daily basis, me in a cute cosplay would be next level, a total cuteness overload. Huh? I said. Wait, then how come last time was such a flop? I mean, aren't I eternally and invincibly cute? Psh, don't sweat the small stuff, Kaho-chan said. You're too cute for all that. I'm cute. No, I've been trying all this time to be considered an average girl. So, Ati, what? Am I actually not that cute? My vision was spinning. Kaho-chan cupped her hand around her mouth and whispered, Come on, don't overthink it. You're cute, Rina-chan. You're my little cutie patootie doggo-woggo, aren't ya? Who's a good girl? Who's a good girl? She tousled my hair and rubbed me under the chin. I barked at her. Uh-huh. Oh, you're so cute. You're a lil cutie-wootie. Rina-chan, you're the cutest in the world. Oh, I gasped. I returned to my senses mere moments before I could start nuzzling my head into Kaho-chan's chest. I had the sneaking suspicion that, for a second there, I'd been only moments away from chucking all human dignity out the window. But she was right. What on earth was I worried about? I was adorable just existing, so obviously people would be happy seeing me at a photo shoot. Psh! It was practically charity on my part to show up. Kaho-chan, for no reason I could fathom, muttered to herself, I guess this off-the-cuff stuff is pretty weak. No surprises there, really. If anything, it's a frickin' miracle it works at all. Well, who cares? So long as it holds until tomorrow, that's good enough for me. Then she smiled at me. I just asked you for your looks. So long as we've got that, we're good to go. I mean, I'm not asking for your pride as a cosplayer, a perfect pose, or a fetching facial expression, you know? I see, I said. Well, I'm fairly confident I can deliver in the looks department. Emphasis on the fairly. Sweet. I had the odd feeling that she was telling me something awful, but I knew that couldn't be true. I mean, Kaho-chan was my sweet owner, so there was no way she'd ever do that. She always showered her Rina Doggo-Woggo with attention, and I loved her for that. Okay, now let's go out and rock this thing tomorrow, Kaho-chan said. 'Cause we gotta show the world just how cute you are. Yeah. I pumped my fist. Sure, my mind felt foggy as all heck, but I was happy enough, so I'd be fine. And thus, Koyanagi Kaho most aptly guided Amari Renako into a state of hypnosis, or perhaps one might say total brainwash. The second group photography shoot was that upcoming Saturday. Amari Renako came back from the bathroom with a solemn frown and, upon reaching the waiting room, listlessly slumped over the table. Her earbuds were planted firmly in her ears. She'd listened to Kaho's hypnosis audio files the whole way here. Koyanagi Kaho turned from the mirror where she'd been doing her makeup and absent-mindedly muttered to herself, "I guess it's like that thing where athletes get focused before matches by listening to music." Renako didn't hear her. Kaho thought back to the events of last week. It struck her as odd that Renako had been that shy around strangers. As far as Kaho could remember, Renako had always been the type to strike up a conversation with anyone. Even the teachers at cram school loved her. If anyone was going to be nervous around strangers, Kaho thought, it should have been herself. Back then, she had no other friends apart from Renako and didn't even have much of a desire to make other friends. I mean, even now, I don't have any other otaku friends, she reminded herself. Bringing up her interests in conversation was daunting, and doubly so given the popularity she enjoyed in high school. Even opening up to Satsuki had been nerve-wracking. Sa-chan couldn't care less about what anyone else does, Kaho-chan thought, and even then, I only barely managed to tell her. Looking back on it now, Satsuki was a rare sort of person indeed. There was no end to her grumbling, sure, but she took the job seriously once the cameras were trained on her. She was a professional to the core. Well, there were those times when I tried to get her to wear skimpier stuff and she whacked me on the head with her book, Kaho corrected herself. Those requests hadn't been motivated by any baser instincts. It was simply that Satsuki was particularly suited for characters Kaho couldn't pull off herself. Kaho envied her for that, but that was all. Satsuki wasn't unique in that regard either. Kaho was convinced that Ajisai, Mai, and even Renako had the makings of great cosplayers. Everyone in the quintet simply had that certainty about them. Or that's what I used to think, Kaho thought. But now I'm not so sure. She looked at the girl currently doing an impression of a puddle of slime stuck to the table and groaned. Amari Renako. In Kaho's eyes, Renako was a pretty and charming young woman, the more grown-up version of the girl from long ago. Oh, Amari-san, Kaho thought. The fact that she was here again now almost moved Kaho to wax sentimental. No, she reminded herself, we're right before a big show. I need to focus purely on what I can do to make this shoot a success. She sidled up to Renako. It's almost time to go live, Kaho said. You holding up okay? Shoulders swaying, Renako creaked upright like a rusty door opening. Sorry, Kao-chan. Huh? This did not bode well. Kao-chan's voice didn't have hypnotic qualities after all. Plus, she'd only recorded and sent off the latter half of them for the sheer fun of it anyway. Renako drooped. I know it's your big day and all, but Kaho-chan, I'm too cute. The photographers are going to be so focused on me that they won't look at you. Wait, that's your concern? Kaho-chan yelped. I'm really sorry, Renako said. Hey, do you think it's a crime to be this adorable? I probably should sit this one out then. I don't want to make things all awkward again with you. Renako buried her face in her hands, tormented by the thought of her overabundant beauty. I should have been born a harbor. Then I'd actually have a use for a face that could launch 1,000 ships. At this rate, everyone in the whole world will fall in love with me. If only I were you, Kaho-chan. I bet you'd enjoy being this loved. I can't even follow where you're going with this humble brag anymore. Yup, she was still Renako all right, but implanting the I'm too cute message in her caused some sort of major internal contradiction. If this dragged on much longer, Kaho-chan wondered, would it actually break her mind?
Come on, Renakin, she said.
It's about time to get changed and put your makeup on. When I'm already this cute? And you're telling me to make myself even cuter? Kaho grabbed Renako as she made her pessimistic protests and forced her to get changed. Being a cosplayer newcomer, Renako would have had a hard time managing to get it all just right on her own, so Kaho helped out. Once the clothes were on, the next step was to fix her contours. Kaho pulled a roll of lift-up tape from her bag, a standard item in the cosplayer's toolkit. It provided a great way to alter facial features or artificially create slanted eyes by tugging on the flesh. After putting a hairnet on Renako, Kaho taped her up until she resembled an anime character with a small, attractive face. Ow, 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 Renako complained. Hey, Kaho-chan, don't you think this is too strong? That's 'cause I chose this brand for its awesome sticking power. Suck it up, Rina-chin. You know what people say, spare the curling rod, spoil the child. Well, true. Renako shut her mouth and entered super suck-it-up mode. It was incredible, Kaho thought. So long as you told Renako she was attractive, you might be able to get her to do anything. Had she known, Kaho would have tried to get her to wear something even skimpier. She used a skin-safe glue on Renako's bangs to attach them to her face in a way that matched the hairstyle. Once the heavy-duty work was done, she decided to let Renako handle the rest of her makeup and went off to do her own. Finally, she touched up Renako's makeup, and then the process was complete. 2 fetching maids were born. Renako looked into the mirror, clutched her chest, and collapsed on the spot with a groan. "What's wrong, Rena-chin?" Kaho-chan yelped. "I'm sorry, Kaho-chan," Renako said. "I just couldn't contain myself when I looked in the mirror and saw how horribly cute I was. You know, I think I might have just caught a celeb crush on myself. Is that what this feeling is? Love? Ah, okay." Kaho was unaware of this, but the fact that Renako stubbornly refused to admit her feelings to Mai and Ajisai both, and yet experienced love for the first time by falling for herself, was beyond absurd. It was almost too tragic. Moving along, Renako shook her head, her bunny ears swinging to and fro. "Hey, Kaho-chan," she said. "Are you sure this is a good idea? I mean, I'm so cute. People won't be able to help falling in love with me." I don't know about that." Renako blushed and huffed. "But I mean, look, my on AAA Shanari that cute, but they get let off the hook, right? Okay, sure. But still." Renako snuck another glance at the mirror and then blurted out, "I'm sorry, but I just don't think they're as cute as me. I mean, I'm talking about the big picture here. Sure, they're better than me in a couple of ways, but I'm winning the cuteness competition overall. It is what it is, you know? I was born this way." "Ah, okay." Kaho had no words as Renako glared at her to hide her embarrassment. Kaho-chan's first attempt at hypnosis had completely ground Renako's dignity into the dust. Kaho's talents were fearsome indeed. "At this rate, everyone's going to fall head over heels for me," Renako said. "And I just know one of the photographers here today will have connections with a talent agency, and they'll scout me and turn me into a superstar. Then I'll end up with a super pretty boyfriend and turn into an over-emotional, toxic wreck. I can already see it now." The various plot lines of Kaho-chan's audio files were getting tangled together. "Oh, it's no good, Kaho-chan," said Renako. "If people start liking me any more than they do, I'll have to turn all of them down. It's too much for me. Oh God, why on earth did you make me so adorable? Was it something I did in my past life?" As one would expect, Kaho dearly wished to sock Renako in the face. No 2 ways about it. This hypnosis was too effective for its own good. But oh well. We can let it last until the end of the photo shoot," she said. "Now come on, Rina-chin. Let's go show the world how adorable you are." She dragged Renako by the hand, but Renako cried no and shook her off. Kaho looked back at her, thinking Renako was about to cause more trouble, but something about her looked different now. Or no, I mean, you shouldn't. You. She looked up at Kaho, pleading and embarrassed. "I mean, given how cute I am and all, if you take me by the hand, you're going to fall for me. You need to be careful, okay? Come on, Kaho-chan, use your head a little." Kaho-chan groaned to herself. Then deadpan, she said, "Perfect, that was adorable." Renako turned bright red and screamed, "I told you, you shouldn't!" Unlike last week's photo shoot, this one hosted far more people and lasted longer. Some of the photographers were men too, but if that made Renako nervous, Kaho-chan couldn't tell. Enough people fawned over how cute Renako was that she seemed to perk up immediately and got right into the groove of posing. "You're such a cutie, Renako-san," said one of the photographers. "You're just as good as Rina-bun herself." Renako giggled. "You think? I mean, she's nothing I can't pull oof." "I love the pose," another squealed. "Look over here." "You got it," Renako called back, one pretty smile coming up. "Oh, I love it. That line is Surina-bun." Well, she seemed to be having a good time, so Kaho figured it wasn't worth sweating over. The photographers were having a blast with Renako, too. Confidence really was key to any sort of undertaking, Kaho supposed. Still, she was concerned someone might say, "You'd look cuter without that layer on you, you know," and Renako would take it as her cue to strip down to her birthday suit. Oh well. It looked like a private rap party wasn't going to be a thing after all, but them's the breaks, Kaho-chan thought as she walked over to Renako. She'd begged Renako to participate after all, so it was her duty to keep Renako safe as well. "All righty, Renakoala-chin," she chirped. "Next up, let's get a group shot." "Wait, what?" Renako said. "Like it this." Aho hugged Renako tight, making Renako turn bright red and squeal. The crowd oohed, and all the cameras flashed at once. Don't you think this is a little overboard?" Renako protested. "It's anime," Kaho said. "They do things like this all the time." Well, true, but... I don't know. She lowered her voice to a whisper so only Kaho could hear. "You need to watch out, Kaho-chan. Remember what I said earlier?" The audience was eating it up, so she pressed her chest closer to Renako's. "You don't have to cling to me so hard," Renako muttered. "Why not? You got a problem with it?" "Kaho-chan, you're going to fall in love with me at this rate." Kaho didn't dignify that with an answer. "Huh?" Renako squeaked. "Why are you getting even closer? What's this all about? Wait, do you really like me? I already told you no. Hands to yourself, ma'am." That asinine response was a huge hit with the crowd, but it also drove Kaho slightly up the wall. Afterward, they took several shots of them with their faces close together or holding hands tightly and facing each other, followed by ones of Kaho hugging Renako, Renako hugging Kaho, and the two hugging each other. This anime was particularly touchy-feely with its female cast members, but there was definitely a suggestive element to doing some of these things in real life, like kissing one another on the cheek, that made Renako red as a tomato from start to finish. All throughout, Kaho heard a string of running, delusional commentary from the girl at her side, an incessant stream of whispers in Kaho's ear. "You're going to fall head over heels for me," Renako muttered. "Kaho-chan, you're totally going to fall for me." "Oh, no, you shouldn't. No, stop. You're going to fall in love with me." "Oh God, oh no, now you're going to love me even harder." As she made pose after pose, Kaho thought to herself, "Forget Renako. If I heard this 4/7, I'd go nuts too." Oh God, it was finally over. I felt like I'd burnt out in a ball of white flame as I collapsed into a chair. It was already late evening by the time the two parts of this photo shoot were over, and we both came back to the studio waiting room. What made today so different from last week? How had I managed to get through it? I couldn't even begin to tell you. Looking back on it now, I mumbled to myself as I stared off into space. What the heck made me so bold? I was smiling left and right and posing like I really was a cute anime character. It was unbelievable. Had someone gone and installed another personality in me? As Kaho-chan peeled off my makeup tape, she told me, "That's the fun of cosplay, you know? You get to turn into a whole other person." "I get it now," I said. So that means I turned. I into. The drawer of my memories opened with a bang, and inside was something. So horribly embarrassing it made me avert my eyes. I was that bad? I screeched, inadvertently leaping to my feet. "Wait, Kaho-chan, hold the phone." What did I even say? I didn't legit say that, right? I mean, me? Even Rina-bun wouldn't have gone that far. "You said you were cuter than Mai and Ah-chan," Kaho-chan chirped. I grabbed my head and screamed, fit to wake the dead. I clawed at my face painfully. Kill me, Kaho-chan. Take the thread of my life and snip it now. "Living's nice too, you know," she said. "How the hell am I supposed to face either of them now?" I skipped the chair and instead dropped straight to the floor, where I rolled around until Kaho-chan snarled at me. "Take your costume off first." Eep. I stripped off my clothes and then hunkered on the chair in just my underwear. Kaho-chan took my wig and hairnet off of me, letting my hair fall back down to my shoulders in its signature look. Ugh. "I guess this is the liberating power of cosplay," I said. Cosplay's a magic spell that turns you into a completely different person. Frightening, frightening stuff. Kaho-chan crammed the costumes into the travel bag and asked, "Is that all it was? Frightening?" I looked up slightly and pursed my lips. I mean, it felt nice too, but, still. Kaho-chan peeled off the tape stuck to my face. The way she could change the shape of her eyes or even her whole body with her cosplay was incredible. With her expertise, Kaho-chan reminded me of Cinderella's fairy godmother sending her off to the ball. "Well, I guess," Kaho-chan said. "I don't know. She looked away from me. "I guess. Well, I'm glad to hear you feel that way." She said it almost like a joke, but I could tell it wasn't. I don't think I would have enjoyed myself as much if I'd been doing it alone either. It was fun and kind of nostalgic, solely because Kaho-chan was here with me. Still, I felt too embarrassed to actually say that out loud. Hey, Renachin?" Kaho-chan asked. "Yeah? If you ever want to give it another shot with me," she mumbled. "Oh, never mind. Forget it." "Anyway, I'm glad you had fun cosplaying," I groaned. "You see, my dear Kaho-chan-san, nothing is pure fun all of the time. Everything has its downsides. Therefore, even if I say I enjoyed it, the question of how much I enjoyed it is another story altogether." Ow! I glared up at her as she ripped off a strip of tape with great force. Kaho-chan grinned and shrugged. "God, Rina-chin, you're such a bore. It wouldn't kill you to be a little more optimistic, you know? Why can't you want to cosplay forever? Like you could go around being, tee-hee, I'm such a cutie patootie, all the time." "Stoop already!" I shook my head. Believe me, I wish I could have more self-esteem too. But self-esteem's not about looks. It's about remembering all the hard work I've put in and gaining self-confidence. I hugged my knees to my chest and muttered, "And besides, I'm really not that cute." Kaho-chan stopped in her tracks and stared at me before sighing long and loud. "What's that for?" I snapped. "Nothing, I'm just wondering whether I prefer the old you better." Kaho-chan stepped forward and gave my boobs a squeeze. "Ack! Geez," I cried as I covered my chest. "Why do you always go straight to touching me? Here, check this out, Rina-chin." Kaho-chan pulled out a wad of 1,000 yen bills with a flourish and spread them out like a folding fan. Dollar signs popped into my eyes. "Oh my God," I breathed. "Money. These are all the fees people paid to take part today. And some people just wired me the money directly, so it actually comes out to more than double this. Okie dokie, Rina-chin. Here's your share of 30,000 yen, as promised." She handed me a stack of real cash, not just color-copied paper. Even prior to this, I thought this was an awesome deal, but seeing the actual money right before my eyes made me think all over again. Oh my God. It's money. Real money. "Are you sure I can have all this?" I asked. "When I barely did anything, Nagipo-chan-san?" "I mean, to be honest, I kind of think I'm overpaying you, but a girl never goes back on her word. Plus, I guess it's partly 'cause you're here that we had so many people sign up to come." "Really?" "Yep." Loads more people turned up all of a sudden when I started bringing Sa-chan along. I guess group shoots are the way to go. Well, I mean, that might have just been because it's Satsuki-san we're talking about. Don't get me wrong, Kaho-chan was cute and all. But with Satsuki-san standing next to her, Kaho-chan's cuteness and Satsuki-san's beauty offset one another in the best ways. "Hey, want to take a peek at Sa-chan's cosplay photos?" Kaho-chan offered. "Yeah, for sure, so long as I don't get hit for it. She's not going to know if you keep your lips zipped." We exchanged looks like a couple of brats and then stared at Kaho-chan's phone. Hot damn, those photos of Satsuki-san were something else. There it was. The magical girl cosplay I'd seen before. The pinnacle of beauty. "I think my heart would explode if I saw this in person," I groaned. "You know," Kaho-chan told me, "I wanted Sa-chan to wear this outfit out in the park at sunset for a pic, but she got too embarrassed to take it out of the studio and said no." Oh man, that would have been perfect for her. I could totally picture magical girl Moon sandstanding in a park at twilight. Any little girl who happened to pass by on the way home from school would take one look and think she was a real magical girl. Then Moon-san would give her a mystical grin, tap her finger to her lips, and whisper, "Keep this a secret, all right?" The poor little girl would have had no choice but to be obsessed with Moonsan for the rest of her life. Oh, what a devilish temptress Moonsan was. Anyway, that's what she looks like, Kaho-chan said. Honestly, I'm not really in this for the money. I'm cool so long as I get enough to pay for the studio rental, the costumes, and the accessories. Kay, here's your share. Don't spend it all at once. Swoop. The 30,000 yen was mine. I'm just glad you didn't go into the red, I said. I felt bad for Kaho-chan, as she was doing this purely from her love of cosplay, whereas I was a piece of scum only in it for the money and therefore overjoyed about the cash. I shoved the wad of bills away in my wallet. With this, 4-kun was one step closer to coming home to me. This whole thing had been super nerve-wracking, but now that it was all over, I could admit I'd had a good time. You know, funnily enough, I think I might be able to pull off getting a job, I said. Whoa. Your self-esteem just hella jumped. Yeah, you're right. I'd tried something new, worked hard at it, and come out the other end successful. Well, maybe? Or had I just screwed my brain up? Nah, I'd count this as a success. After all, Kao-chan had paid me for it. Now I felt like I could do anything, and who cared if I was wrong or deluded about that? The most important thing was that I felt this way, because it gave me the courage I needed to take the first step into uncharted territory. Yeah, I said to myself, I can make progress too. Just then, I happened to lift my head and caught sight of Kaho-chan pausing in her cleanup to stare at me silently. Our eyes met. Kaho-chan, I asked. Huh? Oh, yeah, you sure worked hard, huh? Good job today, Rinna-chan. Thanks. Right now, I feel completely emotionally fulfilled for making it through this ordeal. After I finished helping her pack up, we leaned our bulging bags against the door. The cosplayer Nagipo-san, or rather, once more the perpetually pretty Kaho-chan, pumped her fist in the air and shouted, "Woohoo!" Huh, what was that for? You know, that was today was a blast shout. A God I love cosplay, woohoo! She turned and grinned at me. The thought that I'd broadened that smile even as little as a millimeter cheered me too. You want to have a rap party, Rina-chan? Kaho-chan asked. Come on, let's go celebrate. It'll be my treat. Wait, are you sure? That unexpected invitation from my owner set my tail wagging. A rap party with my classmate. Speaking of rap parties with classmates, we had one back in junior high after the cultural festival. People were already shunning me at that point. So after I watched most of the class set off for the party, I just went home. They would never have invited me in the first place, but it wasn't like I'd been hoping for an invitation either. I mean, what was the point of having friends around when all you were doing was sitting and eating? Wouldn't they just bother you when you were trying to eat in peace? It made no sense to me. And then that night, my family and I went out to eat and, mortifyingly enough, happened to bump into my classmates at the very same diner where they were having their party. Trust me, I wasn't jealous of them, I swear. I was going to live my whole life as a hermit anyway, so there. So now Junior High Renako muttered, Ugh, rap parties are lame. Isn't it all just a bunch of people patting themselves on the back? Why go around giving kudos when we barely did anything? Bleh. Oh, shut it, you. I stomped the inner spiteful Renako down. And don't come out again, you hear me? It's time for your spirit to move on already. Having banished that apparition, I sidled up to the pretty cosplayer at my side, rubbing my hands together with an ingratiating grin. Wherever you want to go's good with me, I said. Kaho-chan snickered. Fanning her stack of cash, the girl who'd make my dream come true said, Okie dokie, now let me take you away to a world of fun. Yep, it was a world of fun, all right. It was a brilliant, gaudy place, a huge room with an extravagant sofa, an enormous TV, elegant mood lighting all over the place, and a gorgeous, canopied bed. I stood rooted to the spot, my bag still in one hand. What you think, Renna-chin? She asked with a smirk and a proud lift of her pointer finger. It was the same look of pride of someone introducing me to a great ramen restaurant. This has got to be your first time at one of these places, huh? Isn't this one of those love hotel thingies? I asked. I mean, there was no privacy anywhere in the bathing area. The whole place oozed raunchiness, and everywhere I looked screamed that this was no normal hotel room. You even booked your room with a touchscreen at the entrance of the hotel proper so you wouldn't have to talk to anyone for Pete's sake. Nuh-uh, Kaho-chan said. They don't let minors rent rooms in love hotels. That's why this place is billed as a regular hotel. Also, how do you know what a love hotel looks like? Have you been to one before? I most certainly have not. I've just seen them in manga and books and stuff. Oh, you've seen them, have you? I wasn't even talking about particularly steamy books either. Love hotels just popped up in regular, sort of extreme shoujo manga, okay? Kaho-chan eventually let me off the hook, changed out of her shoes into a pair of slippers, and then stepped into the room. She set down on the glass table the plastic bag of snacks and drinks we'd picked up at a convenience store on the way here, and then leaped onto the bed with a squeal. You know, I've always wanted to have a party at a love hotel. So it is a love hotel, Kaho-chan propped her head up on her elbows and gave me a teasing look of disdain. I mean, if you don't like it, I'm not forcing you to stick around, Rina-chan. I'll just be having fun with my rap party all by myself. I gritted my teeth. If I'd come here with Mai, I was sure I would have been protesting my head off. But this was Kaho-chan we were talking about, also known as a friend. The thought of two friends acting like grown-ups and having a party in a love hotel was, well, fun as hell. Duh. Okay, but don't you dare tell any of the others, I said. They can't know that we had a bash in a love hotel. Yeah, 'cause they'd get jelly if they knew how much fun we're having without them, huh? Ooh, but if I tattled, don't you think that'd get Mai and AA-chan off your back? If you try, I'll show everyone all your old photos. We both glared at each other, locked in a fruitless battle of deterrence. Then Kaho-chan humphed and turned away. You're getting pretty crafty, Rina-chan. Fine, you win. Let's not worry about that and party the night away. Oh, okay? Yeah, sure. I'm not sure what that was just about, but for a second there, I felt swept up in the idea that a love hotel party would be fun no matter what. Whatever. Swept up or no, that didn't change the fact that this would be fun. Come on, get over here, Kaho-chan said, beckoning me. I took off my shoes too and flopped onto the big bed. Oh my God, this thing was super springy. It was my first time ever being in such a big, fancy bed. Actually, scratch that, Mai's was even bigger. Oh, great. Now, I was about to make a weird trip down memory lane. I shook my head to drive away those thoughts. Okay, let's get this party started, Kaho-chan, I said. Isn't that what we're doing? Nah. You can't just kick off a rap party all haphazard like this. You need to have the full ceremony where we go, let the party begin, and all. Rina-chan, sometimes you get hung up on the weirdest things. I clutched my chest as that hit me completely out of left field. Huh? No, I don't. At least I don't think I do. I'm just a horribly ordinary, perfectly average cookie-cutter copy of a teenage girl. LL Mao. She'll Mao'd me, and I was being dead serious too. Kaho-chan rose from the bed, got 2 glasses out of the cupboard, and set them on the table. She poured fizzy soda into both of them, the glasses bubbling with foam. Well, if you want to be formal, then here, she said. Oh, okay. I bounded to her side as she beckoned, almost like a faithful dog, and accepted a glass. Cheers, we chorused, raising our glasses. Oh God, I was already having fun. Wow, I told myself. So this is a real live rap party. Rina-chan, were you brought up in a mansion deep in the mountains where no one had any fun, like ever? I opened a bag of chips on one side and then, without a word, Kaho-chan opened up the bag all the way, the sign of parties in full swing everywhere. Jolted in alarm. Had she cottoned on to the fact that I had next to no experience with parties? I hadn't even so much as shared a bag of chips with someone before. Great. Now she was going to make fun of me again. And how was I supposed to work this? How fast was I supposed to eat the chips? Should I eat a set amount and then leave the rest for Kaho-chan? No, maybe I'd be better off eating a chip every time she did. We could take turns and follow a rhythm, like pounding mochi. There we go. Pound, pause, pound, pause, pound, pause. That required too much focus. Kaho-chan lay back on the sofa. Hey, Rina-chan. Huh? Oh, yeah? If she was about to call me a weirdo for paying so much attention to how other people eat, then I resolved to just sit here holding my snacks and starve from here on out. But Kaho-chan nonchalantly remarked, You don't really shit-talk people, do you? Huh? I guess not. You know how it's common for girls to get together and, talk about the people they hate, but I've never actually heard you say anything bad about anyone before. Oh, well, I shivered. Come to think of it, I'd heard about the kind of thing Kakaho-chan was talking about. There's nothing better for promoting solidarity than coming together to stand off against a common enemy. So did that mean that Kaho-chan and I, after being apart for so many years, had to giggle and gossip about the people we hated in order to become better friends? Now suddenly faced with such a difficult mission, I gulped. Yeah, good point. Let me see. There's this sort of tall girl in the class next door, right? She's always giving me the death stare when we pass in the hallway. It's a little bit freaky. Was this shit-talking? It sort of just sounded like a typical story of me being anxious. Oh, you mean Little Miss High Horse? Kaho-chan asked. Yeah, she has a bone to pick with the quintet or something. Now that was a good nickname, I thought. Wait a sec. This wasn't the moment to get distracted. I had to get into some serious, powerful shit-talking here. Anyway, that's not my point, Kaho-chan said. I wasn't trying to get you to start shit-talking people. Huh? Kaho-chan grinned as she chomped away on a potato chip. I was just thinking it's kind of unusual, you know? I'm always circulating from friend group to friend group, so I get to hear tons of girls talking all the time. Oh, so that was what she meant. But I didn't think there was anything particularly exceptional about my lack of hurtful gossip. None of the girls in our group really say mean things, though. Sa-chan does. Yeah, but does that count as shit-talking? Everything Satsuki-san said was perfectly true, so I always felt like it was the fault of the person she was condemning, not a mark against her. It's less that she talks shit and more that she won't take shit, I pointed out. Yeah, for real, Kaho-chan laughed, and that made me feel loads better. I also feel like Mai wouldn't think complaining about people is worth her time, you know? And I can't imagine Ajisai-san doing that at all. If AA-chan was like, hey, don't you think so-and-so is getting a little full of themselves? I just wonder if maybe it's time to teach them a lesson they'll never forget. I'd completely flip out. My eyes lit up. Pocky stick forgotten in my mouth. Yeah, me too. Do you also look at her sometimes and think she's secretly like that? Totally. There's no way someone that good can be real. I wouldn't be. Surprised if she actually had 99 boyfriends or something. Yeah, you get MME. I was over the moon, delighted to find for the first time ever someone who shared my impression of Ajisai-san. I wasn't the only one completely delusional about her. But I say that stuff too, Kaho-chan said. That stuff being mean gossip. She stuck her tongue out cheekily. That's why I said you're pretty unusual. I didn't speak ill of anyone else because I didn't want it to come back around to bite me like a boomerang. Plus, whenever people didn't act their best toward me, I rationalized that I was even more self-centered in junior high than they were right now, so I probably annoyed a lot more people. Even when people did things to me that were borderline bullying, I always figured it was fine. I was Amari Renako, after all. I deserved it. I don't think it's a matter of me being nice, I said, so much as me having so many hang-ups that I don't want to start throwing stones from this glass house. Huh? You have hang-ups? Huh? I was bewildered by her "you do" expression. You mean I come across as a person without hang-ups? I asked. It's kind of 50-50 whether you have any or not, Kaho-chan said. I'm bursting at the seams with hang-ups. I accidentally blurted this out, perhaps because of the sheer surreal nature of being in a love hotel. I wish I was as upright and honest as Ajisai-san, as strong as Satsuki-san, as bright and energetic as you, and Diane. Okay, I'm going to skip Mai for now. My point is, I'm hung up on this around the clock. Wow. Kaho-chan took a sip of her soda. Well, I get tea that. You DDO? It can't be that much of a shock, can it? Well, I don't know how you picture me, but I'd love to be more like other people. I get really jealous all the time. Wanting to be like other people was one thing, but flat-out jealousy was something I didn't experience all that often. Whenever I got anywhere near that, junior high me appeared out of nowhere and stabbed me with the knife called, "Don't get ahead of yourself now." Kaho-chan snickered and then looked down to the end of the table coolly. I felt like I could see her true self in those eyes. Still, the thought of Kaho-chan, a girl who normally played up the whole pampered child act, having mental hang-ups, struck me as odd. I guess you could never really know who someone truly was. Wait, did that mean Kaho-chan wanted to be like me? Nah, no way. A super popular cosplayer like her could never be jealous of me. In an attempt to dispel this lull in the conversation, Kaho-chan spoke up again. Man, I wish I was taller so I could cosplay more characters. There's only so much heels can do, and I gotta get like 15 centimeters on me in order to play dudes. I wish I was your height, at least. Sorry, I said. I wish I could share, but I can't. Kaho-chan body slammed me. I screamed and toppled to the carpet. She giggled. JK. I chuckled back as she collapsed right down next to me. Her face was very close to mine. That bright grin was unlike what I'd ever seen on anyone else, and she was so pretty I couldn't begin to compare her to anyone either. Yeah, hey, I said. You know, really admire how you can immediately change topics whenever the conversation gets a little too heavy. I wish I could do that. Kaho-chan made a little noise of surprise. I continued hesitantly. But it's not, well, I'm not jealous of you or anything, I don't think. After all, you're who you are now because you actually went out and socialized with people, right? Like you've gone out and held all these cosplay photo shoot events with adults and everything. And that's amazing. I mean, I could never. That's why that's why I thought Kaho-chan was brilliant. But just as I was about to say that, Kaho-chan slapped her palm over my mouth. I struggled. Ooh, what's this? Rena-chin. Are you trying to make a move because we're in a love hotel? I shook my head no, furiously. That was not it. I guess you kind of got me going for a moment there, she said. But for you of all people? What do you mean, of all people? Kaho-chan smirked. Hey, I just came up with a super duper good idea. Can I tease you for a sec? You can't seriously think I'll say yes. As I sat back down on the sofa, Kaho-chan came up behind me and threw herself across my back like she was going in for a hug. She felt warm against me, probably because she was so petite. Even as I could feel her curves, I didn't lose my head. I didn't. I swear. Is that it? I said. This is nothing. She must have done it because she thought I had a thing for girls, the jerk. Kaho-chan nuzzled up to me. Nuh-uh, I insisted. You're not affecting me one bit. I mean, outside of the fact that this sort of tickles, Kaho-chan couldn't always lead me along by the nose. Sure, she was clinging to me from behind in a love hotel, but that didn't mean nothing. Bah, Kaho-chan said. I thought my charms would make your heart race, but they don't. Fine, let's watch TV or something. I snickered, relishing in the taste of total victory, and then Kaho-chan pressed the button on the remote controller next to me. The TV came to life at once, and a sensual voice accosted my ears. Redacted, moaned the lady on TV. Hello? A beat too late, I turned my head to look at Kaho-chan. Excuse me, what the heck is this? Hello? Kaho-chan burst into laughter. The TV was playing, well, a man and a woman getting it on like rabbits. What was all this about? Kaho-chan, what is this? I demanded. Oh, wow, she said. Check out all the pixelation. I'm not looking. I whipped my head away as fast as humanly possible. The whole room reverberated with the sound of a woman going, oh, if this wasn't horrifyingly awkward, then I don't know what was. I mean, it's a love hotel and all. So they show porn for free. Seems kind of a waste not to check it out, Kaho-chan said. Is this your idea of teasing me? Oh, hey, doesn't that actress look like one of the girls in the quintet? Huh? Against my will, I stared at the screen. The actress's beautiful face appeared up close. And wait, no. She doesn't look remotely like anyone, I snapped. Kaho-chan burst into more laughter. What? Who were you thinking she'd look like? Ugh, turn it off already. Snickering all the while, Kaho-chan changed the channel. Oh, this one's porn too. It's pickup artist porn, Rena-chin. I am not looking. Freaking Kaho-chan. She thought she could get the better of me with this, huh? And we'd been having such a pleasant, friendly time before all this. Got it. Pissed me off. I wanted to take the upper hand, so I said, "So how about them final exam scores, huh?" "Oh yeah," said Kaho-chan. "I heard from Sa-chan that you worked super hard this time around. Good for you. Oh, and I got the 9th top score in the whole grade." She was by far superior to me. "How?" I cried. "You were only in the B class like me back in cram school." I had to work really hard to get my grades up so my parents would approve of me cosplaying. You get me? Plus. No, I don't get it. How come I'm the only one this stupid? I buried my face in my hands. Mai, Satsuki-san, Ajisai-san, and Kaho-chan were all great students. Not like me. They were all wonderful, and I was the only bad one here. Yes, so bad I could feel the dark side calling my name. Did Kaho really have 0 flaws? Seriously, where were they? Come on, I'd take anything. As I puzzled over this, Kaho-chan said, "I'm gonna go run a bath," and went off to the bathroom. She poked her head out and smirked. "You want to join me, Ren-chin?" "I do not." "Aw, how come? There's nothing wrong with 2 friends taking a bath together, you know?" "Wait, are you feeling shy because I'm so cute? Is that it?" I gritted my teeth. Yeah, good argument. Lucky you having a way with words." "Fine," I snapped. "I'll take a bath with you, Happy? But I'm just going to wash as fast as I can and then get out." "Nothing to it." "And you can wash my back, Rena-chin?" Did I ask? Thinking on it now, I realized that seeing naked, cute girls, regardless of whether they were my friends or not, got my heart racing due to nerves, mind you. So the battle was lost before it even began. Oh well. Sometimes in life, you have to rise to the challenge, even if you know you'll lose anyway. That didn't necessarily mean that this was one of those times, though. But still. At any rate, I stripped down to my underwear and bra in no time flat and, towel in hand, called to Kaho-chan. "The bath's ready." It was time for me to take the initiative. "Okie dokie," she called back. "Coming!" Kaho-chan pulled a glasses case out of her bag and put it next to the sink. Oh. Yeah. Minaguchi-san had worn glasses, but there wasn't a trace of that same shy little girl in Kaho-chan anymore. "Kaho-chan, when did you start wearing contacts?" I asked. "About when I started junior high. Once I got used to them, they turned out to be way easier." Kaho-chan took out her disposable contacts in order to get in the bath and then stopped short. I said. "Kaho-chan?" I was about to ask if her stomach hurt or something, but then Kaho-chan turned as white as a sheet. "Oh no," she whimpered. "Hey, what's wrong?" Kaho-chan solemnly muttered. "I just accidentally took my extrovert cosplay oof." "Huh? Say what now?" What was that supposed to mean? Kaho-chan immediately forced herself to sound chipper. "Oh, okie dokie, Amori-san. No, that's not right. Let's, get in the bath, Rena-chin." "Yay, baths, yay. Oh God, baths. Okay, no, it's fine. It's totally chill. I'm so chill about this." Okay." I stared at her, wondering what on earth had just happened. She looked as scared stiff as yours truly whenever I got in front of a camera. I'm gonna take my clothes off, so don't peek, okay? 'Cause I'm scared. Huh? Oh, okay. I had kind of figured Kaho-chan would immediately throw her clothes off with 0 shame about it whatsoever, so this behavior of hers was beyond strange. Wait a minute. Was this her latest attempt at teasing me? "I'm going to get in first," I said. "Oh, okie dokie," she said back, in a voice that sounded like she was on the verge of fainting. I stole a quiet glance at Kaho-chan. She looked nervous, without any of her usual self-assurance. What the heck was going on? After rinsing off in the shower, I climbed into the tub. The bathtub in this love hotel was circular and wide enough that I could stretch my legs out as long as I liked. "This is great," I sighed. I could feel the hot water soaking into me, relaxing my fried nerves. But Kaho-chan took her sweet time in joining me. Just as I was beginning to wonder what was wrong, she finally stepped in entirely covered by a bath towel. The bare skin I could see was flushed red, as if her embarrassment had spread out over her whole body. Hey, Rena-chin," she said. "I'm kinda not very sweaty, so I think I may only need a quick rinse off." "Oh, okay." Yep, that's the plan. Okay, so I'm gonna go hop in the shower now. Kaho-chan was being awfully meek right now. I was about to nod my head and let her do her thing, but then I stopped short. Renako Holmes's who started whispering to me with something that was half a joke and half a logical deduction. Say, Kaho-chan, did I hear you just mention something about an extrovert cosplay? I asked. Is that, by any chance, something you do when we're together? Kaho-chan twitched and folded in on herself further. Yeah, I guess. Ah, then it's elementary, my dear Watson. You must use your contacts as a psychological suggestion to become more social, no? The frightened look in Kaho-chan's eyes was a match to that of Minaguchi-san's in my memory. Yeah, I guess, but... Who's Watson? Oh, wait, for real? So the Kaho-chan you've been talking to all this time is like 24/7 Super Kaho-chan. And this is the real Kaho-chan? I mean, yeah, you could say that. But I'm not really trying to hide it. It's just, well, I never thought I had to bring it up. And Kaho-chan stammered. That explained why she'd been so quick to try and hypnotize me. I mean, it had done wonders for her, hadn't it? Her personality was completely different. Anyway, that meant that Kaho-chan really was the shy, timid Minaguchi-san I remembered. Yeah, that made sense. Well, it was nice to be reunited once more with my sweet, quiet friend. This was more or less a golden opportunity, right? My eyes glittered. It was only right for me to use this as payback for all the endless, merciless teasing she'd subjected me to, wasn't it? Was this not my sole chance to claim victory? All right, then. I put my hand to my mouth and giggled, a la Kaho-chan. Ooh, let me guess. Kaho-chan, are you embarrassed about getting in the bath with me? Kaho-chan noticeably freaked out, a la me. She turned to me with her face bright red. Huh? No, I'm not. Then come on. Hurry up and get in, Kaho-chan. Come join me. Arina-chan? Well, I guess if you really want my company that badly, I guess I could try. Oh, but I need to rinse off at first. Before Kaho-chan could sneak her way into the shower, I said, Kaho-chan. She jumped again and spun around. Yeah? Her grandiose reactions were awfully amusing, I had to admit. Now I kind of got how Kaho-chan felt about teasing me. You've still got your towel on. If it gets wet, you can't use it to dry off, you know? That's certainly true. I guess I, had better take it off. She timidly unwound the towel like a bride on her wedding night. Oddly, it was kind of sexy. Just as Kaho-chan soaped up her hand towel, I sat up. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Kaho-chan, you asked me to wash your back, didn't you? I did? The moment my nakedness entered her field of vision, Kaho-chan squeaked and looked away. Even though she could see me naked, I actually didn't feel that embarrassed. So this is how it felt to be the aggressor. Kaho-chan whimpered. Oh God, why'd I get so carried away? I should have known I'd have to take my contacts off to bathe and all too. I snickered. Come on, park your butt. I plunked Kaho-chan into a chair and went to sit behind her. Once I accepted the hand towel from her, I made grabby motions with my hands. It was payback time, baby. You seem awfully shy, young miss, I said. I mean, that's 'cause I don't have a good figure like you do, she said. Of course I'm going to be self-conscious. I mean, outside of my boobs, I don't have all that great of a figure either. There was a full-length mirror in front of us, so I had a crystal-clear view of Kaho-chan's bright red face. With her hair untied and her head hung low, she looked so pretty that my heart unintentionally skipped a beat. Besides, I think you're plenty cute as you are, I told her. Kaho-chan whimpered again. Thanks, but could you cool it with the compliments a little? She folded in on herself even further. The difference between this behavior and that of the normal Kaho-chan was astronomical, and it made her look all that much cuter. It also made me feel weird. I almost wanted to keep messing with her to evoke even cuter, more embarrassed expressions. I think it was like wanting to pet a cat that doesn't want to be petted. I really wish I wasn't cute, Kaho-chan said. I want to be pretty instead. Yeah? The moment I gently touched Kaho-chan's smooth back with the towel, she jerked and shrieked. I flushed involuntarily. Kaho-chan, that was a bit much, I said. Sorry, it just tickled. She hadn't done anything wrong, but here she was apologizing anyway. I was starting to feel like I was doing something awfully naughty. I chuckled to myself. Now it was time to show her that I was a force to be reckoned with too. So, from her back to her butt, her shoulders to her biceps, I washed her oh so carefully and tenderly, so as not to damage this charming young girl's soft skin. Kaho-chan kept making little sighs and mewling noises which, after hearing the voice of the actress on TV earlier, only served to fan the flames of my naughty feelings. "Reina-chin," she sighed. "No, don't." Oh God, her cute voice was doing things to my ears. Wait, if this went on for much longer, I was going to go loopy. Sure, it was fun to wash a cute girl's back properly, but I think any further attacks were beyond me. Time to call it a day here. Yeah, I decided to retreat before I ended up displaying my own lack of competence. Besides, this was enough for payback. Phew. My heart had really been going nuts for a minute there. "Okay, your back's all done," I said. Now that I'd had my fun, I thought she'd go rinse off, but instead she went, "Ooh, okay," and quietly turned around like it was the only natural response. What the heck? I froze for a moment. Kaho-chan's eyes were squeezed shut as she trembled on the spot, clearly undergoing horrible humiliation. She balled her tiny hands into fists. Wait, what? Was she asking me to wash her front side too? Kaho-chan was entirely open to me right now, from her small breasts to her slender waist, her soft thighs, her curled-in toes, all laid out as if on a platter for me to dive in on and enjoy. No one had asked her to be this vulnerable. This was absolutely going too far, right? I mean, come on. And yes, I knew I'd never have another opportunity like this again, but still, if I beat Kaho-chan here, then I could have had a chance to rise above her in the pecking order. That meant I'd be above her. Oh, I was going to regret this. Gingerly, I reached out and barely grazed her white, tightly closed thighs with the towel. Kaho-chan gulped and squeaked, lighting my head on fire with a whoomph. One of the most popular girls in school, the cosplayer Nagipo-chan, was now in a position that no one had ever seen her in. Kaho-chan twitched every time I moved, flushed with shame as her eyebrows knitted together. This was, dare I say, risky business. I couldn't handle it. This was where my courage ran out. If I went any further, I figured that Kaho-chan would start showing up in risque dreams, and this was risque enough already. My body was producing too much dopamine as it was. I put the towel in Kaho-chan's hand and closed her fingers around it. "There, I'm done," I said. Kaho-chan tentatively cracked her eyes open. She looked up at me almost feverishly and whispered, are you sure? Excuse me? What did she mean, was I sure? Did she want me to keep going? Now you're just teasing me, you minx. I was supposed to be the one on the warpath here, so when had she turned the tide? Damn it, Amori Renako. Don't lose your mind like you're some kind of scrub. I chastised myself. I was the victor here, not her. It was time for me to be confident and go, well, just this once, okay? Why, yeah, I said instead, adding an unpracticed wink. That was fun. Your skin was really nice and soft. Kaho-chan whimpered. Then, as if she had suddenly come to her senses, she yanked the towel away and said, Reina-chin, just you wait. I'm going to get you for this someday, I swear. As she sounded so weak, I boldly declared my victory and chuckled. Anytime. But you'll never beat me, no matter how much you try. Right? Itty-bitty, cutesy-wootsy Kaho-chan? Frick you, Reina-chin. It looked like her core personality was the same as ever, at least. Phew, that was a close one. I had no idea the teaser could have such a difficult time of it, too. I wondered if, perhaps, I could give my Satsuki-san or Ajisai-san the same treatment. Okay, no way. I wasn't up for that. Later on, Kaho-chan and I soaked in the tub side by side. I had to admit, Love Hotel bathtubs were pretty nice in the sense that two people could both stretch out comfortably. I flipped a switch to turn on the jacuzzi and felt all the better for it. Kaho-chan seemed a little calmer than she had been earlier, too. Still in her shy mode, she sunk into the bath water up to her mouth and mumbled in a reproachful tone, Reina-chin, you seem awfully comfortable with this setup. Oh, ho, you think? That's good. I mean, Bathing with pretty girls was second nature to me at this point, you know? I was a veteran when it came to this. Okay, no, sorry for lying. It wasn't remotely second nature, and every time felt like a life-threatening experience. You extroverts are freaky, Kaho-chan muttered. Yeah, her eyesight really must have sucked. That, or because Kaho-chan was so very much not an extrovert herself, my meager amounts of extroversion were enough to fool her. She splashed her face with the hot water. I really suck, she said. I totally forget how to talk to people when I take out my contacts. It's like, there's stuff I want to say, but the words don't come out anymore. Huh, okay. Felt tat. Like I go to a convenience store and buy a bento, a thing of ice cream, a bag of chips, and a bottle of something, but then I can't find the right moment to ask for a bag. So I end up having to juggle them all the way home as best I can. Interesting. Felt that one tea. The inner junior high me nodded and went, so it's that sort of social anxiety, I see. There are two types of people out there with social anxiety. One, of them's the kind who can't talk in general, and the other's the kind who can't shut up. Kaho-chan was the former, whereas I had been the latter. Emphasis on the pluperfect. Thank you very much. At any rate, I said, the idea of cosplaying as an extrovert is really interesting. She said. I just started doing it, and somewhere along the way, I ended up pulling it off. I've always had fun acting as characters, that's all. And when I think about it as a cosplay, I can be more outgoing than I would be otherwise. That makes sense. I think I get how you feel. In a sense, my turning over a new leaf for high school was cosplaying as my ideal human being too. If I hadn't told myself to be different than I normally was, then I wouldn't have been able to talk to Mai on the first day of school or any number of those things that followed. You sure do like cosplay, Kaho-chan, I said. Yeah, I do. She said it so simply that it seemed heartfelt. I guess it's the one thing I can proudly say I like more than anyone else does. That's why I had so much fun when we got to do this together. I had a really good time, you know. Oh, okay. Being told straight up how much she liked it made me look down on reflex. Then I asked, Hey, Kaho-chan, when you say you like it, what does that mean to you? Good question. I guess it's like you get this big, feeling in your body that kind of involuntarily makes you want to start running, you know? Yeah, I do. Kaho-chan was incredible. I wondered if I could ever find something I liked as much as she did. Mai and Ajisai-san almost certainly felt that same level of passion for me, which made me happy, but at the same time kind of freaked me out. Was I able to feel the same way in turn? To tell you the truth, I didn't know. I might not have been able to, but I really wanted to. I wanted to say with confidence the answer which, deep down, I knew was the truth. Kaho-chan, I began. But just as I was about to raise the question, I cut myself off. Yeah? I was about to ask her what she thought I should do, but then I changed my mind about requesting such a favor from her. This was a problem that I needed to solve on my own. I said. But of course, I lacked the skill to break off partway through and come up with something clever to say instead, so my body and brain decided to go in two different directions altogether. That is, I looked at Kaho-chan sitting next to me and ended up saying to her, I really like the shape of your boobs. Kaho-chan went silent for a moment. Then she whipped around and wailed, Rin-chin, you frickin' perv! Kaho-chan wasted no time in leaving the bathroom, so I had a chance to loaf around in the big tub to my heart's content. Sure, it felt bad having her scream of you frickin' perv ringing in my ears, but still, I wasn't that perverted. If I was, then wouldn't I have leapt at the chance to fondle her tits when I was washing her? Yeah, so that meant I was clearly no pervert, right? Flawless reasoning. Yup, I was off the hook for the perv accusation. Just then, I heard Kaho-chan scream bloody murder. Were we being invaded? I leapt out of the bath with a splash, dried off on a towel as fast as I could, and sprinted to Kaho-chan. She had her glasses on and was staring at her phone, wide-eyed. What's wrong? I gasped. Oh, Rin-chin. Wait, Rin-chin, why are you naked? Are you trying to show off your boobies? No, for crying out loud. But you screamed like nobody's business. Kaho-chan covered her face with her hand, but still peeked at me through the cracks between her fingers. Mortified as one ought to be, I stormed back into the bathroom and only came back out after I had a bathrobe on. Then I looked at Kaho-chan sitting in her chair. At any rate, she didn't appear to have suddenly been attacked, so there was some relief. But her pupils were still wide open, so I guess she wasn't out of the danger zone yet. What happened? I asked. Listen. Oh my God, it's crazy, it's too crazy. Listen. She made zero sense. So she thrust her phone at me, so I could just go and look for myself already. I got an invitation, she said. I've been invited to the Makuhari Cosplay Summit. Whoa, what? I stampeded over and looked at the phone screen. Sure enough, she had a DM from some admin-looking person. They're holding a show and invited 8 of the currently trending cosplayer groups, Kaho-chan explained. It's an annual event with only the most incredible and famous cosplayers, and they invited me. Is this for real? Whoa, that's great news, Kaho-chan. Like crazy great news. Wait, so what does this mean exactly? So let's say my cosplayer combat score is at 12,000 play. Huh? Okay. That was certainly an interesting unit for it. I wondered if she meant her follower count. That puts me in the top 500 or so, she went on. Oh, okay. Wait, what? You're in the top 500 of all cosplayers in Japan? That's beyond cool. But Kaho-chan frantically shook her head and raised her voice. She could only get so loud because she was protesting, which was too real. Felt that one as well. No. The godly cosplayers are all in the top 300, and everyone below that is basically lumped up together. I'm really not that good, I swear. And the Makuhari Cosplay Summit is a super distinguished event that only invites the top 100 or so people in Japan. Kaho-chan stopped short, like she'd broken down. It made me worried. But I guess someone on the organizer's side is looking to discover new talent, and I must have fit the bill. Even after hearing this last bit, I still felt the same as ever. Kaho-chan was incredible. I mean, she got invited to a whole freaking event like those pro FPS players in the videos I'd watch from time to time. Now she was 100% on the media side of the equation. See? You're awesome, I said. Only you could have gotten this. Yet even while I was a ball of excitement, Kaho-chan looked away. I'm gonna tell them no, she mumbled. Wait, why? I caught Kaho-chan's hand before she could type back at lightning speed. Sorry, I can't. If someone like me participated, I'd feel horrible for everyone else who didn't get in, you know? She said. But they choose you, not those other people. You should be proud of yourself. Some people are more serious about cosplay than I am. If I'm the one who gets featured, I'll just make them all upset. God, that was too real. Anyway, no, I screamed, making a heartfelt plea. Kaho-chan, this is them acknowledging how far you've come. Kaho-chan slowly looked up with anxious eyes as I berated her. You've loved cosplaying for years and given so much joy to tons of people, you know. That's why they offered this, Kaho-chan. Because you've worked so hard. And it even said so in the DM and everything. They were inviting Nagipo-san because the demographics were expanding to include tons of young cosplayers. Even that lady who came to our first photo shoot had talked about how she'd been a big fan of Kaho-chan for ages. The sole reason that so many people fell in love with her like that was because of her single-minded devotion to this thing she loved. I mean, well, it might be hard to make a decision right off the bat. I continued. I realized that it was pretty rich of me to tell Kaho-chan to be brave when I still hadn't worked up my own courage. But come on. I did want to be brave too, you know? And I was sure that Kaho-chan must have been in the same boat. That's why I grabbed Kaho-chan's hand and looked into her eyes. Let's give it a shot, Kaho-chan. I'll be here to help you in any way possible. Oh, Reina-chin. Kaho-chan still looked unsettled, but she squeezed her phone and nodded slightly. Thanks for saying that. It really hasn't been all fun and games, and I've had a lot of moments where I almost quit. But you're right. I really should give this some more thought. Yeah, you should. There was still a week before she had to tell the organizers yes or no. I'm sure she still had a lot to think about, but hey, I believed in her. Because the light that I could glimpse in her smile was proof, to my mind, of all the hard work Kaho-chan had put in to come this far. Once I was done drying my hair, I went out and found Kaho-chan in bed. Are you asleep already? I asked her. Sorta, she said. I'm just dozing off a Lil. She got up, rubbing her eyes. We both brushed our teeth next to one another with the toothbrushes included in the hotel's amenities. Do love hotels even have amenities? Kahochan was zoning out, which, compared to her normal perky self, was ridiculously cute. I figured working hard all day and then getting that DM must have exhausted her both mentally and physically. Plus, the photography session had basically been a one-woman show for her. We should go to bed soon, I said. Kaho-chan made a sleepy noise of agreement. I took her by the hand and led her to the bedroom, whereupon Kaho-chan threw herself into the bed with a whump. As I tucked her in, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was now her older sister or something. I guess she was like the little sister to everyone in Ashigaya, not so much because of her extrovert cosplay, but because she exuded such an inherent level of charm that inspired everyone to want to protect and take care of her. I mean, duh. Changing your outfit doesn't make you a whole different person or anything. Believe me, I wish it could, but that's not how the world works. That's why even Kaho-chan dreamed of being pretty. Come on, Rina-chin, Kaho-chan called. Coming. I got into bed too. This love hotel bed was so huge it could sleep, heck, forget one or two, maybe 4 people comfortably. Wait, but then how was I supposed to get the lights? I felt around for buttons on the bed and tried them one by one. One turned on music. Another turned on or off weird mood lighting. I finally managed to kill the lights and lay down too. Then, just as I did, Kaho-chan flopped on top of me. Whoa! She lay her head on top of my stomach and made a little purring noise in her throat. With how light she felt, she really was like a cat. "'Kay, Kaho-chan," I said. Since she was so warm from the bath, I couldn't help but think how nice it would feel for me to hold her in my arms. What's all this about? At this point, it didn't matter if she was introverted or extroverted or what. The fact of the matter is that I had a cute girl right before my eyes. What was I supposed to do if she said something like, "I can't fall asleep without a pillow to hug"? Would I just have to spend a sleepless night with her squeezing me? Just then, Kaho-chan mumbled in a voice like she was already dreaming, "Your tummy's nice and soft, Rina-chin. You'd make a good pillow to sleep on." Really? Well, thanks for the compliment. Was this a stealthy way of calling me fat? Kaho-chan giggled. I think it's better to be a little soft, you know? But everyone who was clearly skinnier than me was more popular. I wanted to scream that in her ear, but common sense held me back. After all, considering the person Kaho-chan was crushing on, well, let's just say I was popular in my own way. Still dreamily, Kaho-chan asked, "Hey, Rina-chin, do you still like my mai?" God, that felt like ages ago, that time in the hotel in Akasaka when she said to me, "Rina-chin, you like mai too, don't ya?" She'd been completely off the mark, naturally, but so much had gone down since then. And as a result of all that, well, I pictured Mai's gentle smile, the touch of her fingers, the scent of her perfume, the taste of her kisses. If you were to ask me if I liked her, I guess there was only one answer. I'd been pretending not to notice this the whole time, stubbornly sticking to my guns and doing my best to hide it away. But, like Kaho-chan, I wanted to be open about my feelings of what I liked. I was silent for several moments and then said, "Yeah, I think I do." Those words weren't meant for anyone but her. I mean, I don't think that I could have told that to anyone but Kaho-chan. I could feel her grinning. "Gotcha," she said. As she was using my stomach for a pillow, I worried that she could hear my heartbeat. Now that we were on the subject of my feelings for Mai, I think I was into her from the beginning, and my insistence on being best friends stemmed from a lack of self-confidence. It was just, well, I didn't want her to hate me, so how could I go further and be her girlfriend? "Me too," Kaho-chan said. "I'm not going to give in." My heart ached. When I chose someone, was Kaho-chan going to hate me? That was the last thing I wanted, which meant I'd be better off choosing neither. But no, I took all my constant desires to run away and shoved them into a box. Sure, sometimes retreat's an option, but the reason I kept running away from things was an attempt to protect myself. Yet what was the whole point of reinventing myself for high school? What did I really want? Friends who'd never betray me no matter what? Having the attention of the whole class? A brilliant high school experience? But if it wasn't any of those things, I had no choice but to say, "Okay, Kahochan." I ruffled her hair. "I'm going to give it my best shot, too. Sounds like a plan." Kaho-chan thrust an energetic fist in the air, narrowly missing punching me in the nose. "Yikes. I think we'd better get you some rest," I said. She didn't respond. "Kaho-chan," I wondered. I tilted my head in confusion, only to realize that she had fallen asleep on my stomach. "Hey, wait, Kaho-chan, hold the phone." Now I couldn't move. "You mean I have to go to sleep like this?" "Hey, Kaho-chan, Kaho-chan." Kaho-chan eventually got up to go to the bathroom, mumbling incoherently all the while, and I used that opportunity to go to bed for real. That was a close shave. I mean, things were still pretty hairy. What with having a cute, defenseless girl sleeping next to me so close our shoulders knocked together. But you know what? I think my MP, drained ever since the end of summer vacation, was coming back for real. As odd as it was, that day I'd skipped school and slept a bunch, had been relaxing for my body, but had done nothing for my mind. Working toward a goal and trying to reach said goal felt a lot better. And it was way better for my mood to have a rap party with a pal afterward, giggling and talking about stupid stuff. I wondered why that was. You know, I finally felt calm now. Thanks, Kaho-chan, I thought, for getting me to the point where I refused to run away any longer. Now it's my turn to step up to the plate. Chapter 3. There's no freaking way I can do this performance. Unless. B. Back in junior high, at least before I stopped going to school, I remember hearing the girls in my class squealing about getting boyfriends. My reaction was more or less, whatever. It felt like something happening in a whole other world. That, I think, is why when Mai asked me out, my instinctual reaction was to go for the nope, I don't date route, and then try to come up with a reason to justify it. To me, the action of dating was synonymous with taking responsibility for someone else's life, and that felt too serious for me. You know, in shonen manga, the protagonist only tells his feelings to his love interest once ever, and when she starts liking him back, that's basically the climax of the series. I guess in real life there must be stuff after that, but I didn't know what that stuff was. I didn't have a clue that most people's first love doesn't result in marriage, and that you grew up dating and breaking up with all sorts of folks before finding a person you truly loved and settling down with them. I never thought of dating someone casually. Believe me, if I could change my thinking that easily,